Section 1 of From Metternich to Bismarck, a textbook of European history. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Pamela Nagami, MD. From Metternich to Bismarck, a textbook of European history by Lionel Cecil, Jane. Chapter 1, The Metternich System, Part 1. In 1815 ends a period of 25 years during which Europe had been the theatre of almost continuous war. The influence of the French Revolution had not been confined to the country of its origin. The French people had retained the arms, assumed to defend changes in their form of government, in order to confer upon other nations the blessings of liberty, equality, and fraternity. But such singleness of purpose early ceased to characterize the armies of the Republic. The traditions of the old monarchy revived and overcame the idealism of the Revolution. The historic struggle for the possession of the natural frontiers was resumed, and the Rhine, Alps, and Pyrenees became the boundaries of France. Still the war continued, and still its character gradually changed. The epithet "natural" had served to reconcile the more ardent revolutionaries to the first annexations of territory, and there was plausibility in the argument that necessity justified the formation of a ring of client states to protect the frontiers. But soon all pretense of high moral justification disappeared. Napoleon, the deadliest enemy of the Revolution, stood forth as the heir rather of Louis XIV than of Robespierre. He shattered a political system, recognized for over 100 years, in the interests not of the rights of man, but of French glory and French supremacy. By his victories, France won an empire touching the Baltic beyond Hamburg and the Adriatic in Illyria, fenced about with vassal states from the Vistula to the Straits of Messina, calling to remembrance the dominions of Charlemagne. The maps of Germany and Italy were changed out of all recognition. The Holy Roman Empire and the States of the Church, picturesque survivals of the Middle Ages, shared the fate of Holland, the political monument of the Reformation. Everywhere kings fled or became the subject allies of the conqueror. Members of the upstart house of Bonaparte sat on the thrones of exiled monarchs. Marshals of France, yesterday confounded with the mass of mankind, were now accepted as equals by the proudest families. Habsburgs, Hohenzollerns, and Romanoffs courted the favour of the Emperor of the French. The continent murmured and submitted. But the very factors which had enabled Napoleon to rise to such a height of glory led to his fall. He trod underfoot the newborn sentiment of nationality, until it armed itself against the tyrant who had insulted it. In the War of Liberation, Germany followed the example already set by Spain. The energy of peoples rebuked the supineness of governments, and at Leipzig, the battle of the nations hurled the aggressor back on the Rhine and Paris. For a moment, the Allies hesitated to attack the lion at bay, but at last they entered France and crowned their labours by the exile of the Corsican usurper. His overthrow effected, it was necessary to reconstruct the political fabric which he had destroyed. The new order which he had created could not be permitted to endure. The rights of dispossessed sovereigns could not be ignored. And though the Allies might glory in the epithet of liberators of Europe, they were not sufficiently unselfish to be content to find their sole reward in the applause of an emancipated continent. The Congress of Vienna was therefore assembled to consider the restoration of the old order, and to compensate the conquerors by dividing among them the spoils of the conquered. The second part of the work of the Congress, the mere territorial settlement of Europe, though it gave rise to some disputes, was carried out with relative ease. As might have been expected, the lion's share of the booty fell to the great powers, and more particularly to the three Eastern monarchies, since Great Britain found her reward in a colonial empire. Russia added Finland and the larger part of the Napoleonic Grand Duchy of Warsaw to her dominions. Prussia, who thus lost most of her gains in the final partition of Poland, was compensated in Saxony, Swedish Pomerania, and on the Rhine. Austria, deprived of her share in the Netherlands, recovered Tyrol, Salzburg, and the Illyrian provinces, and gained the Lombardy-Venetian kingdom. Her predominance in northern and central Italy was assured by the restorations in Tuscany and Modena, and by the establishment of Maria Louisa in Parma. Great Britain kept Malta, and received the protectorate of the Ionian Islands, with consequent naval control of the Mediterranean. In the rest of Europe, the general principle of bringing back those rulers whom the French had expelled was adopted. But Denmark was penalized for her adherence to Napoleon by the loss of Norway, which served to reward the perfidy of Bernadotte and to balance the sacrifice of Finland. The Austrian Netherlands were united with Holland to form a kingdom under the House of Orange. Bavaria gained the southern portion of the Rhenish Palatinate. Half Saxony was transferred to Prussia, partly to punish King Frederick Augustus, who had fought on the side of the French at Leipzig. All the states of Germany were united in a confederation, the limits of which included the German territories of both Austria and Prussia. Sardinia absorbed Genoa. Cracow was declared a free city. Switzerland, the original constitution of which was restored, was neutralized. In this settlement, the salient characteristic was disregard for the principle of nationality. That ideal, the theory of the rights of peoples as opposed to the rights of sovereigns, had been brought into practical politics by the French Revolution. It had vitalized the defence of the actual and secured the possession of the natural frontiers of France. It had struck a responsive chord in the hearts of Germans, Italians, and Poles, leading them to welcome the French armies as saviours and to regard the defeats of their governments as victories for themselves. But the rule of Napoleon turned this force against him by imposing upon all nations the common burden of submission to France, and gave his opponents a weapon wherewith to bring about his downfall. Thus it might have been expected that in 1815 the Allies would have naturally recognized the debt which they owed to nationality, and have paid some regard at least to it in their restoration of order. That they signally failed to do so has been made the ground for accusing them of having acted from purely selfish motives. But it may be doubted whether they could have pursued a course other than that which they did pursue. Though their final victory may be attributed mainly to the success of their appeal to national sentiment, yet that appeal was none the less inconsistent. For once more, nationality was the product of the Revolution. It had been the greatest support of that force against which the alliance was directed. To have accepted such a doctrine as the basis of the settlement of 1815 would have been to have countenanced the revolutionary spirit of the age, and it would perhaps have served to defeat the aims of the Allies. No principle has been more productive of strife, and if it had been taken into consideration at Vienna, the Continent would not improbably have been condemned to an indefinite continuance of war. There can be no reasonable doubt that continuance of war was the last thing desired by the Allies. Rather, it was their aim to give Europe rest, by producing an order of things in which revolution should be impossible, and everlasting peace no mere utopian dream. For this reason, they rejected the ideal of nationality, the principle of the rights of peoples, opposing to it the principle of stability, founded upon recognition of the rights of sovereigns and upon the establishment of a balance of power. The treaties, the decisions of the Congress of Vienna, were to be the sacred and immutable basis of a new order. They were to be supported by guarantees devised not by impractical idealists, but by sober diplomatists, who could recognize the fundamental conditions of international relations. In these guarantees, three main ideas appear. In the first place, France was regarded as the chief menace to peace, and resistance to French aggression as the surest bond of union between the supporters of the status quo. Accordingly, while she was not unduly penalized, she was held in check. Alsace and Lorraine were left to her, despite the protests of Prussia. The temporary occupation of her territory was merely the result of the alarming episode of the 100 Days. But an effort was made to limit her power of aggression. In the Low Countries, a strong military state was created by the formation of the Kingdom of the United Netherlands. On the Rhine, Prussia replaced the petty principalities and ecclesiastical states, and barred the entrance into Germany. In the second place, the practical statesmen of Vienna accepted the ambition of governments as a factor in politics. They strove rather to satisfy than to stifle the desire for expansion, hoping that when the legitimate aspirations of all states had as far as possible been gratified, the cause of war might be removed, and jealousy between nations become a thing of the past. It was this hope which really dictated the territorial settlement of 1815. More especially, Austria, Prussia, and Russia were on the one hand to be recompensed for their exertions in the common cause by the satisfaction of their ambitions, and on the other hand to be left in that relative position which they had occupied in 1789. But it was clear that no transfer of possessions could be devised which would be equally acceptable to all states, and the Allies recognized that if the order created at Vienna were to be maintained, there must be some guarantee that infraction of the treaties would be punished. The mystical temperament of Alexander I led him to hope that this guarantee might be found in the basing of international relations on the precepts of the Gospel, the observance of which should be ensured by the tender solicitude and armed strength of the great powers. The Holy Alliance, which almost all rulers were invited to join except the Pope as being too Christian, and the Sultan as not being Christian enough, aimed at the substitution of fraternal love for the international rivalry of the past. But the very expansiveness of the alliance was sufficient to defeat its object, and a more real security was found in the renewal of the Treaty of Chaumont, which had been originally concluded between Great Britain, Austria, Russia, and Prussia to effect the overthrow of Napoleon. The signatories pledged themselves to maintain the treaties, and more especially to prevent any renewed aggression on the part of France. To carry out this treaty, it was provided that the powers should renew their meetings at fixed periods, to consult as to their common interests, and to provide for the repose and prosperity of nations and the maintenance of the peace of Europe. The Quadruple Alliance, thus confirmed, seemed to place the status quo under the effective guarantee of overwhelming military strength. There was, however, no real unanimity between the Allies. Before the 100 Days, such acute differences had arisen that war seemed not improbable, and at a later date the Eastern question had been shelved owing to the obvious impossibility of agreement. Diplomatists spent anxious hours in attempting to discover the sinister purport which they believed to be hidden under the unexceptionable language of the Treaty of the Holy Alliance. Great Britain was not in accord with her allies either as to the principles which should govern the future conduct of the affairs of Europe, or as to the interpretation of the Treaty of Chaumont. In fact, the history of the years which immediately follow the peace is mainly concerned with the gradual falsifying of the hopes raised by the concord of the powers of Vienna. Those rivalries which had for a while been stilled in the presence of the awful majesty of the Napoleonic tyranny soon revived, and there was perhaps only one prominent statesman who sincerely desired the coming of the projected millennium. This man, Prince Metternich, Chancellor of the Austrian Empire, dominates the stage of European history for a generation, as he strives against fate and labours to breathe life into a dead past. He failed as he was bound to fail, and because he failed, Because the ideals against which he contended are invested with the glamour of successful realization, he has been glorified or degraded into a species of political Apollyon, deliberately barring the path out of darkness into light. Yet his anxiety to maintain the status quo was the natural result both of his temperament and of the circumstances of his position. Distrusting all appeals to sentiment, he rejected heroic policies, and his innate conservatism was enhanced by the fact that caution and patience had won him such success as he had secured. At the same time, his vanity led him to believe that he had dictated the decisions of the Congress of Vienna, and for the settlement there devised he conceived an almost paternal affection. That it was purely the result of his diplomacy is hardly true, but it did represent his views more accurately than those of any other man, and especially the substitution of the ideal of stability for that of nationality was altogether acceptable to him. For Metternich was a patriot who desired to preserve the integrity of his master's dominions and the prestige of the House of Habsburg. But the situation of the Austrian Empire was such that any appeal to nationality, and even any unrest, was fraught with serious danger to it. Francis II ruled over Germans, Magyars, Czechs, Poles, Ruthenians, Slavs, Croats, Romanians, and Italians. He could rely upon no bond of union between these diverse races beyond that which might be afforded by the faith of treaties and by the desire to avoid conflict. If nationalities were admitted to possess a prescriptive right to select their own form of government, the collapse of the Austrian Empire might seem to be within sight. And further, a movement which might be harmless elsewhere was here only too likely to lead to the preaching of nationality and to consequent revolution. Rest was essential to this most heterogeneous monarchy. Realizing this fact, Metternich could do nothing but advocate peace and even immobility. He became the apostle of the status quo, opposing all change, since there could be no change which might not lead to the disruption of the Habsburg dominions. He feared, and not without good cause, as the events of 1848 were to prove, that any weakening of the barriers against disorder would open the floodgates of revolution and overwhelm the Austrian monarchy. For this reason, he desired so to interpret the Quadruple Alliance that it should mean the complete control of Europe by the Allies, the maintenance not merely of the territorial settlement of Vienna, but also of existing internal systems. He relied on his own superior diplomacy to enable him to dictate the decisions of the Allies at the periodical reunions of sovereigns and ministers. Thus the integrity of Austria and her influence in Europe could be secured, and the continent would rejoice in the attainment of long-sought repose. Unfortunately for the success of this policy, it was not entirely agreeable to the other members of the alliance. Great Britain could not cooperate heartily with absolutist states. Her ministers, with the ever-present fear of the House of Commons before their eyes, could not lightly agree to suppress across the Channel those free institutions upon which the prosperity of England was alleged to rest. On the other hand, partial geographical isolation and the hesitancy of Castlereagh, who was unwilling openly to break with the Allies, combined to minimize for a time the effect of British policy. It was far otherwise in the case of Alexander I. Ruler of a great autocratic empire, master of a supposedly invincible army. His opinions and conduct were bound to affect deeply the course of continental affairs, the more so as he enjoyed a complete ascendancy over the soul of Frederick William III. For a while the diplomatic history of Europe turns largely on the control of the mind of the Tsar, which was swayed by the most conflicting influences. Dominated for a moment by the genius of Napoleon, Alexander had been mentally illumined by the flames of Moscow, and the resultant hatred of the tyrant had been utilized by Stein to suggest the adoption of the role of liberator of Europe. Under the influence of his own mysticism and of the teaching of Madame Hüttner, a courtesan turned prophetess, the Tsar's conception of his destiny developed. He imagined himself to be the apostle of the millennium. He became, in some measure, the exponent of vaguely liberal ideas. The Holy Alliance was the expression of the religious side of the imperial nature. To Metternich it was mere verbiage, objectionable as tending to obscure the real and necessary union between the powers, but otherwise not much more serious than the later present of Bibles to the court of Vienna. But when the Tsar went further and gave expression to his liberalism, the outlook at once became graver. He had granted a constitution to Poland, and his address to the Diet was couched in almost Jacobin terms. "Freely elected, you must deliberate freely," said the autocrat. He had encouraged German princes to establish assemblies of estates in their dominions, and had supported Sardinia against Austria, thus preventing the realization of Metternich's ideal of a complete Habsburg control of the Italian peninsula. Worst of all, Capodistrias, the Tsar's minister and personal friend, was credibly reported to have presided at a meeting of the Carbonari, an admittedly revolutionary society. In these circumstances it was the first object of Metternich to secure control over the imperial conscience, and for this purpose he availed himself, not unskilfully, of the character of Alexander. He alarmed his pietism by declaring that the revolution was in essence atheistical, and developing the argument, pointed out that liberalism was merely thinly disguised revolution. Morality demanded the maintenance of the status quo. The ingratitude of the Poles, who regularly rejected government measures in their Diet, emphasized Metternich's warnings, and Alexander was the more ready to listen, as he had fallen under the influence of reactionary advisers at home. An alleged mutiny at Petersburg, the murder of Kotzebue in Germany, completed the work of conversion. At the conference of Troppau, the Tsar made confession to the Austrian chancellor, promised amendment, and received absolution. End of section 1. Section 2 of From Metternich to Bismarck by Lionel Cecil Jane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 1. The Metternich System, Part 2. In order to secure his triumph, Metternich had certainly condescended to exaggerate the danger of revolution, and striven to excite fears which were not altogether reasonable. He had hailed the murder of Kotzebue as an event which, properly handled, might benefit the cause of good order. The isolated act of a fanatical German student was declared to prove the existence of widespread conspiracy, and the agents of Metternich in Germany left no stone unturned in their effort to induce the belief that political immorality was increasing. But at the same time, the condition of Europe might well afford food for anxious thought to the supporters of the existing order, and most of all, the posture of affairs in France, the reputed forcing house of revolution, was decidedly ominous. The first return of Louis XVIII had hardly been hailed with enthusiasm, but had been not unpopular. It was regarded as the only possible solution. His second return, perhaps equally inevitable, was much less welcome. It seemed to involve foreign dictation to France. The king had too obviously come back in the baggage train of the Allies. The monarchy had lost such hold as it had possessed on the affections of its subjects, for that hold had consisted in the fact that it had seemed to offer security against disturbance, a dream which the 100 Days had effectually dispelled. That episode had destroyed the prestige of the Bourbons. They were henceforth regarded with indifference, and it took little to change indifference into positive hostility. Discontent was increased by the action of Louis in dissociating himself from the glories of the revolutionary period by the rejection of the tricolour, by the occupation of French soil by the Allies, and by the excesses of the Royalists. At first, indeed, the tricolour party, the Left, was insignificant in numbers and cowed into sullen acquiescence. But from the moment of Louis's return, France was in a very real sense divided into two nations, one of which would do nothing to keep the dynasty on the throne. There was, however, a more immediate menace to the monarchy in the existence of the extreme Royalists, the Ultras, or Right, whose zeal outran their discretion. Consisting mainly of returned émigrés and clergy, this party regarded the revolution as an abomination, and hoped to find in the Restoration a complete return to the ancien régime. They wished to render the Charter nugatory, if not to abolish it, to establish a censorship of the press, and to bring education completely under the control of the Church, to secure compensation for those whose lands had been confiscated, and to confine office to those who had made no agreement with the revolution. At their head was the heir to the throne, Charles, Comte of Artois, who used his position as Colonel General of the National Guard to turn military inspectors into political agents, and whose extensive appanage enabled him to subsidize the Royalist party leaders. The so-called Congregation, ostensibly a religious society but in effect a political club with reactionary ideals, gave the Ultras its wholehearted support. It included the majority of the clergy and devout laymen, and its influence was increased by the Romantic Revival, by the brilliant pen of Chateaubriand, and by the new popularity of Ultramontanism. Louis XVIII, a Voltairian by temperament and a statesman from painful experience, realized the danger into which the excesses of these zealots were leading the monarchy. He therefore turned to the Centre party, to that mass of moderate opinion which aimed, in the phrase of one of its leaders, at nationalizing the monarchy and royalizing the nation. Loyal observance of the Charter was the keynote of the moderate policy. The country should be led soberly along the path of constitutional progress, and so learn that the maintenance of the dynasty was not incompatible with liberty, and that revolution was not the only avenue to freedom. It would have been more easy to carry out this policy if it had not been that the character of the Charter was such that the extreme Royalists were able to raise a serious constitutional question, and to cloak their reactionary ideas under the guise of advanced liberalism. The deputies elected during the turmoil which followed the 100 Days, and under pressure from the allied armies, were generally of the Ultra party, and though the king desired an amnesty, the majority compelled measures of retaliation. Ney was executed. Courts of summary jurisdiction were created to deal with the supposedly disaffected high officials of the Empire, and regicides were excluded from office. And in the south, a violent outburst of Royalist vengeance, the White Terror, occurred. All this was in accord with the declared wishes of the majority of the elected people. Thus the political situation led to a constitutional struggle, which centred mainly around the question of the relationship between the executive and the chamber. The Charter, granted by Louis in 1814, was indecisive on this point. It provided for the creation of an hereditary House of Peers, chosen in the first instance by the Crown, and a lower house, the members of which were to be elected by a constituency composed of those paying not less than 300 francs in direct taxes. Toleration and liberty of the press were guaranteed. Finance was to be under the control of the elective body. It remained to secure the smooth working of this constitution, and to decide whether the choice of ministers should be left to the king or be in accord with the will of the majority of the deputies. On this point, the ideas of Louis and of the Chamber were in flat contradiction, and it was thus clear that either the electorate must be changed or the king fall into the hands of the ultras. The history of the Restoration turns mainly on the solution of this problem. Louis XVIII, realizing that the security of his dynasty demanded conciliatory measures, laboured to restrain the violence of the reaction by selecting moderate men for his advisers. But the ultras, powerful in the chamber, united with the left, and even with the declared foes of their most cherished ideals, in order to compel the choice of ministers of whom they approved, and the eventual failure of the king to withstand the pressure thus brought to bear upon him led to a situation from which the only escape was found to be revolution. It is somewhat paradoxical, but yet true to say, that the Bourbons fell because they failed to rule in defiance of the elective chamber. At the time of his first restoration, Louis, on the advice of Wellington, and as some kind of guarantee against too violent reaction, had accepted Talleyrand and Fouché as his ministers. But it was only natural that he should be unable to work in full accord with an ex-bishop and a Napoleonic minister of police, and he took the earliest opportunity of accepting their resignations, despite the services which Talleyrand had rendered to the Bourbon cause at the Congress of Vienna. They were replaced by a moderate cabinet headed by Richelieu, an émigré who had not borne arms against his country, and whose administrative capacity had been proved by his government of Odessa, September 1815. But the minister was powerless in face of the ultra-majority in La Chambre introuvable, as Louis nicknamed his too royalist chamber. An electoral law which he introduced was rejected in both houses, while the deputies approved a counter-proposal put forward by the ultras. This measure projected an extension of the franchise, an ostensibly liberal idea, of which the real aim was by means of indirect election to throw all power into the hands of the local landowners. The peers threw out this bill also, and Louis, on the advice of the Powers, met the resultant deadlock by a dissolution. A royal ordinance devised by the moderates reduced the number of deputies from 408 to 258, as it had been in 1814, and the result of the general election afforded at least a partial justification of the royal policy. Richelieu secured a majority and was able to pass an electoral law, which provided for direct election, renewal of 1/5 of the chamber annually, and permanent reduction of its numbers. The electors were to be 30, the deputies 40 years of age. The former were to pay 300 francs, the latter 1,000 in direct taxes. In this way, the total number of voters was reduced to 100,000, but the representation of moderate opinion was secured. This measure was followed by the suppression of the summary courts and by the reform of the army by Gouvion Saint-Cyr. Richelieu profited by the increased stability of the monarchy to gain his greatest triumph. By the Peace of Paris and the concurrent agreements between the powers, it had been provided that France should be occupied for a while by the allied armies. The date of evacuation was to be determined by a conference to be held in 1818. When it met at Aix-la-Chapelle, Richelieu, partly owing to his personal influence with the Tsar, but partly owing to the improved condition of France and the existence of an army capable of defending the monarchy, was able to secure that the allied troops should be withdrawn by the end of the following November, 1818. The Bourbons were thus freed from the stigma of relying on foreign support, and for the first time were in a position to nationalize the monarchy and royalize the nation. But Richelieu gained more than this. France was recognized as being purified from the stain of revolutionary conduct. She was rehabilitated in the eyes of Europe and formally admitted to membership of the alliance. From the position of a suspected criminal, she was raised to the rank of a police constable. To Metternich, the event afforded ground for grave misgivings. He was alarmed at the inclusion of another constitutional power in the League against Disorder, and he foresaw resultant weakening of the alliance. But he was only able to secure a secret guarantee that the great powers would continue to watch France. To outward appearance, that country had resumed her proper place in the councils of nations. Richelieu, who had thus gained a signal diplomatic triumph, did not long preserve his tenure of power. By one of the bitter ironies of history, his fall was in a sense the result of his success. In the work of securing internal repose which he had undertaken, he had been fortunate enough to enjoy the support of the most brilliant section of the Chamber, the Doctrinaires, a group of some half-dozen independents, which included Royer-Collard and Guizot. But when this part of his work had been completed, when French soil had been freed from the presence of foreign troops, liberalism became, as it were, once more a possible creed, and Richelieu found himself at variance with many of his former supporters. His own ideals were those of a moderate conservative, but moderation was at a discount in the France of the Restoration, and passivity unpopular. Richelieu seems always to have remembered that he had been an émigré, and though consistently opposed to violent royalism, he had even greater dread of revolution masquerading as reform. If driven in either direction, he would look rather to the right than to the left for help. But his chief colleagues, Ducaze, Saint-Cyr, Baron Louis, favoured a frankly liberal programme, and the cabinet was reduced to impotence by internal dissensions. The partial elections of 1818, which occurred while the Conference of Aix-la-Chapelle yet sat, brought matters to a head. The Liberals made many gains. Lafayette and Constant, who had been prominent supporters of the Revolution, were among those returned. Richelieu, though he assured the powers that there was no cause for alarm, secretly trembled. He took the event to prove a revival of revolutionary sentiment, and when the ultras clamoured for electoral reform, his sympathy went out to them. But the majority of his colleagues drew entirely different conclusions. Regarding the successes of the left as proof that France was more free to express her true opinion, they argued that the desire for progressive legislation should be gratified, and in advocating concession in lieu of repression, they had the support of Louis XVIII. Richelieu, never a glutton for office, seized the opportunity to resign. His nominal successor was Dessolles, but the real head of the new cabinet was Ducaze, to whom the leadership of the more moderate Liberals fell as a result alike of his undoubted capacity and of his intimate friendship with the king. Under his direction the country entered upon a period of great political interest, during which an attempt was made to realise his aim of nationalising the monarchy and royalising the nation. It proved impossible to attain either of these ends. The constant distrust of moderation which has characterised French political life since 1789, the constant preference for idealistic projects rather than practical reforms, was an insurmountable obstacle. Yet for a while fortune attended the efforts of the ministry. The conservative tendency of the House of Peers was corrected by the addition of new members, drawn from the ranks of former dignitaries of the Empire. Baron Louis, by his skilful finance, restored national credit, and thus produced an increase of material prosperity, while the substitution of annual complete budgets for the previous separate rendering of accounts by each department of state at irregular intervals brought revenue and expenditure really under the control of the Chamber. The attitude of the cabinet was defined by its refusal to modify the electoral law in a conservative sense, by its abolition of the censorship and introduction of trial by jury in press cases, and by the freeing of periodicals from all restrictions other than the giving of general security for good conduct. Such progress along constitutional lines was interrupted first by an accident and then by a tragedy. At each election the Liberals had gained seats, until finally the Abbé Grégoire was returned for Isère. He was not merely a renegade priest. He had attacked monarchy as an institution, had used his scriptural knowledge to supply him with libellous epithets for application to Marie Antoinette, and was regarded as largely responsible for the execution of Louis XVI. His election led to universal alarm. The powers, through their ambassadors, recommended precautionary measures, and seriously debated whether the time had not come to act on the secret clauses of the Quadruple Alliance. The ultras hailed the event as conclusive proof of the growth of revolutionary feeling and demanded vigorous repression. Even the moderates were filled with concern. Louis XVIII and Ducasse had a better appreciation of the significance of the event. They were well aware that no one deplored it more vehemently than its true authors, Charles of Artois and his partisans. The ultras, hating moderation in every form and hoping to identify liberalism with revolution, had deliberately supported the candidates of the left against those of the ministry, so that the return of an extremist such as Grégoire proved not that France was weary of the existing order, but that there are no bounds beyond which faction will not carry its devotees. It showed perhaps that moderate counsels could not as yet prevail. It hardly indicated that reactionary measures were either necessary or expedient. Realizing, as he certainly did, the true meaning of the event, Ducasse might have been expected to resist the pressure of foreign diplomats and French hypocrites, but he seems to have lost his nerve. In an effort to conciliate the ultras, he exchanged his former consistent liberalism for advocacy of electoral reform. But his ministry was weakened by the resignation of Baron Louis and Saint-Cyr, and its prestige was shattered by its forced assent to the expulsion of Grégoire. Attempts to induce Royer-Collard to take office and to bolster up the government with the help of the doctrinaires failed, and though Ducasse and his chief lieutenant, Dessert, battled on, they constantly lost ground in the chamber, until a tragedy completed the ruin of the cabinet. The Duke of Berry, younger son of Charles of Artois, was assassinated by a political fanatic, and as both he and his elder brother, the Duke of Angoulême, were childless, it was easy to represent the crime as part of a calculated attempt to extinguish the elder branch of the royal family. The widowed duchess openly accused Ducasse of complicity in the murder. Many who rejected this absurd suggestion considered that the liberalism of the minister had contributed to the tragedy. Louis, bitterly reproached by his brother and his family, bowed before the storm. He accepted the resignation of his favourite, who was consoled with a dukedom and the embassy to London. The fall of Ducasse marks the end of what may be called the constitutional experiment of the restored Bourbon monarchy, of the attempt to reconcile the nation with the dynasty. The failure was the result of the fact that the more violent partisans on either side hated nothing so much as moderation, and this inveterate hostility to temperate counsels drove France along the path which led to the Revolution of 1830. For a while, indeed, the king refused to submit entirely to the ultras, and tried to find a solution by securing once more the services of Richelieu, who was to French what Wellington was to English political life at this period. Richelieu might be trusted to refrain from violent measures, and as far as possible to pursue a national policy. But he was convinced from the first that it was beyond his power to realize his aim of conciliation and abstention from controversial legislation, and it was with extreme reluctance, and only after Charles had promised him his support, that he consented to take office. End of section 2. Section 3 of From Metternich to Bismarck by Lionel Cecil Jane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 1, The Metternich System, Part 3. So far, Richelieu had been supported by the right, but this support was presently withdrawn. The birth of a posthumous heir to the murdered Duke of Berry led to an outbreak of royalist enthusiasm. The consequent gains made by the ultras at the ensuing elections in which they were assisted by royal proclamations in favor of their candidates, caused that party to press for more decided measures. They were further dissatisfied with the attitude adopted by the ministry at Troppau and Laibach, where they had hoped to see France ranged definitely on the side of legitimacy and commissioned to intervene in favor of Ferdinand VII. At the same time, the left, already alienated by the repressive measures of the government, were disappointed that Richelieu failed to go to the help of the Greek insurgents. The cabinet was thus assailed on all sides, and the great administrative capacity of Dessert did not suffice to save it. After making one last appeal to Charles to remember his promise of support, and finding that the prince's word of honour was valueless, Richelieu resigned. He had once been the victim of his conservative tendencies. Now he fell because he was not conservative enough. In both cases, the true cause of his retirement was that he was a patriot who realized that party violence was bound to destroy the monarchy of the Bourbons. That monarchy now hastened to its doom. Louis XVIII, submitting to the influence of Gout and Madame Calas, ceased to fight against the extremist views of those nearest to him, and allowed Villèle to form an ultra-royalist ministry bent on revenge. For the ideal of nationalizing the monarchy, that of a close union between church and crown was substituted. Villèle aimed deliberately at the restoration of the Ancien Régime. He hoped to secure this by parliamentary agency, by measures which should be invested with such validity as the assent of the elected of the people could supply. To secure that assent was not difficult. The electoral law threw the balance of political power into the hands of the landowners, who had been thoroughly alarmed by the formation of secret societies such as the Charbonnerie, the French counterpart of the Carbonari, and the frequency of military plots. They believed that security of property demanded repressive measures. In these circumstances, it is not surprising that the congregation grew in numbers and more dictated the policy of the government, which assumed a markedly ecclesiastical character. To silence expressions of opposition and to prevent the dissemination of liberal opinions, the law of tendencies was introduced. A newspaper might be found guilty of a tendency towards improper conduct, revealed in a series of articles, each of which might be in itself perfectly harmless, and might for this cause be suspended. The censorship was abolished, but on the other hand, authorization was a necessary prelude to publication. Press cases ceased to be tried before a jury, and press offences were heavily punished. With the same end in view, a bishop, Frézenu, was appointed Grand Master of the University, a preliminary step toward placing all education under the control of the Church, the Ministry of Religion being associated with that of education. And Villèle began seriously to consider the question of compensating the émigrés. Meanwhile, the growth of material prosperity induced, the censorship of the press compelled, the cessation of open criticism of the government. Though the Bourbon monarchy was already dancing on a volcano, the truth was realized neither at home nor abroad. On the contrary, stability appeared to have been attained, and France, cured of her revolutionary heresies, to becoming more and more into line with the aristocratic states. Metternich rejoiced that one of the two liberal powers should display signs of a willingness to join in the great work of maintaining the status quo. He possibly felt that a reformed criminal would be sure to make an efficient police constable. And he was the more delighted at the apparent conversion of France, because the European situation was such as to rouse his gravest fears. Unrest was prevalent in all the other states bordering on the Mediterranean, and events occurred which disquieted the courts of Europe, and which seemed to justify the warnings of the conservatives in every country. It is at first sight remarkable that Spain should have set the example of revolution, since nowhere had the Restoration been more sincerely welcomed, or a reactionary policy commanded a larger measure of public support. Ferdinand VII had been idealized by his people as a martyr to the ambition of Napoleon. But he quickly lost the glamour which had been cast round the picturesque figure of the princely exile. Coarse and sensual, inconstant even in his vices, swayed by favourites of low birth and lower tastes, he was well fitted to disgust the most loyal nation under heaven. And while the brutality of the government offended the humanity, its inefficiency galled the pride and patriotism of the Spanish race. As might have been expected, Ferdinand's first act was to abolish the Constitution of 1812, the loss of which was in itself no great evil, since it was utterly alien to the traditions of the people, and would probably in any case have proved to be unworkable. Even the revival of the Inquisition and the immunities of classes was not altogether unpopular. But the complete restoration of the former government system bred discontent. The ministers became once more covachualistas, mere clerks hidden in the vaults of the palace, and they did not even possess the merit of competent unoriginality. Garay, indeed, was for a time permitted to labour at the reform of the finances, but though the cupidity of Ferdinand was gratified by the prospect of increased revenue, the minister soon fell. Neither he nor any one else could long make headway against the intrigues of the Camarilla, an inner clique composed of the personal favourites of the king. And while many of those who had served their country well during the struggle with Napoleon were persecuted and proscribed, Spain was reduced to a condition of extreme poverty, ignorance, and weakness. She was left without a navy, in a state bordering on bankruptcy and riddled with corruption, and with an army starving, naked, and ashamed. Abroad, Ferdinand's government offended the not too keen moral sense of the Eastern powers, and the Tsar, though he was afterwards ready to sell worthless ships at an exorbitant price to the bankrupt king, yet at first marked his disapproval of his courses by not inviting him to enter the Holy Alliance. At home, plots multiplied, and the Freemasons, becoming a political organization, strove to spread revolutionary doctrines. The traditional loyalty of the Spanish people was long proof against all shattering of dreams. But at last, the accession to office of Mata Florida, the most notorious of reactionaries, by giving promise of a more bitter tyranny, produced a crisis. The army, which had been collected at Cadiz for the reduction of the rebel American colonies, had been unable to embark owing to the lack of transports. It became infected with constitutional ideas, the more readily because it loathed the prospect of service across the Atlantic, and because it was left unpaid and idle. An initial plot was frustrated by the treachery of La Bisbal, the general commanding, who first won the confidence and then revealed the plans of the conspirators. But the traitor was rather unwisely replaced in his command by the weak and dilatory Calderón, and a second attempt met with better success. Led by Riejo and Quiroga, two colonels of greater vanity than merit and greater luck than ability, the movement fared ill at first. A march by Riejo on Cordova was fruitless. The population of the districts through which he passed was apathetic, and he gained few adherents. But just when all seemed lost, the simultaneous outbreak of revolt at Corunna and Barcelona, and indeed throughout the kingdom, turned the scale. Ferdinand, who was certainly under no illusions as to the extent of his popularity, was thoroughly frightened and decided to give way. He swore to the Constitution of 1812, for which the mobs had vaguely clamoured, and promised to convene a Cortes. Riejo, entering Madrid, was hailed as a popular hero and as the saviour of his country. In due course, the Estates met, and an attack was instituted upon clerical privilege, as the necessary prelude to financial and social reform, 1820. But the majority in the Cortes was not content with mere redress of grievances. It hoped for a complete breach with the past, and forthwith its violence, coupled with the absurd vanity of Riejo, began the alienation of public opinion from the liberals. Ferdinand watched with satisfaction the revival of devotion to himself. He intrigued perpetually for the restoration of absolute power, relying upon two factors to secure his triumph. He believed, and with reason, that Spain would ever prefer the tyranny of the crown, which it knew, to that of a parliamentary majority. The recent creation of a moment of enthusiasm, unknown, without associations, and devoid of claims to loyalty. With all his faults, the king knew his people for what they were, at heart prone to submit to monarchical rule, because too proud to bear government by possible inferiors or even by mere equals. And the hope which he had won from this analysis of the character of his subjects was intensified by his conviction that the powers, apostles of legitimacy and the status quo, could not long abandon him to the tender mercies of a people whose susceptibilities he had outraged and whose prosperity he had ruined. But whereas the king's confidence in the allies would in general have been abundantly justified, in this particular case the circumstances of the European situation made it vain. Alexander I, indeed, filled with the passionate zeal of recent conversion, was ready to march an army from Moscow to Madrid in defence of absolute rule. Such an expedition would have proved his sincerity, and afforded useful occupation for soldiers tired of inaction and inclined to clamour for blood. In France, the ultra-royalists advocated war as a means of acquiring prestige for the Bourbons and to further their designs at home. But Richelieu, who in this had the support of the left, was averse from such action, and his constitutional timidity was intensified by the knowledge that Great Britain was avowedly hostile to all idea of intervention in the Spanish peninsula. For once in a way, Austria sided with the liberal powers. Metternich dreaded the passage of Russian troops through the Habsburg dominions, and he feared that a successful war would rouse again in France the latent spirit of aggression. And he was equally reluctant either to bring possible discredit upon the alliance or to risk its weakening and dissolution by using it to support a ruler condemned by the general voice of the continent. For a while, therefore, he was led to preach the unusual doctrine of non-intervention, and the attitude which he adopted was decisive in leading the powers rigorously to abstain from action. It was, however, only for a while that the apostle of wide interpretation of the treaties preached another gospel. Disturbances in the Italian peninsula soon won him back to his earlier view that Europe should be controlled by the moral hegemony which the great powers had established. Italy, reduced once more to a mere diplomatic expression by the settlement of 1815, had, with the notable exception of Piedmont, become little more than a mere appanage of the Austrian Empire. The rulers of the various states were bound to the Habsburgs by ties of blood or interest. They were ready and even anxious to assist in stifling those vague yearnings for a national existence which the use of the term Kingdom of Italy and the employment of Italians in the work of government had called into being during the Revolution. Such yearnings were anathema to Metternich, for the restraint of liberalism, in his opinion, a necessity everywhere, was here doubly necessary, since Austria was touched directly and her dominions in danger of infection. While, therefore, he saw the danger of attempts to Germanize Italy, it was the first principle of his policy to crush all national feeling. Unity, he declared, was not merely an emphatic denial of the doctrine of legitimacy and of the sacredness of the treaties. It would also lead infallibly to revolution, since the jarring interests of the various sections of the peninsula could but produce unending conflict. In order to deaden activity of political thought, then, and to lull the Italian people into mental inertia, he advocated efficient administration and the encouragement of material prosperity. Those who were fat and well-liking would not disturb the peace, since disturbance would imperil their own position. The Lombardo-Venetian kingdom, on the whole, afforded a practical example of the working of Metternich's ideal of benevolent despotism. Government was honest, though strict, technical education was fostered, and industry consequently advanced. If taxation was unduly heavy, it was still not heavy enough to destroy the industrial well-being. At the same time, would-be politicians had cause enough to complain. They were excluded from public life and rather needlessly irritated, though it must be remembered that they were at heart thoroughly disloyal to the existing order, and that their ideal involved the expulsion of the Austrians from Italy. As to the other states of the peninsula, Metternich formed close alliances with most of them, but though they were thus brought under Habsburg influence, they offered less perfect illustrations of the methods of the Austrian chancellor. Tuscany and Parma were ruled with the mildness traditional in the imperial house, and in these duchies the sovereigns were generally popular. But Modena, the Papal States, and the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies presented in varying shades pictures of corrupt and unpopular administration. Everywhere the repressive attitude of the governments led to a development of those secret societies which had first arisen during the Revolution and which made a potent appeal to the love of intrigue inherent in the Italian character. The chief society was that of the Carbonari, which had been founded at Naples and joined after 1815 by the former partisans of Murat, who had been proscribed by the restored Bourbon. It made converts throughout Italy, and especially in the armies, with the result that the first outbreak due to its efforts assumed a military complexion. Morelli and Salvati, two sub-lieutenants in the Neapolitan army, raised the standard of rebellion at Nola, vaguely demanding the Spanish Constitution, a catchword which meant to those who used it as much and as little as the laws of Edward the Confessor meant to the agitators of 12th century England. The weakness of the government prevented the movement from being nipped in the bud, and when it had been joined by Pepe, the general commanding at Naples, the king made unconditional surrender. The constitution was duly proclaimed, the political persecution of the Muratists ceased, and Ferdinand IV, while he waited for a chance of revenge, was loud in his professions of ardent devotion to the popular cause. Almost at the same time, 1821, a revolution occurred in Piedmont, which alone among the states of Italy had not made agreement with Austria. Victor Emmanuel, despite the fact that an incident known as the French Revolution had occurred, was amiable and gentle, and he had been able, with the help of Alexander I, to preserve comparative independence in his relations with the Habsburgs. His heir presumptive, Charles Albert of Carignano, was regarded as a revolutionary and was outspoken in his hatred of the Austrians. Consequently, though the government of Piedmont was popular and in some respects almost liberal, its leniency produced the same results as the barbaric severity of Ferdinand IV. The Carbonari made converts, and when news arrived of the Neapolitan Revolution, a section of the people, partly civilians, partly soldiers, demanded the Spanish Constitution, believing that they were acting in accord with the wishes of their future, if not with those of their actual king. Victor Emmanuel, realizing that Austria would not tolerate a liberal government at her very door, and unwilling to coerce his subjects, sought refuge in abdication, March 1821. Charles Albert, appointed regent for the new king, Charles Felix, brother to Victor Emmanuel I, allowed the constitution to be proclaimed, but safeguarded himself by declaring that the grant was subject to royal confirmation. For his vacillation on this occasion he has been accused of the basest treachery, and even of having deliberately lured his former accomplices to their doom. It is perhaps just to say that he wavered between his personal sympathy with the revolt and his loyalty to his family. The latter sentiment eventually prevailed, because it was backed by the strong argument which the military power of Austria presented. In any case, Charles Felix was resolved on his own course. He rejected the concessions made by his cousin, and, supported by Austria, easily restored absolutism in his kingdom. Charles Albert was sent into temporary exile from the court. The outbreak of unrest in Italy was enough to convince Metternich that non-intervention was by no means a perfect doctrine. In a circular letter to the powers, he endeavored to distinguish between the Spanish and Italian questions, urging that Austria, in virtue of her alliance with Naples, had a right to intervene, and claiming for the individual action of his government the moral support of the Allies. Alexander, however, was firm in his demand for a conference to consider the matter, and Metternich, though the danger of raising the Spanish question appeared clearly enough to him, was obliged to assent in order to avoid a breach in the concert of Europe. The imminence of such a breach appeared as soon as the Conference of the Powers assembled at Troppau in October 1820. Great Britain, represented merely by her ambassador at Vienna, refused to be a party to the coercion of Naples, and showed her real wishes by attempting to mediate between Ferdinand and his subjects. She aimed not at serving the ends of Austria, who desired to destroy liberalism in Italy, but at removing the only plausible excuse for intervention by ending the internal divisions of the two Sicilies. France, whose envoys had only limited powers, assumed an attitude of reserve. But on the other hand, Metternich found that the Tsar, disgusted by his recent experiences in Poland, had been won over entirely to the conservative cause, and that the three Eastern powers were willing to act together. For a while he strove to maintain at least the appearance of solidarity in the alliance. The Troppau Protocol, a colourless document to which even Great Britain was able to give a qualified assent, merely asserted the general principle that intervention was legitimate when internal changes threatened external disorder. The actual case of Italy was postponed to another conference, which the King of Naples was invited to attend. Before he left his capital, Ferdinand swore with peculiar solemnity to the Constitution, and declared that he was going to the conference merely as a peacemaker between his people and Europe. But as soon as he was safe under Austrian protection at Laibach, June 1821, he gave vent to his true feelings, denouncing the revolution and begging for help. The Eastern powers readily acceded to his request, and though Great Britain refused to act with them, Austria was commissioned to restore order in the peninsula. This restoration was speedily accomplished. The Neapolitan rebels were defeated in a skirmish at Rieti, lost heart, and abandoned the struggle. Ferdinand, borne back to power on the arms of Austria, turned to the congenial task of revenging himself on his foes. At the same time, the revolution in Piedmont came to an inglorious end, and through the peninsula the ascendancy of the Habsburgs was placed on a still more assured basis. The real weakness of that ascendancy, the breach in the alliance, which had appeared at Troppau and Laibach, was not fully realized at the time. The impossibility of constant cooperation between the Western and Eastern powers was not appreciated. Instead, the settlement of Italy seemed to assure the supremacy of Metternich and of his system of conservatism in Europe. End of section 3. Section 4 of From Metternich to Bismarck by Lionel Cecil Jane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 2. The Independence of Greece, Part 1. Meanwhile, in Germany, Metternich had secured a more or less complete triumph of his ideas. At the Congress of Vienna, the restoration of the old Holy Roman Empire had been considered and rejected as impossible. The tradition upon which alone it had rested had been discredited by the gibes of Voltaire and completely shattered by the French Revolution and the Napoleonic reconstruction of the German map. It could not revive at the bidding of the great powers, even if Prussia would have agreed to such increase of Habsburg prestige. On the other hand, the German states could not be left without any bond of union whatsoever. The existence of numerous enclaves and the consequent frequency of boundary disputes supplied an ever-present casus belli. The divergence in strength between the various states afforded sufficient inducement for aggression to the stronger, sufficient motives for jealousy to the weaker, to render a condition of perpetual war at least not unthinkable. And in the background rose the vision of an aggressive France, who had always found in the divisions of Germany an occasion for her own advancement. The peace-seeking diplomatists of Vienna saw that they could not hope for stability in Europe if this storm centre remained uncalmed, and thus the Germanic Confederation was created. This body was to be the necessary superior power to prevent the reign of utter anarchy and to guard against French ambition. But it was so organized that its very constitution guaranteed that it should be incapable of fulfilling the first of the purposes which it was intended to serve. The presence of Austria and Prussia, two great military states, mutually distrustful and with conflicting interests, was enough to prevent the Confederation from becoming efficient, the more so as part of the territories of each of these powers was outside the Germanic body. But inefficiency was further safeguarded. No attempt was made to decide whether the Confederation was to be a preliminary step towards the attainment of real unity, or rather to supply a means of postponing forever the ending of that disunion which had subsisted since the great interregnum, and which the Peace of Westphalia had recognized and perpetuated. Inasmuch as any real union would naturally be in some measure a concession to the spirit of nationality, and so at least tend to destroy the status quo as established by the Congress of Vienna, it was clear that it would incur the determined hostility of Metternich. He was indeed fully resolved that the Confederation should be purely nominal. Austria, being a partially non-German state, had nothing at all to hope for from pan-Germanism, the essence of the movement towards unity. Rather, the sentiment was dangerous to her. Nor could she with safety attempt to exercise direct political influence in Germany. The history of the Fürstenbund had proved that any such attempt would be resisted by Prussia, and the lesson of the failure of Joseph II was not lost on his successors. The Habsburgs were bound to rely on the rivalry between the smaller states, which invited their intervention, and on the jealousy with which the ever-growing power of the Hohenzollerns was regarded. But most of all, they placed their trust in the feeling of traditional loyalty to themselves as the recognized heirs of the medieval emperors, a feeling which 25 stressful years had not sufficed to eradicate. The cordiality with which Francis II was received during his stately progress from Vienna to the Conference of Aix-la-Chapelle inspired his chancellor with a lively hope that he had found the solution of the German problem. Himself welcomed as a new Messiah and exalted into a moral force, Metternich trusted that a divided Germany would find in him, as the representative of his master, her guide in matters political and the perpetual arbiter of her destinies. But if this dream were to come true, it was necessary that all supporters of the existing order should be banded together in its defence and decided in their attitude and policy. infirmity of purpose on the part of governments would supply an opportunity for subjects to assert their will, and it was an undoubted fact that the subjects of many rulers, attracted by the ideal of nationality, were inclined to seek by the vague paths of liberalism for a mysterious something called progress. Left alone, it was highly probable that peoples would fail to realize how sacrosanct were the treaties, or that stability and morality, liberalism and revolution were interchangeable terms. It was therefore necessary that they should be guided from above by the powers, if the new ideas were to be combated with effect. If Prince Metternich were to remain a moral force in Germany, to save the world from anarchy and atheism, from contempt for the Habsburgs and for God. And as it happened, certain accidental circumstances both deprived Metternich's policy of that sure foundation in legality for which its authors sighed, and served to bring into the councils of the powers divisions of opinion on the matter of Germany. Article 13 of the Federal Constitution provided that there should be assemblies of estates, and as this article was no less sacred than any other clause of the sacred treaties, the position of the Austrian Chancellor became ambiguous. His conduct open to the charge of inconsistency when he censured those rulers who wished to perform the duty thus assigned to them. And many of the German princes had this wish. Conspicuous among them was the Grand Duke of Saxe-Weimar, who defied Vienna and was immoral enough to grant a liberal constitution to his subjects. His example was followed by some of the southern states, with the result that Germany failed to present to the eyes of Metternich a pleasing spectacle of consistent absolutism. Nor was the Austrian government able to protest too loudly. Alexander I, not yet forgetful of the dramatic appeal of Stein, and characteristically attracted by the glamour of an apparently lofty ideal, took the nascent liberalism of Germany under his protection and warmly approved the conduct of the reforming princes. Austria could not afford to incur the hostility of the Tsar by attacking his protégés, especially when those protégés were merely carrying out a clause of the treaties which the alliance was pledged to maintain. And the dilemma of Metternich was rendered more acute by another fact. Had Prussia been in full sympathy with Austria, the combined persuasion of the two great states might have induced the other members of the Confederation to abstain from dangerous practices. But Frederick William III had vaguely promised a constitution to his people, and his vacillating character led him to hesitate either to break or to keep his word. Hardenberg was permitted to employ his dotage in constructing and reconstructing parliaments of ink and paper, while his master debated whether or no they should be allowed to become anything more. In these circumstances, Metternich was compelled to content himself with passive resistance. He urged continually on the court of Berlin more or less ingenuous plans for the technical keeping and actual breaking of the promises which it had made. At the same time, he instructed Count Buhl, the Austrian delegate and president of the Diet, to impede the completion of any business. He himself waited for a chance to play the part of St. George and strike down the dragon of liberalism. His opportunity came as a result of some rather futile exhibitions by a group of extreme liberals, the students of the University of Jena. The Wartburg festival was held by them in October 1817 to celebrate the Reformation and the Battle of Leipzig. It was marked by the burning of some reactionary books, a corporal's baton, and incidentally of a pair of corsets. These actions were meant to display hatred of repression, militarism, and foreign influence. They were interpreted as dangerous signs of increasing contempt for authority. Metternich pointed the moral that students should be carefully restrained, and the Wartburg exhibition and other similar displays assisted to cure Alexander of his sympathy for the German liberals. The influence of Austria, which had been steadily growing since the conference of Aix-la-Chapelle, was soon confirmed by an emphatic illustration of the danger of indecision. Kotzebue, a Russian privy councillor who had abandoned politics for poetry, incurred the hostility of the reforming party by his reactionary writings. He was now assassinated by a mad theological student, and the deed, which was rashly applauded by some injudicious liberals, was followed by other attempts at murder. Metternich hailed these events with expressions of horror and feelings of secret delight. They gave him the chance for which he had waited. Everywhere his agents laboured to discover, perhaps even to invent, proofs of a general conspiracy against law and order, while the court of Vienna insisted on the absolute necessity of precautionary measures. It was no longer alone in its advocacy of stern repression. Prussia had already postponed all internal change, and had admonished the Grand Duke of Saxe-Weimar. After the death of Kotzebue, a conference between Frederick William and Metternich was held at Teplitz, and as a result the Austrian policy was fully adopted by the court of Berlin. Common measures for the maintenance of good order were concerted, and the other members of the Confederation were invited to send representatives to a special diet at Carlsbad. Here the two great powers found no difficulty in imposing their views on the minor states, and the Carlsbad decrees, September 1819, were issued to regulate the police system of Germany. It was provided that universities should be supervised and all secret societies prohibited. Pamphlet literature was to be strictly censored. Metternich urged the direct encouragement of the national taste for books literally and figuratively ponderous, in order to gratify in a harmless manner aspirants to literary fame. A central commission was established at Frankfurt to check revolutionary disturbance. The court of Vienna desired to go further and specifically to limit the powers of local estates, but the other members of the Confederation, threatened with internal discontent, declined to accept a policy which would infallibly have led to disorder and so afforded an excuse for Austrian intervention. When the conferences of Carlsbad were resumed at Vienna, the opposition of Prussia, Bavaria, and Württemberg compelled Metternich to agree to a compromise. The decrees were maintained, but their provisions were not extended, and though at a later date they were made permanent, the independence of the smaller states was at the same time guaranteed. On the other hand, there was no further idea of the establishment of liberal institutions under the aegis of governments. The reforming movement in Germany became a force hostile to constituted authority and deprived of the sympathy of Russia by the folly of many students and the crime of one. It ceased greatly to concern the advocates of absolute rule. At the same time, the new friendship between Austria and Prussia confirmed the supremacy of the former in the Diet, and all proposals for strengthening the Germanic Confederation were tacitly abandoned. If Metternich had not triumphed completely, he had none the less triumphed. The Conference of Vienna is the high-water mark of his ascendancy in Europe. Almost immediately, the shadow of his approaching fall darkens his path, and the menacing spectre of the Eastern question looms large in the foreground of the political picture. Metternich had attempted in 1815 to secure a settlement of the affairs of the Ottoman Empire, and by placing the dominions of the Sultan under the guarantee of the Powers, to set up an effective barrier against the aggression of Russia. So vital, however, had been the differences which appeared between the allies, that discretion was felt to be indeed the better part of valour. To save the concert of Europe, it was agreed to ignore a certain lack of harmony. But though the question was thus gently shelved, its pressing character was not the less fully realized. the dissolution of the Ottoman Empire was regarded as being merely a question of time, and a scramble for the inheritance of the sick man was considered to be one of the most probable events. When it came, there would be an end of the Grand Alliance, and as a result of this, and of the additional circumstance that the issue of the scramble was felt to be extremely uncertain, even those who had but little ardent devotion to the ideal of a united Europe laboured anxiously to postpone as long as possible the inevitable crisis. As a matter of fact, their anxiety was to some extent needless, and the illness of the sick man, though real enough, was much exaggerated by his doctors. This exaggeration was partly due to the character of Mahmud II, who was something of an enigma, and who was generally thought to be wholly incapable of doing anything to arrest the decline and fall of his empire. He appeared to be at one time indolent and weak, and at another energetic and violent, and was constantly regarded as a typical Oriental despot, by nature lazy and incompetent, but liable to flashes of truly barbaric anger. This portrait fell short of the truth. Mahmud was rather a man of no ordinary talent. He pursued a clear and consistent policy, to the accomplishment of which he was altogether devoted. But he was also well aware that it was most essential for him to act with caution, availing himself of such advantages as circumstances might from time to time afford him. Only in this way could he hope to meet and to overcome the difficulties which beset him. These difficulties were twofold in character. Externally, Russia was an ever-present danger. Under the treaties of Kachuk-Kainarja and Bucharest, she laid claim to certain rights over the Christian subjects of the Porte, and she had also certain grievances arising from the non-fulfilment of the later treaty. Thus, if she desired to find a casus belli, her search need not be either long nor arduous. Apart from anything else, the conduct of the sultans toward their non-Mohammedan subjects was never so ideally just as to afford no excuse for complaint. Internally, the Janissaries were so powerful that their nominal master was in effect their slave, and there was no other adequate military force. In the provinces, the pashas rendered a very shadowy obedience to Constantinople, and there could be no strength in the administration of the empire until they had been coerced or persuaded into real loyalty. Centralization, in a word, was the paramount necessity of Turkey, but Mahmud, aiming at this, had to remember that it was only too probable that his own murder would mark the conclusion of his schemes. For centralization was the last thing which the Mohammedan population of the empire desired, and the obstinate localism of the Ottomans had always imposed a species of indeterminate limitation on the theoretical absolutism of the sultans. It had also driven them to rely largely on their Christian subjects, whose interest it was to support the only power which either could or would secure them against unlimited oppression and probable massacre. Ever since 1453, the Greek Patriarch had acted as a kind of viceroy over the Rayas, his co-religionists. The Orthodox Church was almost a department of state, and it rendered valuable service to the Porte by inculcating the general duty of obedience. The dragoman of the fleet was frequently a Christian, and the Phanariots, Greeks holding official positions, formed almost a distinct section of the community. End of section 4. Section 5 of From Metternich to Bismarck by Lionel Cecil Jane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 2. The Independence of Greece, Part 2. In Greece itself, local administration was in the hands of the primates, the chief men in each district, who certainly oppressed their fellow countrymen, but were obliged to do so with more care than the Mohammedan tax-gatherers, since punishment could be less easily avoided by them. In certain districts, Christian communities were allowed to bear arms. These armatoli were employed to guard the chief passes and to check the depredations of the kleps, bands of robbers with whom they were, as a matter of fact, not infrequently leagued. On the whole, the condition of Greece, and indeed of the Christian subjects of the Porte generally, was not one of unrelieved misery. Taxation, irregular, excessive, and arbitrary as it was, did not utterly crush the people. Commerce grew and shipping increased. Both were favoured by the existence of extraterritorial rights, which enabled traders to place themselves under the protection of some foreign power. Most of the Greek ships flew the Russian flag, which on occasion served to shield pirates and other criminals from the leaden pursuit of Ottoman justice. But these favourable features in the situation of the Christians did not prevent the growth of a more or less general agitation against the government, which was fomented by the Hetairia Philike, a secret society founded by merchants at Odessa, and preaching the doctrine that the Tsar would at once assist a national movement. Its missionaries travelled through Greece collecting adherents and cash. But though it was joined by most of the prominent men of the country, it accomplished very little. Its central administration was convicted of incapacity and accused of worse, and so insignificant were the results of its labours that the Ottoman government, though fully aware of its existence, did not trouble to suppress it. More real service was rendered to the Greek cause by the Orthodox Church, which afforded the truest, if not the only, bond of union between the various sections of the country. In some measure it kept alive a sense of national identity and the use of a national language. It made possible the revival of Greek literature, which was illustrated by the writings of Koreus. Even more valuable ultimately was the sentimentality of Western Europe. The Philhellenes believed that Greece was still inhabited by the ancient Athenians, and they formed in all countries a section which strove to rouse public opinion against the Turks and in favour of Greek independence. This sentimentality at last compelled that European intervention without which the revolt would have ended in the defeat and extermination of the rebels. Finally, the Greeks possessed an invaluable asset in their fleet. The mountainous character of their country and the complete absence of any roads worthy of the name made the subjugation of Greece by an enemy at all times a difficult task, and the difficulty became almost insuperable when the enemy did not possess the command of the sea. For the country was so intersected by gulfs and channels that there was no important fortress which could not be more or less readily reached by water, and thus a besieging army, unsupported by a fleet, was faced with a problem almost incapable of solution. As was seen in the case of Missolonghi, the naval inferiority of the Turks often rendered valueless such military superiority as they might possess. Nor was their command of the sea merely of direct value to the Greeks. They made use of it to prey on the commerce of the Aegean, and plundered indifferently the trading vessels of all nations. As a result, governments were moved to take action. They might have forever remained insensible to the supplications and tears of the friends of an oppressed people. They were bound to pay attention to the more eloquent appeal of wealthy merchants and traders, who incidentally were important taxpayers. Thus, when sentiment was reinforced by considerations of practical necessity, Europe suddenly discovered that it had a moral duty to perform in saving the Greeks from extermination. In such ways the ground was prepared for the revolt of Greece, and its ultimate success made possible. A casual circumstance supplied the opportunity. In 1820, Mahmud, in the pursuit of centralization, resolved to destroy the growing independence of Ali of Ioannina. The latter had long held the Pashalik of Epirus, and had consolidated his power by a skilful blending of diplomacy with violence and of enlightened despotism with brutality. Aware that the Sultan was planning his overthrow, he tried to prevent his fall by procuring the murder of his most prominent enemy in the capital. The attempt was only partially successful. The Sultan was hopelessly angered at such open flouting of his authority, and Ali, deprived of all prospect of pardon, in 1820 went in open rebellion, trusting to his own capacity and the sympathy of his Albanian neighbours to secure him final victory. For a while he made some headway. Mahmud had no regular army, and was obliged to rely on the loyalty of the pashas. But the latter concentrated their forces with deliberation, and would not readily submit to a supreme commander. Each had his own commissariat, his own collection of camp followers, his own plan of campaign. Each distrusted the other, and all had their private aims and private suspicions of the Sultan. So little progress was made that eventually the whole strength of the Ottoman Empire had to be exerted, and the command of the army entrusted to Khurshid Pasha, governor of the Morea, whose ability was undoubted, but whose withdrawal from his province at this juncture was for that very reason the more serious and the more beneficial to the Greek cause. The new commander, indeed, soon blockaded Ali in his capital, but Ioannina, protected by its lake, was able to stand the siege, and the attention of the Porte was still mainly concentrated on Epirus. The chance of the Greeks appeared to have come, and the Hetirists, whose leaders had been reproached for raising funds rather than standards of revolt, embraced the opportunity which fortune seemed to have placed in their hands of vindicating their character. But their embrace was rather enthusiastic than discreet. They greatly exaggerated the power of Russia, believing that the Tsar could defy Europe. They were ignorant of the ties which bound Alexander to the alliance, and they were obsessed by the idea that his devotion to their cause was so great that the first sign of a rising would lead him to arm on their behalf. And to make matters worse, they lacked competent direction. Capodistrius, whom they first invited to lead them, declined the doubtful honour. Prince Alexander Ypsilantis, who was next approached, and who accepted the offer, was a kind of 19th century parallel to Frederick, Elector Palatine. Of the qualities requisite for the position, he possessed none except self-confidence, and this he possessed in such abundant measure that he devoted the greater part of his time to speculating whether he would have to be content with the reward of some subordinate though dignified position, or whether he would indeed be admitted into the charmed circle of reigning sovereigns. An enterprise of this kind, in which decision of action and full realization of the facts of the situation were essential, was bound to fail when led by such a man. An initial blunder made certainty more certain. The conspirators selected as the scene of their attempt Moldavia, a country in which the Greeks were cordially detested as the tyrannical rulers of a rumen population. It was only Ypsilantis' rash assertion that he had the support of a great power, and the consequent belief that Russia had sanctioned the enterprise, that gained for him, March 1821, even the slight measure of success which he secured. He soon disgusted his adherents by proving his incompetence. Instead of advancing at once into Wallachia, he delayed for some weeks at Yassi, and thus gave the Sultan time to prepare forces to crush him. His ruin was speedily completed. Disowned by the Tsar and excommunicated by the Greek Patriarch, he dared not await the advancing Turks. Less than 4 months after his crossing of the Prut, he was a discredited and disgraced fugitive in Transylvania. His attempt owes its importance to the declaration with which he began it. Despite the promptitude with which Alexander had disavowed Ypsilantis, a suspicion was created and endured that Russia hoped to find in the disaffection of the Greeks an excuse to forward her own sinister designs upon the Ottoman Empire. But when the rising of Ypsilantis was presently echoed in the Morea, Europe was not greatly concerned. Most statesmen were prepared to endorse the sentiment of Metternich that the affair was beyond the pale of civilization, and it seemed to matter little if Mohammedans and Christians cut one another's throats in an obscure corner of the south east. That this attitude of Olympian indifference was not permanently maintained was in a measure originally the fault of the Turks themselves. The revolt had been initiated by a wholesale massacre of the Mohammedan population of the Morea, April 1821. Reprisals on Christians followed throughout the Ottoman Empire, and the culminating point was reached when Mahmud ordered the execution of the Patriarch Gregorius, April 1821. The feelings of the Russian people were deeply moved by the death of one of the princes of the Orthodox Church. Diplomatic relations between Petersburg and Constantinople were suspended, and the avoidance of actual war may be attributed mainly to the accidental circumstance that the news reached the Tsar at Laibach. Being for the moment under the direct influence of Metternich, Alexander was easily led to remember his ideal of a united Europe. His devotion to that dream, of which the Holy Alliance had been the expression, outweighed his attachment to his church and his sympathy with his own people. Elsewhere than in Russia, opinion was enlisted on the side of the Greeks. Sentimentalists all the world over, forgetting the degeneracy of the bastard children of the ancient Hellenes, wept copiously at the thought of the misfortunes of the land of Homer and Plato, and many, translating words and feelings into action, hastened to the deliverance of the oppressed. Metternich regarded with ever-increasing concern the declining influence of his convenient dictum, and the growth of the belief that he had unduly limited the area of the civilized world. As time passed, it became more and more evident that the passivity of Europe would not endure forever. It had always been certain that the failure to settle the Eastern question in 1815, owing to the conflicting interests of the powers, made it morally hopeless to expect that the alliance could act in this matter. The Austrian Chancellor, therefore, was driven to pin his faith to a policy of delay. He trusted that fear lest a single power should snatch an undue advantage would effectually prevent all intervention, and his trust was the greater because Castlereagh, with whom he had a conference at Hanover, agreed that at all costs peace must be preserved. It was Metternich's secret prayer that while Europe deliberated, Greece might be destroyed. The liberation should be prolonged until the Turks could effect the providential extermination of a people who, to serve some private end, had not scrupled to shake the very foundations upon which the political system of the continent reposed. For a moment only did it seem likely that his prayer would be heard. Though their fleet failed to prevent the massacre of the inhabitants of Chios, the Greeks retained the command of the sea. Canaris, the most daring of their captains, burnt the Turkish flagship, and so great was the terror inspired by this exploit that the Ottoman fleet dared not stir from the safe waters of the Dardanelles. On land, temporary success for the Sultan's arms proved to be the prelude of overwhelming disaster. The reduction of Ali of Ioannina enabled Khurshid to undertake the conquest of Greece, and from his headquarters at Larissa a dual attack was organized. One army advanced westward, defeating the Greeks near Arta, and prepared to restore order in Epirus as a preliminary step to the siege of Missolonghi, the principal fortress north of the Gulf of Lepanto. At the same time, Ali of Drama moved through central Greece. He passed the Isthmus of Corinth and entered the Morea, which, since the fall of Tripolitza in the 6th month of the revolt, had been practically cleared of Turks. But his overconfidence proved his ruin. Advancing to the relief of Nauplia in August 1822, he neglected to secure his line of retreat. He was defeated and his army practically annihilated. Nauplia fell into the hands of the Greeks, whose naval superiority soon afterwards enabled them to gain a further success by compelling the Turks to raise the siege of Missolonghi in November. It seemed probable that the liberation of Greece would be accomplished without the intervention of Western Europe. But the Greeks themselves threw away the advantage which the fortune of war had given them. As has so often happened, it was found more easy to destroy than to create. Uniting in the face of a common danger, the Greeks had been able to overthrow Ottoman rule and to repulse attempts to restore it. But when the immediate peril had passed, they became the prey of dissensions. Neither the military leaders nor the sea captains would consent to the supremacy of the others, and their factious conduct sufficiently prevented the establishment of any real central government. Instead of completing the deliverance of their country by the reduction of the few remaining Turkish strongholds, the Greeks turned their arms against each other. Kolokotronis, the ablest of their generals, strove and failed to establish a military dictatorship. Meanwhile, the Greek navy fell into a state of anarchy, and it was only the sluggishness and incompetence of the Ottoman commanders which prevented them from taking the opportunity to recover the lost territory. As it was, all that the Turkish fleet could do was to revictual the fortresses still held in the Morea by means of a hasty cruise. All that the Turkish army accomplished was singularly complete failure in a second dual attack. It was now clear that the reduction of Greece could not be achieved by the unaided strength of the Ottoman Empire. It was necessary for the Porte to have the services of a fleet capable of securing the command of the sea, and of an army more highly trained and better disciplined than the levies already at their disposal. Mahmud reluctantly admitted his impotence, but he was not prepared to abandon the struggle. On the contrary, he resolved to adopt an idea which had occurred to him at an earlier date, and to call in the aid of his nominal vassal, Mehmed Ali Pasha of Egypt. Of the value of Mehmed's help from the purely military standpoint there could be no doubt. He had diligently formed an army, organized on European principles, and was in possession of a powerful fleet, fully capable of wresting the control of the sea from the Greeks. Mahmud had not turned to him before, because he regarded his vassal with not undeserved suspicion. Egypt had long since ceased to pay more than nominal deference to Constantinople, and its ruler was a man of undoubted ambition. Only bitter necessity led the Sultan to pay the price which Mehmed demanded for his help, the Pashalik of Crete for himself, and that of Morea for his son Ibrahim. It was on these terms that the bargain was concluded in 1824. A dramatic change in the fortunes of the war afforded the best testimony to the value of the new alliance. Inspired by the hope of victory, the Ottoman commanders displayed unwonted energy. Crete, which had revolted, was easily subdued. Psara, one of the chief bases of the Greek fleet, was destroyed. The siege of Missolonghi was again undertaken. Meanwhile, Ibrahim, in command of the forces of Mehmed Ali, landed in the Morea and captured Pylos, Navarino, and Tripolitza. Failing in an attempt to surprise Nauplia, he began to devastate the peninsula with a view to ending resistance by the extermination of its inhabitants. The effect of Egyptian intervention was still more strikingly evidenced in the case of Missolonghi. The defence, which had excited the admiring enthusiasm of Europe, ended when the besieged could no longer rely on their command of the sea, and with the capture of the fortress, April 1826, Western Greece was restored to the Ottoman Empire. The Turkish army, turning eastwards, reduced the Acropolis of Athens in June 1827, and once more extended the authority of the Sultan to the Isthmus of Corinth. Only in the Morea and in the islands did resistance continue, and even there the prospect of ultimate failure was increased by the continued dissensions of the Greeks, doubly fatal since the balance of military power had been transferred to their enemies. It was indeed merely the tardy intervention of Europe which deprived the Sultan's arms of victory. Upon such intervention the rebels had, with some reason, counted from the very first. The sympathy which their cause evoked had assumed a practical character. Men like Byron devoted their lives and talents to Greece. Volunteers flocked to the Greek armies, and the revolt had been mainly financed by loans contracted in the West. But the governments of Europe were not yet greatly susceptible to popular influence, and fear of a general war served to keep the powers inactive. At the Congress of Verona in 1822, the Greek envoys sent to excuse or justify the revolt were refused a hearing. Soon afterwards, pressure from Austria and England induced the Porte to concede the private demands of the Tsar. Diplomatic relations between Petersburg and Constantinople were resumed, and though dark hints were dropped that more demands remained to be made, that Russo-Turkish war to which the Greeks had confidently looked was apparently postponed indefinitely. Nor did the accession of Canning to the Foreign Secretaryship of Great Britain produce any immediately beneficial results. His known sympathy for Greece and for the Christian subjects of the Porte, and his insular character, which led him to disregard the maintenance of the alliance, caused the Greeks to hope that England would assume the rôle which Russia had rejected. Their hope was increased when in March 1823 he recognized the Greek flag, and so raised the rebels to the status of belligerents. But it soon appeared that his conduct was indeed insular, and that the policy of Great Britain was to be determined by her own interest and not by sentiment or religion. None the less, Canning's action did modify the situation to the advantage of the Greeks. The recognition of their flag, though dictated by the interests of English commerce, sufficed to place the revolt on a higher plane, since the acts of their captains were now acts of war, and not mere piratical exploits. More than ever, therefore, was it impossible for the powers entirely to ignore the Greek question. Metternich himself admitted that the establishment of the independence of Greece might well prove to be a necessary evil. In any case, the war could no longer be regarded as beyond the pale of civilization. Alexander found himself faced by a situation of extreme difficulty. He saw, or fancied that he saw, a danger that the traditional position of the Tsars as champions of the Orthodox Christians would be usurped by an alien and heretic power, and he felt that his continued neutrality was inflicting a fatal blow on Russian prestige in the Balkan Peninsula. But he was also reluctant to break with the alliance, or to sacrifice his ideal of a concert of Europe. It was in the hope that he might be able to agree with Austria as to some common line of action that he met the Emperor Francis at Czernowitz, a meeting of which the only result was to reveal the fatal divergence in ideas between the courts of Petersburg and Vienna. End of section 5. Section 6 of From Metternich to Bismarck by Lionel Cecil Jane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 2. The Independence of Greece, Part 3. Alexander, however, made yet one more effort to settle the Greek question in union with his allies. He presented to the four cabinets a specific proposal for the division of Greece into 3 principalities under the suzerainty of the Sultan, and invited the powers to a conference at Petersburg for the discussion of this suggestion. But while the Greeks, for their part, loudly declared that they would never agree to the partition of their country, the governments addressed showed little inclination to consider the Tsar's scheme. Canning bluntly refused to take any part whatever in the conference, and Metternich, who was supported by Prussia and France, declined to countenance a project which was apparently calculated merely to establish Russian supremacy in the Balkans. He laid down that if Greece were to be freed at all from Turkish rule, the interest of Austria demanded it must be freed so completely as to stand in no need of the protecting arm of the Tsar. In these circumstances the conference naturally failed. A mere offer of mediation, unsupported by threats of intervention, was presented to the Porte and treated with the contempt which it deserved. For the rest, the only result of the Petersburg Conference was to show how dead was the Grand Alliance, and to lead to an almost open rupture of the friendly relations between Alexander and Metternich. The sensitive, high-strung nature of the Tsar was deeply pained by this failure, and he angrily announced to the Powers that he reserved to himself complete liberty of action in the Eastern question. When this declaration was followed by an imperial progress into southern Russia, war was generally considered to be imminent, and there is no doubt that Alexander was reconsidering his whole position at the moment of his death, December 1st, 1825. In his pursuit of the ideal of a united Europe, he had abandoned the traditional policy of his family and had trampled on the dearest prejudices of his people. He was only too bitterly conscious of his own waning popularity, only too fully aware that he was regarded by his subjects as little better than the betrayer of the sacred cause of the Orthodox Church. And the supreme sacrifice which he had made, a sacrifice all the more real in a man of his peculiar temperament, had been of no avail. The powers of Europe cared nothing for lofty ideals. They pursued with one accord their own selfish interests, and even Austria seemed no longer true to the creed which she had once so ably preached. Alexander remained alone, the solitary upholder of a political world fast crumbling in ruins. And so he was driven once again to reconsider his ideals, as he had been driven to reconsider them in the past by the burning of Moscow and the baseness of so-called liberals. He debated whether he ought not to have followed where his ancestors had led, whether he had not incurred the anger of his God by allowing the blood of the slaughtered saints to cry in vain for vengeance. He questioned whether the Austrian Chancellor, that enthusiastic devotee of morality and true religion, had not been Satan's instrument to lure from the path of duty the chosen champion of the Christian faith. In the midst of such searchings of heart, death came as a welcome relief. Broken in health and spirit, tormented by visions of his murdered father and by sad memories of happier days, abandoned by his former friends and alienated from people whom he loved, thwarted where he had hoped and deceived where he had trusted, Alexander gladly laid down a life which had become an intolerable burden to him. He had sought sympathy and found mistrust. He had desired love and gained hatred. His enthusiasms had been quenched, his dreams shattered, and at the close of life he found himself alone in the world which had failed to understand an idealism unsuited to it. His death removed all immediate danger of war, if such danger existed, since it plunged Russia into the throes of a severe and peculiar crisis. The natural heir to the throne was the late Tsar's brother Constantine, who had for some years been commander of the army in Poland. The fascinations of a Polish lady, and some appreciation of his own utter incapacity for government, had led him to execute a deed renouncing his rights of succession. Alexander, for some obscure reason, had concealed, while accepting, this renunciation. The Grand Duke had continued to bear the title and receive the honours of Tsarevich, nor had his brother Nicholas, upon whom the crown was thus to devolve, been made acquainted with the high destiny which awaited him. As a result, the Tsar's death was followed by a strange contest of self-sacrifice, hardly paralleled except in the Roman Empire after the murder of Aurelian. Constantine was at once proclaimed by Nicholas at Petersburg. With equal alacrity, Nicholas was proclaimed by Constantine at Warsaw. Each brother hastened to assure the other of his unalterable allegiance, and while explanations were given and received, the Russian Empire remained without any determinate head. The disaffected elements hastened to profit by this confusion. The liberal period of Alexander's reign had favoured, the reactionary period had failed to crush, secret societies, and these now prepared to realize their aims. Military revolts occurred in the capital and in the southern provinces. Soldiers, by the direction of their officers, demanded Constantine and constitution, without much clear understanding as to why they should desire either the one or the other. But no sooner had Nicholas realized that he was indeed called upon to rule Russia than he proved that he was well qualified to play the part of Tsar. In his earliest days he showed all that iron resolution and indomitable courage which were to mark him throughout his life. After one brief moment of doubt, the insurrection at Petersburg ended in the submission of the rioters and the execution of their ringleaders, and the southern outbreak came to an even more inglorious conclusion. The Revolution of December produced little tangible result, except in giving the new Tsar a profound distaste for liberalism and confirming his constitutional belief in the merits of strong government. But it had sufficiently illustrated the fact that the new reign meant much more than a mere change in the name of the ruling sovereign. A man of iron had succeeded a man of almost feminine softness. In no direction was the effect of this change more apparent than in the attitude of Russia towards the Greek question. The dictum of Metternich that it passed the wit of men to foretell what the Emperor Alexander would do next remained true to the end of the Tsar's life. He had never ceased to be torn by two conflicting emotions, to pursue from time to time two mutually destructive policies. But Nicholas took his decision and held firmly to it. He was resolved that no consideration of ideal concerts of Europe should stand in the way of his country's interests. And as the conference of Czernovice and the fiasco of Petersburg had clearly indicated that he could not hope to secure the cooperation of Austria, he turned to England. He believed then, as he believed 30 years later, that if only Great Britain and Russia could understand each other and act together, the problems of European policy would be simplicity itself. He did not at this time meet with any such rebuff as he was later to experience in somewhat similar circumstances on the eve of the Crimean War. Canning, satisfied with the practical dissolution of the Grand Alliance, was not unwilling to reach an understanding with the Tsar, and he had already made some tentative advances to Alexander. His eagerness to prevent isolated action by Russia, the dominating factor in his Eastern policy, was increased by the accession of Nicholas, and Wellington was sent to resume negotiations with the court of Petersburg. His mission resulted in the conclusion of a protocol by which the two powers agreed to offer their mediation to the contending parties, the creation of an autonomous Greek state being accepted in principle. Further progress toward the solution of the problem was for a while interrupted by the outbreak of a war between Russia and Persia, which gave Canning cause to hope that there might be no need for him to conciliate the Tsar. This hope was falsified by the unexpectedly rapid success of the Russian arms, and it was changed into grave alarm by the vigorous policy of Nicholas. Availing himself of the fact that the destruction of the Janissaries had left the Ottoman Empire without means of resistance, he presented to the Porte an ultimatum on the matters in dispute between the two governments. Mahmud had no choice but to give way. By the Treaty of Ackermann, he conceded all the demands of the Tsar, more especially agreeing to recognize the autonomy of Serbia and to evacuate Wallachia and Moldavia, which his troops had occupied since the failure of Ypsilantis' rising. The result of this diplomatic triumph soon appeared. Canning suspected that as soon as Nicholas should be freed from the Persian War, he would settle the Greek question in a similar manner, and England thus became anxious to continue the negotiations for joint action. The other powers were invited to join in the offer of mediation, according to the Anglo-Russian protocol. Austria, irritated by the slight upon her implied in the Tsar's rapprochement with England, refused her assent, and Prussia followed obediently the lead given from Vienna. But France, despite the arguments of Metternich, readily accepted the invitation, and the three powers concluded the Treaty of London, by which they agreed to impose an armistice on the belligerents. When the news of the treaty was communicated to those most nearly concerned, it was received as might have been expected. The Greeks gladly welcomed a much-needed breathing space. Their enemies naturally refused to sacrifice the advantages which their victories promised to secure them. By accident, rather than by design, their refusal proved fatal to them. The Allied fleet, commanded by Codrington, appeared off Navarino in October 1827 and ordered Ibrahim to suspend active operations. He ignored the order. A chance shot led to a general engagement, and in a few hours the Egyptian navy was annihilated and the cause of Greek independence won. But this fact was not fully appreciated even by the three powers, and it was not in the least appreciated by the Porte. Canning had died just before the battle, and had been succeeded by Wellington, who was thoroughly alarmed by the unexpected turn that events had taken. Navarino, which he took occasion to describe as untoward in the King's speech, seemed to him to threaten the integrity of the Ottoman Empire, and thus to shake the keystone in the arch of British foreign policy. His apologetic attitude encouraged Mahmoud to assume an air of injured innocence, and to answer demands that he should accept the Treaty of London by counter-demands for reparation. And though the ambassadors left Constantinople, Nicholas in vain urged that the victory should be followed up by a joint attack on Turkey. He was left to undertake the struggle single-handed, and it was only one of those quixotic impulses which moved him from time to time that led him voluntarily to free his allies from the natural consequences of their instability of purpose. To Great Britain he gave an assurance that his fleet would not operate in the Mediterranean, and to Europe in general that he would gain no private advantage, while he agreed that the French should be allowed to undertake the pacification of the Morea. On these conditions began that war which the diplomatists of Europe had so fearfully anticipated and so earnestly laboured to prevent. The dread of a Russo-Turkish conflict had been due largely to the confident expectation that it would result in the rapid and complete overthrow of the Ottoman Empire. But the sick man, as on so many other occasions before and since, showed astonishing vitality. And as the military skill of Nicholas did not equal his martial enthusiasm, the Russian army was far from enjoying the hoped-for parade to Constantinople. Indeed, the first campaign turned rather to the advantage of the Turks, the invaders being severely repulsed before Silistria. That the following year was marked by a change in fortune was due almost entirely to the successful rashness of Diebitsch, who had assumed the command in place of the Tsar. After taking Silistria, he boldly forced the passage of the Balkans and appeared at Adrianople. His army was weak, and his situation in truth desperate, but Mahmoud was ill-served by his intelligence department. He imagined that a vast Russian force was about to form the siege of Constantinople, and hastened to conclude peace. By the Treaty of Adrianople, September 1829, that of Ackermann was confirmed, and in addition the Sultan accepted the Treaty of London, and by consequence recognized the independence of Greece. It now remained to provide for the government and to settle the boundaries of the new state. Both questions had occupied the attention of the three powers during the progress of the war. Both were found to present considerable difficulties. Greece had possessed, rather than enjoyed, a species of republican constitution since the early days of the revolt. Capodistrias, who had consoled himself for his dismissal from the Russian service by embracing the cause of his struggling compatriots, had secured the presidency of the Republic. His position had been somewhat precarious and its advantages few. He was extremely reluctant to resign his power at the very moment when its sweets seemed likely to cease to be bitter. But the memory of the French Revolution was still too strong for the powers to tolerate the establishment of a republican state, even if Capodistrias had not been suspect to them as an ex-minister of the Tsar. Europe resolved on a kingdom of Greece, and the Greek president could only labour to prolong his tenure of power by painting in the gloomiest colours the situation in which a king would find himself with inadequate territory and an empty treasury. He was successful in frightening Leopold of Saxe-Coburg, who had accepted the throne, into withdrawing his acceptance on the plea that the proposed state was too small to be self-supporting. It was perhaps only the opportune assassination of Capodistrias which at last induced Otto of Bavaria, the next selected candidate, to land in Greece in 1833. He had meanwhile secured a slightly improved frontier, the boundary being traced from Arta to Volo, and the loan necessary to enable his kingdom to enter upon its political life. The War of Greek Independence had thus ended in the addition of a new member to the family of European nations, and in the first trial of one possible solution of the perennial Eastern question, the gradual expulsion of the Turks from Europe by the creation of independent Christian states in the Balkan Peninsula. Yet it is perhaps in neither of these facts that the real interest or importance of the struggle and of its issue is to be found. Rather, the significance of these effects lay in the illustration which they afforded of the hollowness of the Quadruple Alliance, and of the ultimate impossibility of controlling Europe by means of a concert of the great powers. The alliance, the attempt to settle the affairs of the continent on the basis of maintaining the status quo, as created in 1815, had in a sense weathered both the Italian gale of 1820 and the Spanish storm of 1822. It had lost Great Britain, but it still subsisted. It went down before the hurricane in the Near East. When Canning had brought the Greek question within the pale of civilization, and when the close friendship of Austria and Russia had been strained to breaking point at Czernowitzy and Petersburg, the doom of the Quadruple Alliance, even in its modified form, had been sealed. In place of a moral dictatorship of the three absolute monarchies, England, France, and Russia stand forth as the leaders of Europe. Austria and Prussia can merely grumble and be still. Nor was the changed situation long in receiving a dramatic illustration. The overthrow of the Bourbon monarchy and the establishment of Belgian independence may alike be attributed partly to the success of the Greeks, which had shown that the Allies were divided, and that a struggle for liberty was not always bound to fail. Circumstances were indeed destined to bring the three Eastern powers once more into close accord, but the Treaty of London and its counterpart, the Battle of Navarino, mark the first stage in the decline and fall of the Metternich system in Europe. End of section 6. Section 7 of From Metternich to Bismarck by Lionel Cecil Jane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 3, The Revolutions of 1830, Part 1. In October 1822, the Metternich System, insofar as it implied complete harmony between all the four powers, had already sustained an appreciable shock at the Congress of Verona. Assembled primarily for a general discussion of the affairs of Europe, the Congress had been confined mainly to a consideration of the state of Spain and of the sad condition of its king. From the very hour in which he had reluctantly sanctioned the establishment of the Constitution of 1812, Ferdinand VII had not ceased to intrigue for the restoration of his absolute power. Pathetic appeals for help had been sent to all the courts of Europe, and at home the adoption of an attitude of passive resistance had served to prevent the ministry from quelling the incessant disturbances in the kingdom. And when the dissolution of the first Cortes was followed by the election of a violently revolutionary assembly, the king more or less openly urged his partisans to protect him from the representatives of his people. In response to this appeal, a band of royalists who had collected at Bayonne crossed the frontier and seized a town which they fortified. They declared that they had come to save Ferdinand, and created a regency of which the character was made manifest by the fact that its chief member was Mata Florida. This exploit of the so-called Apostolic party led to a mutiny in Madrid and to the formation of a liberal ministry, neither of which events served to end the anarchy in Spain, since the king was not the less determinedly hostile to the revolution and its outcome. In these circumstances the Congress of Verona met, and the agents of Ferdinand made one last appeal to the powers not to abandon a legitimate sovereign to the consequences of his misdeeds. To a certain extent the appeal came at an opportune moment. Metternich had returned to his earlier policy as a result of the recent disturbances in Italy, nor could he any longer oppose intervention in Spain, since Austria had intervened in Naples. He was, on the contrary, prepared to champion the doctrine that the maintenance of the treaties required the maintenance of those forms of internal government which were in existence in 1815. His willingness to agree to action in Spain, or at least his readiness to consider such action, was partly due to his hope that in this way all discussion of the critical Eastern question might be indefinitely postponed. Alexander, too, had by now been cured of all tendency to coquet with liberalism. He had already announced that he was prepared to assist Ferdinand, and Frederick William, as ever, played the part of the Tsar's devoted henchman. But while the three Eastern powers were thus prepared to listen favourably to the king's prayers, the attitude of France and England was more dubious. Villèle, indeed, was far from wishing to involve his country in a policy thoroughly distasteful to French liberals, and too obviously reminiscent of the Ancien Régime. He believed that his aim of undoing in many respects the work of the Revolution would be more easily secured if it were not revealed too clearly. But Villèle was master neither of his party nor of his colleagues. The former secured the establishment of an army of observation on the Spanish frontier, ostensibly in order to guard against the spread of cholera into France, really that it might be able to act effectively as soon as the signal was given. The latter, and more especially Montmorency and Chateaubriand, the French representatives at the Congress, were ardently desirous of using the army, created by Saint-Cyr and financed by Baron Louis, to win prestige for the monarchy by championing the cause of a member of the royal family. It was clear that the policy of France would be governed largely by circumstances. The attitude of Great Britain was at once more and less uncertain. Both at Troppau and Laibach she had indicated her opposition to the Austrian interpretation of the terms of the Quadruple Alliance, and her ambassadors now announced that she would never assent to intervention in Spain. On the other hand, Metternich confidently believed that he had converted Castlereagh to his own views. He thought that whatever might be the character of the statements of policy issued prior to the Congress, the British foreign minister would act like a moral man as soon as he had fulfilled his declared intention of appearing in person at Verona. As it turned out, the suicide of Castlereagh on the eve of his departure handed over the direction of English policy to a man who was more insular than European. Whether or no it is true that Canning merely followed out the line which his predecessor would have pursued, it is certain that from the very first he was determined to break with the alliance. Wellington, who was sent to the Congress, was given only limited powers and supplied with very definite instructions to maintain that liberty of action which was the ideal of the new Foreign Secretary and the despair of Metternich. It was thus without the support of Great Britain that the powers proceeded to take action in Spain, and it was with only partial support from France. The ambassadors of Austria, Prussia, and Russia were ordered to present identical notes to the Spanish government, demanding that the Constitution should be annulled and containing a threat that they would leave Madrid at once if their demand was not granted. The instructions of the French ambassador were less definite, reflecting the distracted counsels of his government. Chateaubriand, despite Villèle, had committed France to a general acceptance of the policy of the Eastern powers by boldly exceeding his orders. But Villèle, despite Chateaubriand, was still hopeful that war might be avoided, and he was the more anxious to maintain peace, since he feared the consequences of rousing the animosity of Great Britain. The only effect of his hesitation, however, was to stultify himself. In accordance with the pledges given at Verona, the French ambassador joined his Eastern colleagues in presenting a note, but he neglected to threaten any penalty for its disregard. Thus, while diplomatic relations with Spain were presently broken off by the three powers, France still remained on nominally friendly terms with a government which she had rebuked and which had treated her rebuke with contempt. The immediate result of the Congress of Vienna, therefore, was to reveal three highly significant facts. In the first place, it showed that the absolute monarchies were in cordial agreement as to the need for restraining liberalism in Europe, and that they were ready to endure certain minor discomforts in order to maintain the great principle of the security of the existing order. Austria, for example, was prepared to risk an increase of French prestige rather than tolerate a continuance of revolutionary disorder. In the second place, France appeared to be following timidly in the wake of her more despotic sisters, seemingly anxious, but afraid to pursue the straight path of absolutism, tentatively returning to the foreign policy of the 18th century and to the dream of a family compact. And finally, the breach between Great Britain and the Allies was complete. Indeed, Canning took occasion to emphasize the insularity of his attitude and to leave no doubt as to his resolve to free his country from the leading strings of the European concert. He would not actually intervene to prevent the restoration of absolutism in Spain, but he declared in no uncertain terms that he would not permit the powers to extend their benevolent services to the recovery of the revolted Spanish colonies. As President Monroe held the same language in that famous message to Congress in December 1823, which contained the doctrine that bears his name, the English protest was the more effective. The South American republics came into being officially as well as actually, and a happy era of constant wars and revolutions dawned on the New World, which Canning fondly hoped would redress the balance of the old. But if its results across the Atlantic were hardly gratifying, the decision of Great Britain had the designed effect in Europe. It was followed by the dispatch in 1826 of a fleet to the Tagus in support of the constitutional regime in Portugal, which Pedro had established when he abdicated in favour of his daughter Maria, and which had been attacked by the absolutists under the leadership of Miguel the Regent, and uncle of the Queen. These two facts taken together showed plainly that the alliance could no longer be held to include all the great powers. They led the liberals of the continent to believe that they had at least one friend, however passive the attitude of that friend might generally be. After the Congress of Verona, therefore, it remained to prove whether the Metternich system could be maintained despite the destruction of the solidarity of the alliance, whether the three despotic monarchies, with such help as France might give them, could continue to police the continent in the interest of reactionary government. So far as the immediate question of the moment was concerned, the answer appeared to be in the affirmative. The French ambassador at Madrid finally followed the example of his colleagues and demanded his passports. And within a month of the delivery of the joint note, January 1823, Louis XVIII, with the cordial approval of his allies, declared war. The Eastern powers admitted that France had a prior right to undertake the noble task of coercing the Spanish government in order to restore the absolute power of the Spanish king. Of the ability of the French to perform this task there was no doubt. Spain was in no condition to resist attack, even if she had been united in her desire to do so, and even if Ferdinand had not done all in his power to paralyze the executive. Her army had been too long neglected to be able to cope with the splendidly efficient force which now crossed the frontier. Within a month after crossing the Bidassoa, the Duke of Angoulême entered Madrid, his progress having been generally assisted by the hints which Wellington had given him as to the character of the country and the best line of march. At his approach, the Spanish ministers retired, dragging the wretched king with them, first to Seville and then to Cadiz. During their flight to the latter place they put forward the convenient theory that Ferdinand must be mad to desire to dispense with their services, and in accordance with the constitution they proclaimed a regency to provide for the defence of the country. But the Spanish people were not yet cured of their inveterate loyalty to the throne. Angoulême was joined by numbers of Spaniards, and so far from meeting with hatred as an invader, he everywhere won popularity by his conciliatory conduct and by the services which he was rendering to the king. His advance from Madrid southwards was as much a parade as his advance from the frontier to the capital had been. In October 1823, Cadiz surrendered after a short siege, and in less than 6 months from the beginning of the invasion, Ferdinand was once more free and in full enjoyment of the plenitude of absolute power. Angoulême, who had already found it necessary to forbid the arrest of liberals except by French troops, recommended that the victory should be used with moderation. But his advice fell on deaf ears, and while he left the country in disgust, Ferdinand gave full rein to his vengeance. The constitution was of course again abolished. The old Council of State was restored. Its most prominent member was Calomarde, Minister of Justice, who held office for the next 10 years, and has given his name to this period of Spanish history owing to the zeal with which he carried out or anticipated his master's wishes for the destruction of his late tormentors. Beginning with the almost deserved execution of the fatuous Riejo, a wholesale proscription of the liberals, or rather of all who were not devoted ultra-royalists, took place, and became practically the sole business of the government. The rule of Ferdinand had in the past been mild by comparison with the severity which now marked it. So great indeed was that severity that Russia and France entered solemn protests, and Angoulême, repenting of his share in producing such a situation, devised schemes for proving the sincerity of his repentance by undoing the work which he had done. In the face of such foreign pressure, Ferdinand published an amnesty, to which, however, the exceptions were so numerous that it was little more than nominal. The king, who was accustomed to boast of his victory over his subjects, seemed resolved to destroy the possibility of a further triumph by leaving himself no one over whom the triumph might be won. On the other hand, his conduct was far from exciting that general disgust which it might have been expected to produce. The enthusiasm with which he was welcomed during a progress through northern Spain was remarkable. It may be true that those provinces were more devotedly loyal than the remainder of the kingdom, but it is certainly also true that the people as a whole still preferred to be ruled by an absolute monarch. The chief opposition to the government came from those who desired not less but more repression, who lamented the softness of the king in not restoring the Inquisition fully, and in not displaying to happy crowds the delightful spectacle of an auto da fe. A party arose which wished to cure Ferdinand of his fatal leniency, and which formed the basis of the later Carlist movement. Meanwhile, across the Pyrenees, the elder branch of the House of Bourbon suffered the consequences of its too successful intervention in favour of the younger. Despite the fact that the sympathy of at least a large section of the Spanish people had greatly simplified the task of Angoulême, the returned soldiers were hailed as heroes in France, and the result was seen in the issue of the general election. Less than 20 Liberals secured seats, and the ministry, or rather the ultras, found themselves in possession of so overwhelming a majority that the chamber was nicknamed La Chambre retrouvée. Chateaubriand regarded the situation as the direct outcome of his work at Verona, and as proving to the hilt his theory that if the dynasty could but once acquire military prestige, a return to absolutism would be not merely quite possible, but even highly probable. He began to press for a more vigorous foreign policy, dreaming of a recovery of the Rhine frontier and of a resumption of the schemes of Louis XIV. But he met with firm opposition from Villèle, who had a clearer appreciation of the dread with which any sign of French aggression was regarded, and who was anxious to use the majority to realise his aim of restoring the Ancien Régime by cautious legislation and in a parliamentary manner. Chateaubriand, detected in his intrigues against his nominal leader, was forced to resign, and at the moment of the death of Louis XVIII, Villèle appeared to be supreme and his policy triumphant. But the accession of Charles X in September 1824 was fatal to all counsels of moderation. The new king, who indicated his views by reviving such ancient titles as that of the Dauphin, had long been the true leader of the most violent royalists, and the ultras were thus encouraged to press upon Villèle the adoption of definitely reactionary measures. The minister hoped to retain office, if not power, by concessions to the extremists. Perhaps he hoped also to save his country from the results which would inevitably ensue if the control of the government fell into the hands of too zealous royalists. In deference to the king, his policy assumed a markedly ecclesiastical tinge. While Charles displayed his attachment to ancient rites by a solemn consecration at Rheims, a law of sacrilege was passed so stringent as to rouse the opposition even of such sincere Catholics as Chateaubriand. Nor were the émigrés forgotten in the enthusiasm for the Church. A scheme of compensation for those who had lost their lands as a result of the Revolution had long been a darling project with Villèle. He believed that he could win general acceptance for it by pointing out that it would incidentally mean security of tenure for the holders of confiscated property. But when the measure was introduced, it was opposed on all sides, being attacked by the Liberals as too reactionary, and by the ultras as not being reactionary enough. It passed into law, but by a majority which showed that the hold of the minister upon the Chamber was not so firm as had been supposed. And warnings appeared to show that the majority of the deputies did not represent the majority of their countrymen. An attack on the liberal press, forced on Villèle by the ultras, was followed by popular demonstrations at the funeral of one of his most vigorous opponents. An attempt to establish primogeniture in defiance of all the most cherished sentiments of the nation was actually defeated amidst universal rejoicings, and daily complaints grew louder at the despotism of hypocrisy which the government was alleged to be creating. The position of Villèle was not improved by the indiscretion of Frayssinous, minister of religion and education, who admitted the existence of the congregation and justified the return of the Jesuits to France. As a matter of fact, the minister now hastened to his fall. Against his own wishes, but in accord with those of Charles and of the majority of deputies, he introduced a measure to prevent the publication of any newspaper or pamphlet which had not been authorized 5 days beforehand. It was amended and passed by the Chamber, but was rejected by the peers. So unpopular did the minister become that it was found necessary to disband the National Guard, which had been filled with picked men, and which might be regarded as reflecting the general trend of public opinion, when it demanded the dismissal of Villèle. And while the reactionary policy of the ministry produced more and more hostility in the country at large, it still failed to satisfy the extremists. They formed an alliance with the left, which threatened to destroy the ministerial majority. As a final expedient, Villèle dissolved the Chamber and attempted to swamp the opposition of the peers by lavish new creations. His action was approved by the king, who was deceived by his personal popularity, and was partly due to the hope that the news of Navarino would assist the government candidates. But the elections of November 1827 resulted in the utter defeat of the ministry, and Villèle was forced to resign. His failure, like that of Decazes, must be attributed largely to the violence of faction and to the hatred of the extremists for any trace of moderation, rather than any particular objection to his actual measures on the part of the deputies or in the country. France, rapidly growing rich and prosperous, was content to tolerate reaction, provided that it was not too excessive. But within the Chamber, extreme measures were alone popular, and the fall of Villèle proved that the ultras, at any rate, could not be won over by conciliation. He had made constant sacrifices to their prejudices, but because he would not adopt their policy in its entirety, because some measure of political wisdom, some political caution remained to him, they destroyed him. And at first they were far from profiting by their victory. The majority of the new Chamber was uncertain, but it was rather liberal than anything else. Charles X was not yet prepared openly to defy the opinion of the electorate. Martignac, a moderate liberal, succeeded Villèle, assuming a position which was utterly hopeless from the first. He had no secure majority in the Chamber. The alliance which had defeated his predecessor, though for the moment dissolved, might at any moment revive, and the hour of its revival would assuredly be the hour of the new minister's fall. This was more certain because he possessed neither the affection nor the support of the king. Only with extreme difficulty did he secure the assent of Charles to the passing of a few tentatively liberal measures, and he was himself fully conscious that he owed his appointment to necessity rather than to goodwill. This consciousness produced the situation which resulted in his fall. The left had been ready to support such concessions to their views as the separation of the offices of the ministers of religion and education, the public revision of voting lists, and a more liberal press law. But they were angered at his refusal to join in an attack on Villèle, and demanded amendments which in view of the king's opposition could not be adopted, to his measure for the extension of popular influence in the councils of departments and communes. They therefore turned once more to the extreme ultras. The alliance was renewed, and when Martignac had abandoned his measure in despair, the king readily seized the opportunity to dismiss him. End of section 7. Section 8 of From Metternich to Bismarck by Lionel Cecil Jane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 3. The Revolutions of 1830, Part 2. Charles, indeed, had always believed that of all possible policies, a policy of conciliation was the worst, and he welcomed Martignac's failure as conclusive evidence of the accuracy of his view. He would now be fully justified in putting his own opinions into practice, and in curing the Chamber of its factious liberalism by repression and determined assertion of the royal prerogative. As a preliminary to the adoption of this new system, he entrusted Polignac, a man after his own heart, with the task of forming a ministry. No choice could have indicated more open defiance of the wishes of the Chamber. Polignac was probably more profoundly unpopular than any of his contemporaries. He was regarded as the incarnation of treason to his country, as the personification of national shame. Coblentz, Waterloo, 1815, were said to be his watchwords, implying sympathy with the émigré who had borne arms against France, and with the foreign enemies who had closed the most glorious period in the military annals of his country, and who had reimposed upon her the dynasty which she had expelled. Such a minister was bound to rouse opposition, and it was therefore somewhat unfortunate for the Bourbon monarchy that Polignac was eminently unsuited to defeat opposition when roused. He possessed, among other moral virtues, the most charming sincerity, and with this political vice he coupled most of the other faults which are fatal in a statesman. To short-sightedness and overconfidence he joined dullness and obstinacy. To a great capacity for annoying he united a striking incapacity for the exercise of tact. The significance of his appointment was clearly understood both in France and in Europe generally. To Metternich it was a counter-revolution, worthy of all praise if brought to a successful conclusion. To France it was an insult, and worse than an insult, a disgrace. Opposition was rapidly organized, since the certainty of an attack on constitutional government was realized, and now men seriously questioned whether the Bourbons were not in truth impossible. A society with the attractive title Aide toi le ciel t'aidera, which had been formed to defend liberty in general, began to devote itself to the promotion of a change in government in particular, though at present it was undecided as to what that change of government should involve. While some of its members, such as Guizot, were already advocates of an Orleanist monarchy, others, such as Cavaignac, were republicans. All its members, however, were equally convinced that the elder branch of the Bourbons had forfeited any claim to consideration. Nor was this conviction confined to mere political societies in Paris. Lafayette, journeying in southern France, was everywhere hailed with enthusiasm. The embodiment of the Revolution, he was felt to be a potential saviour to his country, threatened with the restoration of the Ancien Régime. Even such calm observers of men and matters as Talleyrand, and such experienced statesmen as Baron Louis, recognized, and not silently, that the substitution of Louis Philippe for Charles X was more than merely within the range of practical politics. And in face of such general opposition the government did nothing effective. A few changes in the personnel of the ministry were made, apparently with the idea of reassuring the mind of France. A vain attempt as long as Polignac retained his position. It would perhaps have been a wiser policy to have silenced the opposition press and to have modified the electoral law by royal ordinance, since the ministry could not become popular and could only hope to succeed in defiance of public opinion. But the cabinet was not even united. Guernon-Ronville, Minister of Education in particular, resisted all decisive action. Thus, when the Chamber met in March 1830, the ministry had to face it without having taken any precautions against exhibitions of hostility, or made any provision as to its line of action in the crisis which a very moderate political intelligence could have foreseen. It relied on chance and on the result of the expedition which it dispatched to punish the Dey of Algiers for his disregard of the majesty of France, and the chances of the ministry mastering the Chamber were even slighter than the probability that a mere victory over half-civilized Arabs would lead men to forget that Polignac had rejoiced while his country wept at the defeat of her hero. The king's speech reflected the political blindness of the government, being calculated to offend any who were not already offended. It expressed the royal determination to meet any opposition by an appeal to that sentiment of loyalty which had always characterized the French nation. It might be true that the words of Charles were constitutionally those of Polignac, but the definite assertion of an intention of disregarding the views of the parliamentary majority was at least injudicious, and the fact that the ministry in effect took as their battle cry "the throne in danger" simply served to draw the monarchy as an institution into the arena of political conflict. From the very first the opposition declined to be terrorized. Under the direction of Royer Collard and Guizot, an address was prepared in answer to the speech from the throne. It complained bitterly that the ministry was defying the electorate and troubling the peace of France, and it gained the support of 221 deputies. Though expressions of loyal devotion duly appeared in the address, Charles identified himself with his ministers and chose to regard the attack on them as an attack on himself. Despite the warnings of Metternich, a sincere friend to a king so likely to prove a valuable upholder of the status quo, and of Nicholas I, always ardent in defence of divine right, the Chamber was prorogued. Prorogation was followed by dissolution, and the whole influence of the crown was directed to ensure a ministerial victory. Thus the real point at issue was whether the constitutional monarchy should be permitted to transform itself into a despotism. Only the king and Polignac doubted what the result would be. Talleyrand, always a master of phrases, summed up the situation by announcing that he was about to invest in landed property in Switzerland. The Liberals, who had to contend merely against an unpopular minister, were sufficiently well organized to have overcome greater difficulties, and their cry, "Re-elect the 221," was received with enthusiasm in the country. Only 19 of those who had voted for the address were defeated. The ministry found itself in a minority of almost 2-1 in the new Chamber. The capture of Algiers in July 1830 came too late to influence the election. It came soon enough to encourage Charles in his chosen line of conduct. He now availed himself of a provision of the Charter which allowed the king to make regulations and ordinances for the execution of the laws and for the security of the state. 4 ordinances were issued. The first abolished the liberty of the press by instituting preliminary authorization of all publications, renewable every 3 months. By the remaining 3, the newly elected Chamber, which had not even met, was dissolved. The number of deputies was reduced to 259, and as the franchise was made to depend on the payment of the land tax, the manufacturers, and indeed nearly 3/4 of the electorate, were deprived of their votes. September was fixed as the date for new elections. Such regulations amounted to a coup d'etat, but no precautions were taken to crush resistance. Charles believed that the capture of Algiers had revived the popularity of the monarchy, that the growth of material prosperity had led to indifference on political questions, and that the Paris mob would never rise in order to save the votes of the bourgeoisie, or to preserve newspapers which it could not read. Encouraged by Polignac's optimism, he lulled himself into a state of false security. His disillusionment was not long delayed, and when it came was singularly complete. Within a week his reign had ended. Within 3 weeks he and his family were refugees in England. Events indeed moved with such rapidity as utterly to disconcert the government. The ordinances were published on July 26th, and on the same day the journalists issued a declaration, drawn up by Thiers, against the restriction of the press. This protest was approved by the lower courts of law. On July 27th the populace began to move and barricades to rise. Paris was declared to be in a state of siege, but in the desultory fighting which followed, the soldiers suffered severely enough to lead Marmont, their commander, to urge the merit of concession. His message reached the king at Saint-Cloud on July 28th and was ignored. A second and more urgent request for some definite instructions only evoked the answer that he should wait until the following day. By the following day it was too late for mere concessions to be of any avail. In the meantime the revolution had developed under the direction of Cavaignac. On July 28th the rebels had become masters of eastern Paris, the tricolour had appeared, and the loyalty of the troops had begun to falter. Before the afternoon of July 29th the military had been defeated and the city was lost to Charles. Angoulême, who had been appointed to replace Marmont, recognized the hopelessness of the situation. His father, who had previously relied on the reassuring messages of Polignac, became convinced that he must give way. The ordinances were withdrawn, and the ministry replaced by one of a more popular complexion. But neither these concessions nor the subsequent abdication of Charles could save the crown for the elder branch of the Bourbons. The leaders of the Revolution had resolved on a change of dynasty. A demonstration by the National Guard toward Rambouillet, where the king yet lingered, terrified the royal family, and Charles, trembling for his life, fled to the coast and thence to England, August 14th, 1830. The demonstration had been deliberately intended to produce this result, and to facilitate the accession of the Duke of Orleans to the vacant throne. That this should be the issue of the Revolution had not been the desire of its original authors, nor were the opponents of Charles X unanimous in their support of Louis Philippe. Cavaignac, upon whom the leadership of the movement had first devolved, was a declared Republican, and his eventual acceptance of the Orleanist monarchy was due, as he himself said, to necessity and not to choice. It was obvious to him and to all sober observers of the situation that the establishment of a republic was impossible. The powers would be sufficiently angered and alarmed by the mere overthrow of the reigning king. It would be fatal to excite their suspicions further, as such action would only lead to an invasion of France by the armies of the Quadruple Alliance. This fact was skilfully utilized by the leaders of the Orleanist party, Lafayette, Laffitte, Casimir Périer, and his friends. They had formed a provisional government at the Hôtel de Ville, and their position was the stronger since they had the support of the regiments which had deserted Marmont. while they took care to exaggerate the differences which divided Charles X. from his subjects, refusing to receive his offers of concession, and insisting on the fact that he had shed the blood of Frenchmen, they employed Thiers to set forth the claims of Louis Philippe to the affection and to the government of the nation. In an able pamphlet he pointed out that by tradition and inclination the Orleanist branch was essentially distinct from the elder line of the House of Bourbon, and that its present representative deserved well of France as a sympathizer with the Revolution of 1789. While the ground was being thus prepared, the Provisional Government conferred the office of Lieutenant General on Louis Philippe and invited him to Paris. He reached the capital on the following day and was received by Lafayette at the Hôtel de Ville, on the balcony of which a touching scene was enacted. The two appeared locked in a close embrace and affectionately kissing each other to the accompaniment of popular applause. The embodiment of the Revolution had accepted the Orleanist monarchy, and from this moment the accession of Louis Philippe was assured. The Duke formed an interim ministry with Guizot at its head, and summoned the Chambers to meet on the day originally appointed, as though no dissolution had taken place. He opened the session with a speech in which he mentioned the abdication of Charles and of Angoulême, but omitted to allude to the fact that these acts of renunciation had been executed in favour of the infant Duke of Bordeaux, or to his own equivocal attitude towards his cousins, whom he had assured of his devotion the better to betray them. The Chamber, as if anxious to show that there had really been a revolution, set zealously to work to revise the charter which it declared to be imposed and not granted. The substitution of life for hereditary peerages, the abolition of the censorship of the press and of the royal power to suspend the operation of a law, the revival of the National Guard, and the assertion that Catholicism was merely the religion professed by the majority of Frenchmen, summed up the changes made. When he had sworn to observe the revised charter, Louis Philippe received the crown, making some concession to revolutionary sentiment, and exaggerating the difference between the new monarchy and the old by the adoption of the tricolour as the national flag, and of King of the French as the title of the sovereign. Such was the Revolution of July, a series of incidents which altered the personnel rather than the character of the government, and which was accomplished without rousing much opposition or enthusiasm. Indifference permitted the Orleanist monarchy to be created. It eventually permitted its destruction. Slight indeed would have been the importance of the Revolution of July if it had only affected France, but it bore this degree of resemblance to its more famous prototype of 1789, that it agitated other countries, and that the waves of its influence swept away something of the existing political system of the continent. It was the overthrow of Charles X that enabled the Liberals of Portugal to restore that constitution which, maintained for a while by the insular policy of Canning and the guns of an English fleet, had been destroyed by Miguel, one of the world's wicked uncles, and the close ally of the reactionary party in France. Of infinitely greater importance was the effect of the Revolution on Belgium. The Kingdom of the United Netherlands had been the chef-d'œuvre of the Congress of Vienna, and was in a measure the cornerstone of the political edifice there erected. It appeared to solve a problem which had exercised the diplomatic mind of Europe since the decline of Spanish power in the second half of the 17th century, by creating an effective barrier against French aggression in the Low Countries. And more than this, it seemed to promote the interest of those most concerned. The Dutch were mainly a commercial, the Belgians a manufacturing and agricultural people. To unite them would assuredly be to create a prosperous and self-supporting community. The diplomatists of Vienna might well consider that they had with success combined national and international interests. But they had unfortunately failed to make allowance for the most important factors in the situation. Race, religion, language, and tradition divided the two peoples which the powers had united, and this moral division led to much sentimental objection to political union. King William aspired to be the sun that should dissipate those clouds of superstition which darkened the lives of his Belgian subjects and obscured their intelligence. But the Belgians greatly loved the darkness and showed no desire to see the light of the sun. They hated also the harsh accents of that Dutch tongue which was heard in the law courts and in the States General of the kingdom. They hated to find the Hague exalted at the expense of their own historic capital. Nor were their griefs purely sentimental. The constitution established by William gave the shadow of power to the representatives of the united nation. It carefully preserved the substance to the king. He controlled the executive, and his considerable share in legislative power was increased by the fact that the southern provinces, with twice the population, returned only the same number of deputies as the northern. Indeed, the South was actually in a perpetual minority, since its members were not, like those of the North, unanimous in their votes and opinions. The Dutch were thus enabled to introduce into legislation the alleged fault of their commercial policy, giving too little and asking too much. And while the incidence of taxation penalized the agriculture of the South to the profit of the trade of the North was also favored in the distribution of political loaves and fishes. And as the government displayed a constantly increasing tendency to consider the welfare and to consult the views of its Protestant and Dutch, rather than its Catholic and Belgian subjects, a powerful opposition arose. Spiritual and temporal interest, patriotism and prejudice, combined to produce an alliance between the Church and the Liberals. It only needed a favourable opportunity for this coalition to lead the nation along the path of revolt. End of Section 8. Section 9 of From Metternich to Bismarck by Lionel Cecil Jane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 3. The Revolutions of 1830, Part 3. Thus, when the glorious news of the failure of attempted despotism at Paris reached the Belgian capital, when it was known that 5 vivid days had sufficed to accomplish the destruction of the monarchy of Charles X, the fire of revolution, already smouldering, burst into open flame. A riot soon became a rebellion. The standard of Brabant was adopted as a national flag, and the movement was assisted by the dubious attitude of the Crown Prince, nominally the representative of his father. He was secretly pleased at the thought of an independent Belgium, since he was more devoted to his immediate than to his ultimate interests, and flattered himself that he would secure the crown of the new state. Posing as a mediator, he rather encouraged than opposed a revolution which filled him with deceptive hopes. And the king, on his side, failed to grasp the need for conciliation. The rebels at first only demanded a species of home rule. It was the rejection of this demand that led to a cry for complete separation. French agitators swarmed across the frontier to support the more violent party. The bombardment of Antwerp by the Dutch in October 1830 completed the alienation of the Belgians. By the time that William had made up his mind to accept a merely personal union between the two countries, a national congress at Brussels was already drawing up a constitution for an independent state, and royal authority in the south had been practically extinguished. That it should be restored with the free assent of the Belgian people was unthinkable. That it should be restored by force of arms was doubtful. And the king was thus led to trust in action by the powers of Europe, to whom he addressed a formal appeal. This appeal was dictated both by interest and by necessity. Apart from the fact that he was related to the Tsar and to the King of Prussia, William had some reason to hope that any intervention would be favourable to him. The Belgian Revolution attacked both the settlement of Vienna and the divine right of kings. To maintain the former was the life's work of Metternich, who still controlled the policy of Austria. To maintain the latter was the greatest enthusiasm of Nicholas, who disposed of all the might of Russia. And as the court of Berlin would follow where that of Vienna led, Holland could count on the sympathy of the three Eastern monarchies. Nor was it to be expected that Great Britain would tamely permit the disruption of a kingdom in the construction of which she had played no small part. Such a disruption would naturally tend to increase in the Low Countries that French influence which she combated for centuries, and any increase of which had always been to her a source of profound alarm. Thus William was not reluctant that the powers should have the settlement of the Belgian question, though, as a matter of fact, however great his reluctance might have been, he would still have been compelled to acquiesce in European intervention. The Conference of London, assembled to arrange the affairs of Greece, was sitting when the revolution began, and it at once proceeded to take this new problem into consideration. Accidental circumstances falsified the hopes of the Dutch king. At the critical moment, the outbreak of revolt in Poland tied the hands of the Tsar. Increasing age and Italian disturbances weakened the influence of Metternich, and as Prussia dared not act without allies, the decision of the question fell into the hands of the two Western powers. Of these, the attitude of Great Britain was determined by that of France. The French people were enthusiastic for Belgian independence, and their king, insecure on a throne which he owed mainly to good luck, could not afford to risk his position by defying the will of his subjects. Hazardous as war might be, it did not involve that certain destruction which would have fallen on him if he had permitted the restoration of Dutch power by English arms. Louis Philippe, therefore, was bound to do anything rather than allow the Belgian Revolution to fail, and as Great Britain was not prepared to fight to prevent the disruption of the United Netherlands, unless that disruption was to mean the annexation of the provinces by France, armed intervention in favour of the House of Orange was out of the question. Diplomatic intervention remained, and to this the Conference of London turned its attention. Even so, the scope of its work was limited. In view of the attitude of France, the independence of Belgium was at once accepted in principle, and the most important matter was thus settled beforehand. Details alone remained, but they presented unexpected difficulties. To the impossible demand of Holland that the kingdom should be reunited, Belgium opposed an equally impossible demand for the frontier of the Scheldt and the duchies of Luxembourg and Limburg. The process of striking a mean between these two extremes occupied some 2 years. By their first decision in January 1831, the powers gave the Dutch their frontier of 1790, with the addition of Luxembourg, and this settlement was accepted by William. But the Luxembourgers had declared for incorporation in the new state, and the Belgian Congress protested that the wish of a people should override all other considerations. Desiring to elect a king who would add to the strength of their cause, they naturally turned first to France, offering their crown to Louis Philippe for his second son. But though that devoted father eagerly desired to advance the material interests of his children, he dared not accept an offer which would have brought upon him the wrath of all Europe. Repulsed in one quarter, the Belgians had better fortune in another. They elected Leopold of Saxe-Coburg, a cosmopolitan prince, especially agreeable to Great Britain and Prussia, and objectionable to no one. The effect of this politic election was seen in the terms of the Treaty of London, June 1831, by which the original settlement was so far modified that the Luxembourg question was postponed for future decision, enclaves were to be exchanged, and the national debt of the United Kingdom to be divided equitably between the two new states. Meanwhile, however, the Dutch had been encouraged by the obstinacy of the Belgians to hope that the latter had alienated their friends, and that Europe would permit the restoration of the United Netherlands by force of arms. Belgium was invaded, and several victories won, Antwerp and other places being occupied. Though France soon turned the fortune of war against the Dutch, the powers were not slow to prove their lack of pity for the conquered cause. By the Second Treaty of London, October 1831, Luxembourg and Limburg were divided between the two kingdoms, the debt was partitioned with less regard for justice and more regard for Holland, and the Dutch were granted tolls on the navigation of the Scheldt. The Belgian Congress protested and submitted. William resisted, since the Tsar declared that he ought not to be coerced, and refused to evacuate Antwerp. But Russia could not maintain her opinion by the effective argument of force. An English fleet and a French army came to the help of the Belgians. The garrison was compelled to surrender, and the Kingdom of Belgium was at last constituted on the lines laid down in the Second Treaty of London. The failure of Nicholas more actively to assist his relative was not merely the result of the hard facts of geography. His hands were also tied by the rebellion of Poland. Declared a kingdom in 1815, it had been granted a constitution by Alexander, who nowhere adopted liberal courses with higher hopes, and nowhere held more firmly to them. But he suffered from the defects of his temperament. Conscious of his own sincerity, he could not understand the opposition with which measures devised by him for his people's good were met, and he was cut to the heart by the ingratitude of the Poles. In the speech with which he opened the First Diet, 1818, he used words inspired by the Bible, according to Madame Krudener. In closing the session, he congratulated the opposition on the fact that it had opposed. Even in his address to the Second Diet in 1820, which met when Kotzebue was already dead, Alexander only mingled the sentiments of Metternich with those of Christian liberals. But he was irritated by the continuance of opposition and by the growth of secret societies, and the Third Diet in 1825, at which he did not appear, saw interference with elections and enough terrorism by government to silence all discussion. By the end of Alexander's reign, the Polish constitution had failed, and though Nicholas swore to observe it, assenting to a coronation at Warsaw in 1829 and opening the Fourth Diet in person, there were already signs of the coming storm. The Polish army was not employed in the Turkish war, and this fact, due to Constantine's fear that it might spoil the uniforms of his soldiers, was taken to indicate suspicion. The coronation was marked rather by absence of open hostilities than by the presence of enthusiasm, and Nicholas, who on his first visit to Warsaw refused a full amnesty to political offenders, on his second had cause to complain that the Poles were more patriotic than polite. But the blame for the failure of the experiment does not rest wholly or perhaps even mainly with the Tsars. As a matter of fact, the Poles had no real wish to make the constitution a success. They would not be satisfied with anything short of complete independence. This discontent was fanned by the secret societies, divided in their methods, but not in their ultimate aims. The Whites placed their trust in constitutional agitation, hoping to free Poland by means of legislation in the Diet, and failing to understand that the Constitution was so much waste paper compared with the determination of Russia to hold the kingdom. The Reds were fully alive to this fact, and believed that they could best popularize their cause and prove its justice by the wholesale murder of their enemies. Liberty was to be reached by the avenue of assassination. But the two sections were united in welcoming with enthusiasm the news of the Revolution of July, and in raising at once the standard of constitutional rebellion. A provisional government was organized, and while Constantine, filled with groundless fears that his brother would prove weak, hastened to Petersburg to rouse him to vengeance, the Whites proceeded to present their demands to their king. They might have spared themselves the trouble. Nicholas had already ordered the Russian army to mobilize, and he would not even receive the envoys of a people who dared to attempt the imposition of conditions on their legitimate sovereign. The Poles were left to choose between unconditional surrender and armed resistance. They chose the latter, declared the Tsar deposed, and appealed to Europe to save them. Their appeal roused sympathy and produced little other tangible result. France, under Louis Philippe, was disinclined to undertake an active policy. England would not be party to the breach of the treaties. Austria, who for a moment dreamed of a Poland under a Habsburg king, could not act without allies, and feared to rouse racial feeling in her own dominions. Some gentle remonstrances to Petersburg were received with the slight attention which they deserved. Indeed, from the first it was clear that by her own strength alone could Poland be delivered, and that strength was hopelessly unequal to the task. Diebitsch was certainly checked for a while, but his victory at Ostralenka enabled his successor, Paskevitch, to quell the revolt. Forcing the passage of the Vistula, he produced a panic and a brief reign of terror in Warsaw, to which he laid siege. When it fell in September 1831, Polish resistance was at an end. While many of the rebels emigrated to plot happily in other lands, the constitution of their country was extinguished. The Diet vanished. The government was placed in the hands of officials responsible to Russian ministers, and only the bare name of kingdom remained to preserve the memory and to emphasize the failure of the last of Alexander's idealistic schemes. While the Poles were thus paying the penalty for loving patriotism better than good manners, Italy was the scene of similar and more justifiable disturbances. The government of Modena and of the Papal States was such that rebellion against it was almost a virtue. Francis IV of Modena had first crushed the Carbonari with exceptional vigour, creating a tribunal of which the sole function was to try and put to death the politically disaffected. But when he had been disappointed in his hope of replacing Charles Albert as heir to the Sardinian throne, the Duke resolved to adopt all the immoral practices of his successful rival, apparently feeling that as virtue went unrewarded, vice was doubly attractive. A tyrant became a liberal. The persecutor of the secret societies aspired to lead a crusade for the realization of their aims. Metternich, however, could not allow such a fall from grace, and his fatherly admonitions soon reclaimed the straying lamb. But to the Modenese liberals, the salvation of Francis appeared to be apostasy, and when their persecution was resumed, their resentment was embittered by the memory of brief immunity. The duchy was soon ripe for revolt. Yet Francis IV had at least the merit of promoting the industrial prosperity of his dominions, a remark which does not apply to the government of the States of the Church. Leo XII and Pius VIII cared more for the spiritual than for the temporal welfare of their subjects. They had neither the capacity nor the virtues requisite for earthly rule, and the cardinals were ill suited to administer provinces. Here, it is true, there was no question of wavering, no suspicion of apostasy. The papal government was never slack in the work of repression, but its subjects were not won to love by the thought of its admirable consistency. They were, on the contrary, ready to welcome a more capricious rule which offered hope of intervals of leniency. As in Belgium or Poland, so in Italy, the news of the overthrow of Charles X caused discontent to find expression in open rebellion, though here the movement received rather more direct and immediate encouragement. Lafayette professed his sympathy with the project. Lafitte declared that France would never tolerate foreign intervention, and from this latter statement the Italian liberals drew the incorrect conclusion that Louis Philippe would save their darling from the power of the Austrian dog. Modena set the example, Bologna, where the Pope was deposed, and Parma, whence the amiable Marie Louise was driven, soon followed it. In a week the three districts were free. Within a month they were once more enslaved. France, after all, would not move. Lafitte would have kept his half-promise, and a scheme for a Franco-Turkish alliance, reminiscent of the days of Francis I and Charles V, was mooted. But Louis-Philippe suffered little from delusions. He realized that war was out of the question, and induced or compelled the resignation of his minister, who left office lamenting that he had believed in a middle-class king. Casimir Perier, who succeeded, sought peace and ensued it. As far as he was concerned, the Italians might work out their own salvation. In the peninsula itself, disorder did not spread. Tuscany remained passive under the lazy, kindly rule of its Grand Duke. The two Sicilies had no desire to experience again the sorrows of 1821. An outbreak in Piedmont was happily quelled by Charles Felix. Nor did the rebellious provinces organize a common defence. Modena and the Papal States each set up an individual government. In such circumstances, the inevitable Austrian intervention was speedily successful. On the request of Gregory XIV, an army crossed the Po. Marie-Louise was borne back to Parma. The Modenese levies were defeated. Ancona, where the revolutionary government of the Papal States had established its headquarters, was forced to capitulate in March 1831, and order was everywhere restored. The year 1830 was thus marked by two successful and two abortive revolutionary movements, and its significance consists in the latter no less than the former. The overthrow of the restored Bourbon monarchy and the disruption of the Kingdom of the United Netherlands both appeared to be events of prime importance, since they were both serious infringements of the treaties. That the powers made no move in favour of Charles X, that they accepted the fait accompli in the Low Countries, showed that the Eastern question had killed and indeed buried the Quadruple Alliance. But otherwise, the importance of the revolutions in France and Belgium has been exaggerated. The former country had never quite come into line with the despotic monarchies. She had never quite ceased to be a liberal power, or to be rather suspect in the eyes of Metternich. That her king should be deposed was an attack on the settlement of 1815. That nothing worse occurred, that monarchy was retained, was evidence of the continuance of that anti-revolutionary spirit upon which the friends of the existing order mainly relied. In the same way, the disruption of the United Netherlands was, from Metternich's point of view, an event of less gravity than might have been supposed. The kingdom had been a constitutional state, and its fall struck only at the territorial settlement of Vienna, and not at the root principle upon which that settlement was based. For stability, though the hindering of French aggression might assist its maintenance, ultimately rested on the one foundation of absolutism. So long as the domain of absolutism was not invaded, the Metternich system had a chance, at least, of partial survival. It is because the events of this year and of those which immediately follow define the limits of that domain that they are extremely significant. Henceforth, West and East are definitely ranged against each other in the conflict of ideals. The former is pledged to liberalism. By the overthrow of Charles X, the reactionary tendency in France was checked, and the change of French foreign policy appears in the incident of Ancona. The Austrian troops had left the Papal States when order had been restored. They returned on the renewal of disturbance, and a suspicion arose that Metternich intended their presence to be permanent. But this France would not allow. Casimir Perier had declined to assist the Italian rebels. He declined equally to pass over Habsburg aggression. A French army was sent to Ancona, 1832, to assert the right of their country to share in the settlement of Italian affairs, and war was only averted by the withdrawal of all foreign troops from the Pope's dominions. But while the government of Louis Philippe thus followed, however cautiously, along the path pointed out by Canning, and united with England in the support of liberal ideas, the three Eastern powers held firmly to the policy of reaction. The Polish rebellion served to knit those monarchies together more closely. By the Convention of München-Grätz, September 1833, Austria and Russia came to an agreement on their policy towards the Ottoman Empire, and thus removed the chief cause of friction between them. By the Convention of Berlin, October 1833, Prussia joined with her allies in reaffirming the right of intervention, and in secretly proclaiming once more the doctrines of the Quadruple Alliance. It remained to break up this union or to weaken its influence by spreading the theory of nationality in the dominions of the autocrats. When this should be done, the destruction of the ideal of stability would be assured. And because the year 1830 showed what had to be done in order to accomplish this end, it marks an important stage in the decline of the Metternich system. End of section 9. Section 10 of From Metternich to Bismarck by Lionel Cecil Jane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 4. The Fall of Metternich, Part 1. 18 years were still to pass before the final overthrow of the Metternich system was effected. 18 years of unreality, of apparent stagnation, and of actual preparation. In these years mutterings of the coming storm are heard. Men, without quite knowing why, anticipate the approaching deluge. There is a vague sense of foreboding, a vague understanding of the hollowness of the existing peace. But diplomatists continue to intrigue, and court labours to outwit court. Rulers and their ministers fondly trust that treaties will endure forever, that peoples will be forever restrained by conventions between governments. And all the while, beneath the surface, the volcanic flames of revolution burn daily more fiercely, gathering that strength which is to enable them to consume the poor marionettes who dance above them to the slow music of an Austrian pipe. And as when a crater has for centuries been closed, the eventual eruption is all the more violent, so the very success which appeared to wait upon the repressive policy of European rulers made the cataclysm, when it came, all the more terrible and all the more complete. For political discontent, driven to hide itself, was intensified. Men who otherwise might have been mere liberals and reformers became extreme radicals and revolutionaries. To express an opinion,
even mildly uncomplimentary to government, was dangerous. To increase the violence of the opinion did not greatly increase the danger, and was in itself attractive, because it roused more interest and had a more dramatic flavour. And as those who had much to lose feared to take a risk, declining to barter the certainty of present good for the doubtful prospect of future gain, the agitation against the existing order fell largely into the hands of men, desperate because despairing, extreme in opinion because moderate in intellect. They did not think of reconstruction. To such enthusiastic minds, half measures were anathema. They would overthrow, root out, and they were the more eager, not counting the cost, since in no case could it fall on them to pay the price. To them there was an irresistible charm in such catchwords as nationality and progress, freedom and the rights of man. They greeted with innocent and heartfelt applause simple plans for the immediate establishment of unattainable utopias. But as they had also suffered hunger and seen poverty face to face, as they had been very tired, they were drawn insensibly to mingle the practical with the ideal, demanding relief from material distress in the sacred name of liberty. And so political discontent gave rise to two distinct movements. The first, originating in the study of the philosopher and lighted by the student's lamp, sought abstract rights and claimed the inalienable heritage of mankind. The second, more human, born in distress and nurtured in the hovels and workshops of the poor, vitalized by agony and bathed in the blood and sweat of toilers, asked for bread and was ill content to receive only the hard stone of mere enfranchisement. Philosophy has never lacked words, and, as was natural, the philosophic movement found expression first. Based originally upon the abstract theory of the rights of man, it became a general assertion of the principle of nationality, a vague doctrine involving different conclusions in different countries. It served to justify the conquest of the natural frontiers of France and the Republican crusade for the deliverance of afflicted peoples. It inspired the resistance of Spain and dignified the war of liberation in Germany. But prior to 1815, its meaning is obscure. To the Spaniards, it implied objection to the treatment meted out to them by Napoleon, desire for their national king. It did not imply opposition to absolute or even to corrupt government. Even to the Germans, a more intellectual and more metaphysical race, it meant but little beyond deliverance from the French invader. Its champions were sober, responsible men: Stein, Minister of Prussia; Stadion, Austrian Chancellor; Alexander I, autocrat, member of the Holy and of the Quadruple Alliance. But after the peace, the character of the movement changes, and the movement itself develops. That alliance between the champions of legitimate rule and of national rights, which common misfortune had called into being, dissolved with the removal of the danger which it had been designed to meet. European rulers generally adopted the principles of Metternich, the most determined enemy of all enthusiastic creeds and the apostle of stability. As a result, the nationalist movement came into conflict with government, and in the conflict won strength and definition. While still philosophically the vague advocacy of the rights of peoples, it found a practical basis in a demand for specific reforms, and above all, for representative institutions. Nationalism and liberalism became unified, not merely in the prejudiced view of Metternich, but really and by the necessities of the situation, since repression compelled the union of all forces opposed to the status quo. And the spread of the doctrine was assisted by the convenient forgetfulness of its exponents. They omitted to define a people, and this omission enabled almost any group of individuals to arrogate to itself the name of nation. The cry for national rights was thus popularized, and the movement gathered force, infecting a constantly increasing area. Its progress, indeed, was almost surprisingly rapid. 5 years after the Congress of Vienna, it appeared in its new constitutional dress in Spain and Italy, being more definite in the former country than in the latter, because the Spaniards better understood the meaning of that phrase, which the Italians parrot-like repeated. 10 years later, it inspired the Belgian Revolution and the Polish Rebellion. Nationality and constitutional liberty being in each country inextricably blended. Nor did the Austrian Empire, the citadel of sobriety, wholly escape its drunken embrace. The efforts of the Poles were eagerly watched across the frontier. Magyars and Czechs dreamed of Polish success, and saw visions of an independent Poland imitated in Hungary and Bohemia. The visionaries were recalled to reality by the fall of Warsaw. Paskievich and Nicholas turned their dreams into nightmares. But the danger of infection was not the less realized by the political physician of Vienna, who still labored to preserve from disease the system which he believed that he had brought into the European world. Unfortunately, the carefully applied remedies of Metternich rather aggravated than cured the growing illness. His repressive policy led to an ominous alliance between the two sides of the opposition to his methods, combining the nationalist with the socialist movements. The latter agitation was for long inarticulate. While philosophers debated volubly and students noisily clamored for political rights, the proletariat, the masses of the people, were filled with growing discontent and became constantly more impatient. But their impatience did not at first find expression in words. The masses were politically dumb, having no share in the franchise, no organization, no press. And the very simplicity of their would-be prayer made its utterance harder. They desired and realized that they desired to eat, but no desire was more difficult to make known. It made no appeal to sentiment. It urged no high ideals. It did not stir the imagination of enthusiasts. And to the suppliants it seemed not to need expression. Of course they desired to eat, and equally, of course, all men did so, and did so in vain. It was hardly worth while to say anything so obvious as "we want bread," and in the absence of speech, governments might be expected to disregard, if indeed they could be expected to see, the gnawing emptiness which afflicted their subjects. It was repression which made the masses articulate, by enabling their simple prayer to be cloaked in the garment of attractive verbiage. In order to silence opposition, governments stifled the press, and the ranks of the would-be eaters were swelled by the inclusion of journalists out of work. They became hungry also, and they were both as verbose as the philosophers, and as anxious to get bread as the masses. More than this, they were men of ingenuity, quick to grasp the needs of the situation, and to devise means for the gratification of their craving. Alone, they were insignificant. United with the proletariat, they would be powerful. And therefore, they determined to exploit hunger, to organize the people, to make them articulate by supplying the necessary catchwords. The journalists were well aware that the proletariat would never frame simple syllables with confidence, nor would they stultify themselves by uttering phrases which they could understand. But they might be induced to cry, "We want liberty," a cry which to them would be attractive, because high-sounding and meaningless. And once they had cried, governments would sooner or later be affected by the mere clamor of numbers. Nor was this all. To move the proletariat would mean eventual success, but the journalists would not be satisfied with a distant prospect of victory. More direct pressure must be brought to bear on the governments of Europe, pressure from the possessors of votes, the payers of taxes. Such men were not to be influenced by the thought of mere hunger. They were not bakers, that they should give bread to men. To appeal to them, to move them, more idealistic arguments had to be urged, and thus the journalists took over wholesale the propaganda of the nationalist movement. It is in this that the importance of the philosophic agitation really lies. Philosophers could not agitate with success. Their feelings were too delicate, their ties with the world at once too slender and too close. They had a natural repugnance for the crudities of practical politics. They could not forget that they belonged to the classes. Their susceptibilities were too easily outraged by the violence of the masses. No government has yet shown much fear of mere academic discussion. It is the unintelligent shouting of a crowd which breaks in upon the orderly silence of a chancellery, and hurls ministers from place and power, which causes crowns to tremble and thrones to shake. But the inventor of phrases plays his part. A crowd must have a cry. Parliamentary reform in England might have been indefinitely postponed if it had not been for the convenient phrase, "the bill, the whole bill, and nothing but the bill," which struck a responsive chord in the great soul of the people by reminding it of a familiar feature in its everyday life. And in contemporary Europe, the masses, greatly desiring to eat, obeyed the bidding of the journalists. They shouted for liberty and justice. They demanded rights and a constitution, in the full conviction that by so doing they would fill a most material and aching void. As a matter of fact, they were as silent as ever upon the topic of their real need. It was not that they would not talk, now that they had been taught the value of speech, but they could not. The journalists shouted, the masses did little more than fulfill the function of echo. Nowhere does this appear more clearly than in the France of Louis Philippe. The Paris crowds wanted loaves of bread. They received a citizen king, his family, cash boxes, and umbrella. This last item stamped the monarchy of July. It was eminently respectable, eminently dull, eminently middle class, headed by a ruler who was far too obviously guilty of the uninspiring vices of nepotism and avarice to make any appeal whatever to the sentiment of enthusiasm of his people. In these circumstances, it is not surprising that the masses were dissatisfied with the results of the Revolution of July, that they were not even calmed when their jovial king eagerly accepted glasses of wine at their hands, that they continued to agitate and to shout the parrot cries which they had learned. Indeed, the umbrella regime would probably have come to a speedier end if it had not been that the people were still imperfectly organized, and that the bourgeoisie regarded Louis Philippe as the sole guarantee against positive evil. France was less concerned to maintain him on the throne than to avoid the Red Republic. She preferred a system to which she was indifferent to one which she feared and hated because she feared. Thus, the history of the July monarchy is the history of the avoidance of revolution and of party quarrels as to the means for attaining this end. For the two parties which disputed political supremacy in the reign of Louis Philippe were cordially united in opposition to revolution. Neither had any desire to satisfy popular desires. They differed as to the principles of successful delusion, not as to the need for such delusion. On the one hand, the party of action trusted to apparent concessions at home and to a policy of prestige hunting abroad. It believed that it could delude the masses by seeming to bow to their omnipotent will, by volunteering to express in words the deep longings of a people's soul. And it hoped eventually to stifle political and material hunger by creating in the hungry a thirst for national glory. On the other hand, the party of resistance, while equally a band of mighty hunters in the sphere of foreign politics, was candidly alarmed at the outcome of the July days. It had originated, or at least supported, a movement which had been intended merely to change a few names and to remove a few personages, and which had developed into an attempt to effect far more vital alterations. It was resolved that no such calamity should occur, that the proletariat should be taught not to intrude their vulgar clamorings upon the ruling class. It would have the masses learn to look hopefully, but above all, very patiently, to the operation of the virtue of the citizen king. In a word, it was determined that France should be governed. That France needed government was admitted on all sides, and had anyone been inclined to skepticism, his doubt would have been quickly dispelled by the ocular and oral evidence supplied by the Paris mob. The masses were disappointed and angered at the discovery that the much lauded glories of the glorious revolution were spiritual rather than material, and that however completely the beautiful phrases of their self-constituted guides might remove their mental anguish, those phrases were singularly inadequate for the curing of physical distress. And as they had been taught that the ministers of Charles X were their most deadly foes, they wished to apply the lesson. It seemed to them that hunger must inevitably continue while a Polignac yet encumbered the earth, and they wished to perfect the remedy by a sacrifice of blood, clamoring for the death of the late ministers. In itself, this demand was not a matter of supreme moment. It became so when the clamor disturbed the repose of the journalist-given king and his ministers. Such base ingratitude could not be tolerated, even by the party of action, which had at first secured political power as the just reward for the services rendered to the Orleanist cause by its leader, Laffitte. It is true that he protested his wish to allow the consequences of July to work themselves out, that he was professedly only the leader of the many, the devoted servant of the public. But he wished to decide the conditions of his service, and he had his own idea as to what should be the necessary consequences. While accepting the theory that government should be in accordance with the expressed public opinion, he sought for the organ of that opinion, not in the Paris mob, but in the revived National Guard, which for the moment adored its commandant, Lafayette. Thus, public opinion was found to be entirely favourable to the Orleanist monarchy and to the ministry of Laffitte, and when riot followed in the wake of revolution, there was no need to ascertain the grievances or wishes of the rioters. They were crushed and dispersed by the citizen army, called upon to rally round the throne of the citizen king. The party of action defied the populace and restored order, and Louis Philippe could dramatically embrace and thank his Saviour. But the king was not entirely happy in his state of salvation, and it was only with reluctance that he submitted to its continuance. He wished to rule, and Laffitte had the same desire, so that a conflict between them was almost certain. And the dispute was not confined to the question of the real control of the state. It extended also to the principles upon which the monarchy should rest. Louis Philippe had found expressions of devotion to revolutionary principles invaluable as Duke of Orleans. He found them unsuited to the lips of the King of the French. Longing as he did to clear himself of the stigma of being a usurper, longing to become a legitimate sovereign, he was more than irritated at the conduct of the minister, who compelled him to glory in his shame, who seemed to delight in mocking at the most essential points in the theory of divine right. Thus, from the first, Louis Philippe was anxious to free himself from the tyrannous service of his too powerful supporter. and he seized the opportunity which that supporter's foreign policy afforded him. When Italy and Poland rose in revolt, Lafitte proposed open action in favour of a sister revolution. The king, as his European position forced him to do, refused his sanction and gladly accepted the inevitable resignation, 1831. That resignation involved the transference of political power to the party of resistance, by which it was retained practically for the rest of the reign, and for whom the main lines of policy were defined by their first leader, Casimir Perier. He had been included in the late ministry, and at home his measures were similar to those of Lafitte. Order was to be maintained, ebullitions of popular discontent prevented, the secret societies destroyed. Abroad, on the other hand, he at once abandoned the vigorous and pro-revolutionary policy of his predecessor. Rebellion met with no sympathy from him, and no help was given to it either in Italy or in Poland. But liberalism found favour in his eyes when it was not inconsistent with legitimate rule. France tended to associate herself rather with Great Britain than with the Eastern powers, and above all, prestige was to be maintained, while no aggressive action was attempted. In the later phrase of Disraeli, government sought peace with honour, and thanks to a certain politic daring, coupled with keen appreciation of the perils of rashness, as long as Casimir Perier lived, the search was not unsuccessful. It was a French army which chastised the Dutch invaders of Belgium, a French fleet which assisted at Lisbon in the maintenance of the Portuguese constitution. France secured inclusion in the alliance of England, Spain, and Portugal for the repression of Don Miguel, and in Italy an act wholly contrary to the elementary principles of international law raised her reputation and humiliated her historic rival. The occupation of Ancona almost led to a war, which, if it had occurred, would probably have anticipated the events of 1848. That it did not produce a war was due to the military inferiority of Austria, and as this was generally recognized, the government of Louis Philippe profited accordingly. The lesson was not forgotten in France, and thus, while order was maintained at home, prestige continued to be sought abroad. End of section 10.
Section 11 of From Metternich to Bismarck by Lionel Cecil Jane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 4, The Fall of Metternich, Part 2. Unfortunately, however, for the success of these ideas, the minister's death made room for men with less capacity and less of the quick intelligence needed to carry them out. And to make matters worse, that national unity which was essential to the successful pursuit of a rather risky foreign policy was destroyed by the division in the party of resistance. Those divisions were due to no new cause. The old quarrel of the Restoration period was resumed under the monarchy of July. On the one hand, the Left Centre, a group led by Thiers, held that ministers should be chosen from the ranks of the dominant party in the chamber. On the other hand, the Right Centre, led by Guizot, believed that the king, though bound by the letter of the constitutional charter, should be free to select the members of the executive. The result was ultimately fatal to the system which both sections desired to maintain. Occupied with their own disputes, the ministers failed to realize that the mere maintenance of the Orleanist monarchy was a task calculated to tax all their powers. They allowed themselves to be lulled into a sense of false security at home, and abroad embarked on a course of action disastrous because no care had been taken to prevent disaster. The blame, however, does not rest wholly on the ministers. The king had also to bear his share. In many ways, the reign of Louis Philippe is very similar to that of George III. In each case, the king wished to rule and was thus led to unite too closely with a particular party. In each case, after experiencing varying fortune, he seemed at last to have succeeded, only to find that success spelt ruin. In each case, also, short ministries follow each other as the king feels his way, and parallels to Rockingham, Bute, Chatham, and North are supplied by Thiers, Molé, Soult, and Guizot. Even the difference in the eventual result was due rather to differences in the character of the two kings than to essential differences in circumstances. Louis Philippe was a coward, George III was not, and the superior political foresight and tact of the former did not make up for his inferiority in commoner virtues. That he possessed some sense of the realities of the situation is proved by his choice of Thiers as successor to Casimir Perier, and his tactful geniality was illustrated by his hearty use of "my dear Adolphe" when addressing his minister. But even so, when Thiers fell in 1836, Louis Philippe went too fast, replacing him by Molé, a personal friend, and experiencing the certain failure due to an attempt at too direct personal rule. A violent protest was raised against court government. Nor was the experiment of a colourless ministry more satisfactory. Soult failed to maintain his position despite his military reputation, and the king was driven once more to employ Thiers. But when he fell a second time in 1840, the desired minister was found at last. Guizot was Louis Philippe's North. A man of some ability and pronounced personal integrity, willing to follow where his master led, and to bear the consequences of his master's possible failure. Indeed, his own views were such that to obey the king's wishes, to allow him to rule secretly, was altogether to follow his own predilections. And a certain moral obliquity, curious in a man so noted for probity, enabled him to adopt questionable methods in order to secure laudable results. Guizot relied, as Villèle had relied, on a mechanical parliamentary majority. He failed, as Villèle had failed, to understand that mere approval by any chance collection of so-called representatives of the people does not involve true popular sanction. He therefore set to work to secure the only approval which he considered to be necessary. The distribution of places and pensions gained for him a perpetual majority in the Chamber, and he was able to carry on his policy of doing nothing and of neglecting rather than opposing the reforms for which France was more and more inclined to ask. Superficially, his success was considerable, and an atmosphere of profound restfulness was produced. But it was purely superficial. At heart, the country was bored by the dullness of life. It wanted any kind of change, any relief from the monotonous respectability of the existing order. The shadow of the umbrella had fallen upon the monarchy, and from it the monarchy, despite its best endeavours, could not escape. At the same time, annoyance was increased by the situation abroad. While all Europe was seething with delightful unrest, and waiting only for the signal to give way to a saturnalia of political vice, France seemed to have abandoned her rightful position as the champion of revolutionary disturbance. She was caught in the slough of conventionality, and her efforts to emerge from it only involved her in charges of ordinary deceit, without giving her the pleasant reputation of being irreclaimably immoral. And the ordinary vices served to leave her as isolated as more serious crimes would have done. A successful foreign policy might have saved the Orleanist monarchy, but it was precisely in foreign policy that it achieved its most conspicuous failure. That failure may be attributed in some measure to the character of the monarchy itself. However loudly Louis Philippe might protest that he had assumed the crown in defence of, not in defiance of the hereditary principle, he was not the less regarded as a usurper by the autocrats, who worshipped the theory of divine right. His accession had been the source of general alarm in Europe, and that alarm was coupled with intense dislike in the case of the Eastern powers. To save himself from the consequences of such hatred, an ally was necessary, an ally strong enough and of good enough reputation to be able to cast the protecting aegis of its virtue over the questionable reputation of the citizen king. And while it was clear that Great Britain alone could fulfill the function of social sponsor to the monarchy of July, circumstances arose which alienated her from her prospective protégé. The Eastern question once more arose on the political horizon, and French enthusiasm for Mehemet Ali led to disregard for the necessities of the king. That enthusiasm had first been aroused by the veneer of civilization produced by Mehemet in Egypt. It was increased 1,000-fold by the military successes which the Pasha was fortunate enough to win. He had felt some natural disgust at the result of his intervention in the War of Greek independence, for though he retained Crete, he had failed to secure the Morea. Mahmud, indeed, had half promised Ibrahim the Pashalik of Syria by way of compensation, but he had failed to keep his word, and it was primarily with the idea of forcing him to do so that Mehemet Ali began the war. His success was as rapid as might have been expected when it is remembered that he possessed the only real army in the East. Ibrahim, who commanded the Egyptian forces, overran Syria with ease, capturing Acre and Damascus and crushing the Ottoman troops at Hama and Homs. Not content with these victories, he crossed Mount Taurus, descended upon Asia Minor, and in 1832 at Kuniye utterly routed the last Turkish army. It seemed not improbable that he would overthrow the Ottoman Empire entirely. In the path, however, to the achievement of such a result stood Europe with drawn sword. Mahmud, who had called upon Mehemet to save him from the Greeks, called upon the powers to save him from the ultimate results of his original appeal. And he received a ready assurance of sympathy from Nicholas, who was sincerely anxious that the Sultan should not be destroyed, however interested the motives of his desire may have been. Nor was Russia alone in her willingness to check Mehemet. Great Britain, Austria, and Prussia were also prepared to use their good offices on behalf of the sick man, viewing with the gravest suspicion the display of Russian affection for the invalid. But for the powers to act effectively was soon found to be impossible. France joined indeed in efforts to induce Mehemet to come to terms, but at the same time she was unwilling to threaten him, and thus joint action was really out of the question. It was perhaps beyond the power of the government of Louis Philippe to adopt a more decided attitude. The capture of Acre had been magnified by the picturesque imagination of the French into a feat of arms besides which the greatest military exploits of the past paled into insignificance. It was remembered that Napoleon himself had failed here, and it would have meant certain overthrow for a minister if he had suggested taking action against that popular hero Ibrahim. Thiers, therefore, could not join in any real scheme for joint action, though France was equally unable to do anything for her protégé. Europe was fully determined that the Ottoman Empire should be preserved, and Louis Philippe, peace-loving at all times, could not be expected to enter upon a war which would have placed him in opposition to all the powers. Consequently, Russia alone profited from the action of France. She was enabled by it to pose as the only real friend of the Porte. For while Ibrahim gradually drew nearer to Constantinople, Mahmud's pathetic appeals to London and Paris brought him no effective help. and he was compelled reluctantly to turn to Nicholas, whose friendship might be dangerous, but was at least certain. The arrival of a Russian fleet and army saved the capital from a siege, and Mehmet, fearing the loss of that which he had already won, hastened to come to terms at Kütahya. But the Sultan's ally now demanded the reward for his services, and obtained in 1833 the Treaty of Unkar-Skalisi. The two signatories agreed to aid each other by sea and land if attacked. By secret clauses, it was further stipulated that Russia would not claim such assistance on condition that in time of war the Dardanelles should be closed to all except Russian ships. In the eyes of Europe, this amounted to the establishment of a protectorate over the Ottoman Empire. Nor was the alarm aroused much lessened by the fact that Nicholas professed his complete altruism and promised Metternich that Austrian mediation should be invited before the treaty was put into actual operation. Into actual operation the treaty never came, owing to the conduct of Mehmed Ali. Despite the fact that by the Peace of Kütahya he retained Crete and acquired not only Syria, but also the district of Adana and the command of the passes into Asia Minor, his ambition was not yet satiated, while Mahmud on his side longed for revenge. A commercial treaty which he concluded with Great Britain, and which struck at Egyptian commerce, indicated the real feelings of the Sultan, and was the immediate cause of renewed war. Once more the Ottoman troops, though now led by Prussian officers, destined at a later date to win laurels against France, were quite unable to resist the advance of Ibrahim. A decisive victory at Nisib opened the road to Constantinople, and the Egyptians advanced rapidly through Asia Minor, the apparent aim of their commander being the overthrow of the House of Othman and the transference of the throne to his father or himself. The death at this critical juncture, in 1839, of the able and wily Mahmud II assisted his cause. The Turkish fleet sailing to Alexandria surrendered to Mehmed, and Abdul Mejid, the new Sultan, a mere boy, was powerless to stay the progress of the invader. Once more, however, Europe came to the rescue. Great Britain, fearing above all things that the Treaty of Unkar-Skalisi would be invoked, was eager for concerted action. More especially, she hoped to secure the cooperation of France, that the Egyptian question might be settled as the Greek question had been before it. But Ibrahim was still the darling of Paris, and so far from giving way to the blandishments of the court of St. James, Thiers actually proposed to assist Mehmed. His warlike preparations were checked by a curt message from London, since in no circumstances would Louis-Philippe risk war. The minister fell and was replaced by Guizot and the peace party. But it was now too late for France either to hasten or to hinder the salvation of the Ottoman Empire and the downfall of her protégé. Nicholas was filled with a most cordial hatred for the middle-class, make-believe king who sat upon the Bourbon throne, and he took the opportunity to humiliate him, even at the cost of some sacrifice of his own interests. Abandoning the special privileges which he had secured at Unkar-Skalisi, he hastily came to an agreement with the other powers for the settlement of the Egyptian question. The result was seen in the speedy overthrow of the power of Mehmed in 1840. The Allied fleets captured Beirut and Acre and threatened to bombard Alexandria. The Pasha was forced to abandon his original idea of defying Europe, and ordered the evacuation of Syria, and it only remained to decide what treatment should be accorded to him. Deposition would have been his fate had Great Britain and Russia had their way, but France was not destined to suffer such an extreme of vicarious humiliation. Even the pacific government of Louis-Philippe could not forever turn the other cheek. Public opinion would have driven it to resent so profound an insult. But the danger of war was averted by the action of Metternich. Supported by Prussia, he contended for more lenient terms, and eventually Mehmet, though obliged to resign both Crete and Syria, was granted the hereditary pashalik of Egypt, with the title of Khedive, and practical independence. French diplomacy might thus appear to have gained a modified triumph, but it was fully recognized that the success belonged rather to Austria than to France. Metternich indeed appears on this occasion for the last time as practical arbiter of Europe, playing the part which he had for a moment tried to play a generation before, on the morrow of Napoleon's retreat from Moscow, and showing to an almost astonished continent that there was yet virtue in the magic of one who was rapidly coming to be regarded as a mere expert phrase-maker. On the other hand, Louis Philippe paid a heavy price for his deference to popular sentiment. His policy had been dictated by fear of the Paris journalists. Its result was first to isolate and then to shame his country. End of section 11. Section 12 of From Metternich to Bismarck by Lionel Cecil Jane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 4, The Fall of Metternich, Part 3. Nor was it ever found possible really to deliver France from this isolation. Rather, the nepotism of the king and Guizot's pursuit of prestige made it more complete and more disastrous. For while the eager correspondence, which began between the semi-royal product of the Revolution and the Viennese apostle of the status quo, did not secure the admission of the former into the exclusive society of Eastern autocrats, the growing friendship between France and Great Britain was shattered. That friendship, or at least a cooperation from which friendship might develop, had been based originally on community of action and interest in the Iberian Peninsula. Ferdinand VII, in his latter days, had been half converted to liberalism, owing to the ardent love which he had conceived for his fair nieces, Carlotta and Christina of Naples. The first of these ladies was his favourite, but was already married. The second was sufficiently charming and ambitious to become, in 1829, his fourth wife. She used her influence to mitigate the violence of her husband, and presently to secure the succession of her daughter Isabella, persuading him to adopt mildly progressive measures and to issue a pragmatic sanction revoking the Salic law in the interest of her child. But the ultra-royalists had been already pained by the leniency which Ferdinand had shown after his restoration by Angoulême, and had long sighed for the coming of that happy day when Don Carlos, his brother, should ascend the throne and chastise their enemies, not with political whips, but with ecclesiastical scorpions. They were by no means content to submit to the ruin of all their hopes, and the strong opposition which arose was only increased by the liberalism of Christina, displayed while she acted as regent during her husband's illness. This opposition united all the conservative elements in Spain, those who longed for the continuance of old abuses, the ultra-clericals who hoped to see the Inquisition restored to full power, and the reactionaries who longed to take vengeance on the liberals. All placed their trust in Don Carlos. They were encouraged by the attitude of the Eastern powers, who at Münchengrätz declared that they would admit no interference with the sacred principle of legitimacy. Only the unfaltering loyalty of his brother prevented the outbreak of trouble before the death of Ferdinand. Only the accidental absence of the Pretender prevented his proclamation in Madrid as soon as the king was dead, 1833. Christina therefore hastened to adopt a liberal policy in order to win some measure of support. Zé Bermúdez was commissioned to frame a constitution, but unfortunately He was more expert in depicting passions on the stage than in calming them in political life. The Royal Statute of 1834, a practical translation of the French Charter of 1814, threw all power into the hands of the propertied classes, while reserving to the Crown the right to settle the subjects of debate. It marked a distinct advance by admitting the doctrine of assent to legislation and taxation, and providing for annual parliaments. But it served only to increase the troubles of the government, whose alleged friends clamoured for more substantial concessions. And meanwhile the Carlists had taken up arms. The Basque provinces, loyal to a fault, wedded to any old abuses, and instinctively conservative because tenacious of local privileges, were ardently devoted to the Pretender. Their resistance became formidable, owing to the military genius of their leader, Zumalacárregui. Indeed, if it had not been for the incompetence of Don Carlos and the appearance on the side of the regency of a military reformer, Espartero, the rebellion probably would have succeeded. As it was, an attack on Bilbao displayed the weakness of the Carlist army and cost the life of its general, just at the moment when the government was able to put forward greater efforts. The war dragged on, but the eventual result was certain, the more so as circumstances left its decision mainly to the Spaniards themselves. That this would be so had not at first seemed likely. While Eastern powers were wholly in sympathy with the Pretender, those of the West had shown signs of acting effectively on behalf of the nascent liberalism of the peninsula. The quadruple alliance of Great Britain, France, and the two Iberian kingdoms had driven Don Miguel from Portugal, and assisted Don Pedro to restore his daughter Maria to her throne, and Don Carlos, who had served in his nephew's army, was removed to England. But when he returned to Spain to lead the rebellion, the conservatism of Great Britain and her rooted objection to intervention reasserted themselves. She declined to take action, and Thiers, who proposed a French expedition to establish Isabella, was obliged to resign, since Louis Philippe would not further alienate the Eastern powers. As at the same time Metternich recognized the inevitable, and succeeded in restraining the zeal of his allies for the legitimist cause, Spain was left to work out her own salvation. She did not accomplish the task with any particular success. When the danger from the Carlist passed, other dangers appeared. In 1840, Christina was driven from the country by a military outbreak. Espartero became dictator, and produced a new constitution and more confusion. Pronunciamentos were frequent, and the remainder of the Queen's minority was filled with unceasing struggles for power between the various distinguished generals, as the country travelled painfully along the thorny constitutional path. Nor did Isabella's coming of age give peace to Spain, since Louis Philippe and Guizot, pursuing an advantage which proved to be illusory, succeeded in perpetuating anarchy across the Pyrenees. The fatherly affection of the King of the French led him to desire the Queen's hand for one of his children, the more so as his eldest son, rejected by an Austrian archduchess, had been obliged to content himself with a minor German princess. And his minister was overpoweringly attracted by the vista of illimitable prestige to be won by such a masterstroke of diplomacy. In 1846 an intrigue was begun for the marriage of Isabella to the Duc de Montpensier, the king's fifth son. But the strong opposition of England proved fatal to this scheme. It was therefore modified. With the consent of Palmerston, it was arranged that the Queen's sister Louisa should marry the French prince, on the understanding that the succession to the Spanish throne would be first secured by the birth of an heir to Isabella. Guizot, however, thought that he might yet secure his end without breaking the letter of his bond. He secured the marriage of the Queen to her cousin, Francis d'Assisi, a man known to be unfitted for marriage, and on the same day that of Louisa to Montpensier. The sharp practice of Guizot did not produce the intended result of securing the Spanish succession for the descendants of Louis Philippe. Instead, it disgraced France by making her break her word and appear as a party to a scandalous marriage, and it isolated her in Europe by alienating her only friend, England. The alienation, indeed, was so complete that Palmerston desired nothing more than to avenge himself on Guizot, and his opportunity soon came. Since the restoration of its original constitution in 1815, the Swiss Confederation had gradually become the prey of the divisions between the Protestant and Catholic cantons. The former were liberal and desired the expulsion of the Jesuits, who were supposed to be acquiring political power. The latter took their stand on the treaties of Vienna, forming a league, the Sonderbund, with its headquarters at Lucerne, to resist all change. War soon broke out between the two parties, and the attention of Europe was necessarily attracted, since the federal constitution had been definitely guaranteed by the powers. This fact seemed to Guizot to produce a situation full of hope. Intervention could hardly be avoided, since it was actually provided for by the treaties. He therefore proposed a congress to discuss the affairs of Switzerland. He believed that he could thus increase French prestige by appearing as the leader of Europe, and that he could reconcile the July monarchy with the Eastern powers by posing as the foremost advocate of legitimate rule. But his scheme was ruined by Palmerston, who, while urging the Swiss liberals to hasten their operations, delayed his answer to the invitation until it was too late. Lucerne had fallen, and the Sonderbund had been dissolved before the tardy assent of Great Britain was received, and that assent was now valueless, since it was hardly worth while to assemble a formal congress in order to accept a fait accompli. Thus Guizot had merely contrived to make himself the laughing stock of Europe, and to bring odium upon France without gaining any compensating advantage. The government of Louis Philippe, in fact, had committed the fatal crime of championing an unpopular and defeated cause. This crime was especially serious, since the internal policy of the minister was daily winning a larger measure of unpopularity. The government had never really escaped from the consequences of its accidental creation. No one had particularly desired its birth, except a few journalist agitators, and it had never gained the affection of any class except the bourgeoisie. While the old Legitimist party, after a futile outburst in La Vendée, had fallen into a state of grumbling submissiveness, the masses continued to agitate for the satisfaction of their material needs. Open disturbances, such as the great outbreak of weavers at Lyons in 1834, filled the first 9 years of the reign, and were met by severely repressive measures on the part of the ministers, who, by the laws of September 1835, effectually silenced all open criticism of their conduct. While the press was thus placed under restrictions more complete than any which had existed in the period of the Restoration monarchy, the government only succeeded in proving the non-revolutionary character of a regime ostensibly based on revolution. Superficial good order, indeed, was produced by the ministers' abandonment of consistency, but the agitation grew greater rather than less. Driven below the surface and deprived of its ordinary safety valve, it became constantly more violent in character. The secret societies, such as that of the Rights of Man, which had organized the earlier outbreaks, became more secret, and from increased secrecy acquired increased popularity and more extreme opinions. Those opinions were soon marked by socialistic tendencies. While there were many who only wanted a change of ministry, and many who would have been content with a commonplace republic, others, such as Cavaignac, sought a new utopia, and actually dreamed of attempts to meet the needs of the masses. and though they preached the social revolution too vaguely and philosophically to win much support from the crowds, who could not understand them, it was not long before the new theories were clothed in language of transparent clearness. Louis Blanc published his Organization of Labour, which laid down that the right to work was an inalienable privilege of all citizens, and that the state was morally bound to supply employment and satisfactory wages to all members. That these rights might be recognized, the workers should organize their forces in opposition to the tyranny of a selfish and capitalist governing clique. The Parisian artisan listened and approved. Here at last seemed to open a long vista of larger dinners, and though work might be a mixed blessing, yet to have much to eat was altogether good. The political sea remained superficially calm, but a strong undercurrent of revolutionary opinion began to flow, and to flow not towards mere constitutional change, but towards the remodeling of the whole economic structure of society. Even on the surface there were ripples of discontent, quite apart from 6 attempts on the life of that beloved citizen, the King of the French. An agitation for parliamentary reform began, and with it an agitation against the prevailing corruption of political life. That both reforms were needed could hardly be doubted, but Guizot was well content with things as they were. A mechanical majority threw out all motions in favour of change, and the minister was able to soothe his political conscience, which he never allowed to pass out of his control, by the thought that his conduct always received the best sanction which a representative system could give it. Consequently, the reformers were driven to turn from the chambers to the people, and appropriately enough, in 1848, they appealed to the latter by means of banquets. The masses, desiring to eat, should at least be shown that the reformers, desiring to vote, had no conscientious objection to hearty meals. Thiers, always an inveterate busybody, Odillon Barrot and Duvergier de Oran, and their friends displayed their eloquence and appetites to admiring audiences. At the same time, Lamartine used all the poetic fervour which he possessed to strike a more sentimental chord in the great living heart of the French nation. And the folly of Guizot completed the work begun by his enemies. He forbade a banquet which had been extensively advertised, and it was abandoned. But Barrot proceeded to impeach the minister. Popular excitement was roused because the people had been deprived of the innocent pleasure of watching a spectacle in which their souls delighted, and perhaps because it was felt that ministers who would not even allow those eloquent gentlemen to eat in peace must surely be responsible for the hunger of humbler crowds. In February 1848, Guizot lost his nerve and resigned in haste. His panic fear communicated itself to the whole government, and when Molé had failed to form a ministry, Louis Philippe threw himself into the arms of the opposition, and Thiers and Barrot assumed office. But such a volte-face, which a little earlier would at any rate have satisfied the banqueters, and probably served to pacify the mob by depriving it of leaders, now came too late. A few barricades had been raised rather as a jest than with any serious intentions. Some soldiers without orders fired upon the crowd. A cry of vengeance and the social revolution arose. The Republic was demanded. The citizen king abdicated without attempting resistance, and the Orleanist monarchy, middle class to the last, left Paris in a 4-wheeled cab. The mere fact that the French people not only shouted for but also secured a republic is enough to show the remarkable change which had come over Europe in 18 years. But the change is still more strikingly illustrated by the events which followed in the stronghold of good order, the very citadel of restfulness and peace. Metternich still held sway at Vienna, but now he truly merited the epithet of Atlas, conferred on him by his contemporaries some years before. He was indeed a weary Titan, striving to perform a task which was rapidly becoming superhuman. The national spirit was spreading even in the Austrian Empire itself. Kossuth was publishing a liberal paper in Hungary, and the title Croatian Slavonic Dalmatic Journal, given to a periodical in the Illyrian provinces, sufficiently indicates how fully nations were coming to realize their individuality and identity. In 1846, an actual rising had occurred in Galicia and had been quelled mainly by the Ruthenians, the miserrimi populi, who hated the Polish patriots worse than the Austrian tyrants, since the latter might possibly one day sympathize with the grievances of the peasantry. The revolt ended merely in the destruction of the freedom of the city of Cracow, which had been a hotbed of revolutionary agitation, and which was now annexed by Austria to the tune of angry protests from the devotees of liberty in England and France. But its very occurrence was symptomatic of the increasing weakness in the central administration of the empire. A few years before, the report of a rebellion in an Austrian province would have made Metternich smile contemptuously. But his power and influence were steadily declining, partly as a result of age, but still more owing to external circumstances. As long as Francis II lived, the Chancellor had been secure in the unswerving support of a master who had shared with him the shame and peril of the days of Napoleonic supremacy, and who had rejoiced with him at the tyrant's fall. The debt owed to Metternich was realized and paid both in kind and in confidence. But when Francis died, the situation at once changed for the worse. The old emperor, personally popular, had been strong enough to leave all things to his minister. His son, Ferdinand I, was a feeble epileptic without the strength even to be weak. Metternich remained in office, but supported only by his personal ability and reputation. The archdukes and the chancellor's colleagues resented the lingering on the stage of the old actor, since it made their own parts so subordinate. Nor could they understand the ideals for which Metternich still contended, or if they understood them, certainly did not believe in them. So undecided was their attitude that even the chancellor himself was slightly infected by their lack of steadfastness, and went so far as vaguely to promise reforms, though not so far as to think of granting them. Thus, when the fall of Louis Philippe led to a riot at Vienna, and to a demand by the provincial estates of Austria for the resignation of Metternich and for a constitution, his colleagues were not unwilling to listen at least to the first part of this request. They urged the old man to retire in order to give peace to his country, and they watched with secret pleasure the crowds which swarmed toward the chancellery, clamouring for Metternich's life. At this moment the chancellor showed more nobility of character than at any other moment in his long career, and all his accustomed firmness. Refusing to allow the doors of his palace to be closed, he awaited the mob in his study, facing them and daring them to lay hands upon him. They dared not, nor was he assailed by anything more material than howls and hisses as he passed through the crowd on his way to the imperial palace. There he made one last effort to rouse Ferdinand to resistance, declaring that if emperors disappeared, it was not until they despaired of themselves, and that vigorous action would yet save the day. But when he hinted at a possible conflict, the emperor's cheek paled. Metternich saw that the riot would soon become revolution, and on March 13th, 1848, bowed and resigned. He was soon compelled to leave Austria and to hasten westwards in disguise, for the Viennese liberals proved their deep love for personal liberty by setting a price on his head. There is a certain grim irony in the fact that he could find no refuge except in England, which he had always regarded as the home of the ideas against which he strove, and as the most bitter of his enemies. Thus fell Prince Metternich, who for nearly 40 years had controlled the destinies of the Austrian Empire, and who for more than 30 years had been the most imposing, if not the most noble, figure in European politics. His life work had ended in failure. The peace for which he had laboured gave place to confusion worse confounded, and his name, so far from being honoured, has been handed down as symbolical of all that is most oppressive in government, of all that is most hostile to the progress of the human race. Enthusiastic liberals throughout the world greeted the news of his overthrow with hymns of triumphant rejoicing. Their very children lisped the joy-bringing news, "Metternich is fallen, is fallen." Nor have historians failed to echo this contemporary verdict. In the pages of many books it is recorded that he long held the fair goddess of liberty fast bound in misery and iron, that by his fall the chains were struck from those bruised and bleeding limbs. To correct the verdict of history is always dangerous, and never more so than when the verdict has gained the approval of the most vocal and successful portion of mankind. But it may be suggested that with all his egoism, all his love of phrases, all his pettiness of mind, Metternich was at least sincere. In the supreme moment of crisis, having faced the mob which thirsted for his blood and awed them into momentary silence, he told them that his life might be summed up in one word: devotion. Devoted he was, devoted to the Austrian monarchy, perhaps devoted also to the ideal of stability and of a world delivered from war. And he had at least done something for the country which he loved. Assuming office at a moment when Austria was draining to the dregs the cup of shame held to her lips by Napoleon, he had made her the arbiter of Europe, and raised her to a pitch of glory unsurpassed in all her long annals. And he had accomplished this without having recourse to the physical methods of a Frederick the Great, by diplomacy, by mere strength of personality, patience, and steadfastness. Since his day, national feeling has greatly developed in the empire which he ruled. It has hardly increased either the power or the prosperity or the peace of that empire. If Metternich were indeed a political Apollyon, then it would seem that the services of an angel of darkness are in politics sometimes more valuable than those of bright angels of light. End of section 12. Section 13 of From Metternich to Bismarck by Lionel Cecil, Jane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 5. The Year 1848, Part 1. The fall of Metternich was no isolated event. It was one of a series of incidents which involved the general, though often temporary, substitution of political angels of light for the servants of that Viennese Prince of Darkness. Throughout Europe there were revolutions. Everywhere the walls of reaction fell before the trumpet call of liberty and freedom, national and personal. Nor were these outbreaks the expression of any sudden change in the political temper of the continent. They were the result of 18 preparatory years, and they had been so fully anticipated that a biographer of the Austrian Chancellor had been able 14 years earlier to write that Metternich himself recognized the certainty of his ultimate failure. And the causes were not far to seek. The very success with which stability had been pursued undermined the foundation upon which stability reposed. Europe had been given peace, or at least immunity from serious war, and having tasted the sweet cup of quietude, she had been drugged into insensibility of the danger of revolution. Moral hearts no longer trembled at the word republic, at Jacobin phrases such as the rights of man. Advocacy of the people's rule was no longer reprobated by all godly men. And this calmness in the face of the spectres of the past was not due merely to a feeling of fancied security. It was the result also of growing independence of opinion, which took the lead out of the hands of those who had much and placed it in the hands of those who had little. Just as in England, the Industrial Revolution and the Reform Bill transferred the balance of political power from the holders of property to the possessors of votes, making it needful to cajole and to bribe with promises an incorruptible and unintelligent electorate, so on the Continent men were less and less inclined to be silent and still in the presence of the awful majesty of constituted authority. Rather, they listened greedily to the flattering phrases, the inspiring compliments of the new literary school, which, despite censorship and opposition, preached to the masses in a tongue which touched their hearts by conjuring up dazzling visions of gloriously impossible paradises. To the enthusiastic temperament of the Italian race, such heavenly messages appealed with double force. The warm sun of the South clothed fantasies with the garb of complete reality, and so in Italy the literary movement gained its greatest hold and produced the largest measure of unrest. The peninsula, indeed, usurped the place of France, stifled into good behaviour by the all-pervading umbrella of a most virtuous revolution. Gallic idealism seemed to have taken refuge in Italy, and yet nowhere was the hopelessness of such idealism better realized. The futility of reform and revolution alike was accepted. Of the first, because where government was in general utterly bad, the chances of any voluntary improvement seemed to be utterly negligible. Of the second, because the might of Austria was overwhelming, because opinion as to methods was so divided, because in a country without common nationality the national spirit was somewhat weak. These almost insuperable difficulties were pointed out by the writers of the period, whose prevailing note was pessimism tinged with that extravagant optimism which utter hopelessness can alone inspire. The pessimistic note was struck softly by Massimo d'Azeglio, whose position as a servant of the quasi-beneficent House of Savoy possibly inclined him to advocate those methods of peaceful resistance of which he was the exponent, and the futility of which must have been apparent to a man of his intelligence. Cesare Balbo played the same tune in a louder key. He argued that a kingdom, a confederation, and a republic were all equally unattainable, and that Italian unity must wait patiently until the dissolution of the Ottoman Empire should make it possible, by affording Austria adequate compensation for the loss of the Lombardo-Venetian kingdom. And here the wild hopefulness of despair appears. Balbo regarded the partition of Turkey as probable, the renunciation of their Italian provinces by the Habsburgs as not unlikely. The attainment of Italian unity could be allowed to depend upon the settlement of the most difficult question in European politics, and upon the sudden conversion to altruism of a by no means unselfish dynasty. That Italian unity could only be the result of some profound change was true enough, and the obstacles in its path, Austria, the Pope, and racial divisions, were seen by the more sober observers. Durando, indeed, was so conscious of the centrifugal tendencies which existed that he proposed to humour them. His unitary aspirations only led him to hope for a triple alliance of states, corresponding to the spheres of influence of Sardinia, the Papacy, and Naples. Gioberti was more optimistic, and up to a certain point more practical. A confederation of the existing states would avoid the raising of many perilous questions as to interests and rights. It might be the prelude to more complete union. But in suggesting a head for this league, he seemed carefully to ignore both the tendencies of the age and the past history of his country. Alfieri had long since given utterance to a widely held opinion that the Papacy had suffered moral decline owing to the sinking of the spiritual in the temporal office. But Gioberti, declaring that this view was disproved by papal heroism in the face of Napoleonic threats, put forward the successor of St. Peter as leader of his proposed federation. As all Italy could not rule the Pope should rule all Italy. But his rule was to be exalted and refined by idealism. Italy should resume her true position. Becoming once more the intellectual centre of the world, she should exercise again that moral sway which she had wielded in the days of Innocent III. And here, anew, a most important note was struck. As long as Italians despaired of themselves, union was but an idle dream. Enthusiasm was needed to counteract the inertia bred of depression, and the enthusiastic spirit found in Gioberti was more effectually expressed by the most influential, if not the wisest, of the earlier workers for the cause of Italian unity. Joseph Mazzini illustrates in a remarkable manner the intimate connection between political optimism and personal pessimism. As he himself remarks, all share in the truest life was denied him. He could not enjoy the blessings of woman's love, and his intense misery drove him to worship at a less material shrine. Not possessing happiness himself, almost hating happiness, he strove all his days to secure it for his fellow countrymen. A happy Italy was his ideal, a politically united Italy the means by which he sought to attain it. And a profound conviction of its sacred character dignified his quest. Like Cromwell before him, like Metternich in his own time, he believed most implicitly that he was doing God service. He sought inspiration from above. He was filled with unfaltering faith in the creed which he professed. It was no mere political theory that he preached. He was the apostle of a new religion, and himself bearing an intolerable burden of anguish, he laboured to give to others a lively hope for the future. His faults were many, his mistakes frequent. Securing for his country the shadow, he perhaps deprived her of the substance of unity. But it was his cry of God and the people, his invigorating belief in mankind, and his unbounded confidence in himself, which enabled him to rouse Italy to a sense of her own identity, to overcome the deadening pessimism, to fill Italians with that faith without which works cannot be accomplished. Casting aside all half-solutions, boldly ignoring the difficulties which beset him, refusing to see the practical and ever pursuing the ideal, Mazzini gave his countrymen strength to face death and to bear torture. The very name of his Society of Young Italy, and the regulations which governed it, reflect his considered opinion. Membership was confined to men under 40 years of age. Mazzini, believing that the future was to inexperience, and that the wise caution of the old was but an obstacle in the path of victory. Success could only be the reward of enthusiastic rashness, the outcome of deep sentiment. Yet he was not blind to the merits of unsentimental inducements. He did not appeal merely to the spiritual and enthusiastic side of the Italian nature. At the end of all his soul-stirring addresses, there sounds a more practical note. Austria represents indeed the prostitution of all that is highest and best in human life to the alien's lust for power. But she represents also the denial of material good to the people. Her tyranny means hungry children. It means agony of body as well as agony of mind. And it was perhaps to this side of his teaching that the influence of Mazzini was really due. While he ennobled simple prayers by infusing into them something of his own deeply religious spirit, while he moved generous hearts by the burning words in which he denounced a system that strove to destroy the soul as well as fetter the body, he was still, above all, the advocate of the poor, the friend of those who suffered want. Through him, Italian unity became something more than the mere creed of politicians deprived of chances of distinction, something more than the dream of a few thinkers who saw the glorious past of their country reproduced in the future. It grew into a vital belief, moving the mind of the people, filling the poor with hope that in political union they would find sustenance for their starving babes, and the happiness for which they yearned. And it is in this that the value of Mazzini's work consists. His very extravagance was of service, since in so desperate a situation, only the faith which believes the impossible to be attainable could bring the attainable within the bounds of possibility. At the same time, there was much in his doctrines which bordered upon the absurd, and more especially his republicanism was harmful to the cause which he advocated. By making a particular type of government the panacea for all the ills to which Italian flesh was heir, he alienated many possible sympathizers, and was perhaps ultimately responsible for the failure of united Italy. Indeed, he was not always blind himself to the danger of his teaching, and though the virtue of the masses was to make his country the heaven on earth of which he dreamed, he inclined on occasion to place trust in the virtue of mere princes. For a moment he believed that Charles Albert of Sardinia might yet justify the hopes which had been formed of him. For a moment he looked to Pius IX to disprove the theory that Catholicism and liberalism were incompatible. The expectations which he formed of these two rulers were shared by less enthusiastic minds, but the king was easily outdistanced by the priest in the race for the favour of those who were ostensibly foes of all clerical rule. Charles Albert was suspect to the reactionaries and immoral in the eyes of Metternich. But these testimonials to his character could not obliterate the memory of his dubious conduct as Prince of Carignano, and his peculiar temperament made it hard for him to overcome the distrust with which the liberals regarded him. He lacked the living faith which can lead a man onwards without faltering. He had but scant confidence in his own destiny, and his inherent pessimism caused him to realize very vividly the difficulties which faced him. Nor were those difficulties mere figments of a morbid imagination. However national the House of Savoy might have become as the result of centuries of rule in Italy, Piedmont was still a partially alien state, and while she was viewed with misgivings by patriots on account of the selfishness of her historical policy, she had won from the other states of the peninsula that jealousy with which successful double-dealing is generally regarded by less fortunate exponents of the deceptive art. Nor could the views of Austria be lightly ignored. She was at once too near and too powerful a neighbour. Charles Albert, for whose exclusion from the throne the court of Vienna had intrigued, had been compelled at the moment of his accession to promise to maintain his absolute power, and there was no doubt that Metternich would be quick to resent any breach of this contract. Finally, the traditional policy of his family helped to deter the Sardinian king from any decisive action. To absorb Lombardy like an artichoke, leaf by leaf, was not an heroic line of conduct, but it was one likely to fascinate a deliberate and self-distrustful monarch. None the less, Charles Albert never ceased to aspire to the leadership of an anti-Habsburg crusade, nor was D'Azeglio unjustified in looking on his king as a sincere friend to the cause of independence. But the path was arduous, and the goal seemed ever more distant. The king was obliged to labour to rehabilitate himself in the eyes of his prospective fellow-workers, and yet to adopt measures to secure himself from immediate danger. The marriage of his son to a Habsburg archduchess appeared as the prelude to a return to the Metternich fold, and his reforms hardly sufficed to counterbalance so specific an act of conciliation. The reorganization of the army, the reform of the legal code, a mildly liberal tone in administration, though admirable in themselves, were not the desired grant of a constitution, and the hesitating king was thoroughly hostile to secret societies, repressing in 1833 the agitation which Mazzini sought to foment by an incursion into Savoy. Even when he at last ventured to enter upon a tariff war with Austria, though he gained the plaudits of a congress of politicians, disguised as naturalists, he failed to satisfy the leaders of Young Italy. They looked rather to Rome than to Turin, and Charles Albert sought wearily for a chance to follow the path along which the Pope seemed to be leading Italian patriots. For even sober politicians inclined to believe that the Vicar of Christ was at heart the champion of liberty, and the wildest hopes were aroused by the apparently startling change in the character of the papal government. No district had groaned more heavily under the burden of corrupt administration than the States of the Church. Nowhere had repression been more consistent, tyranny more debased and debasing. Metternich himself admitted that here reform was advisable, though he would not coerce the Holy Father. But when Gregory XVI died, the hopes of liberals suddenly revived. They dared to put forward a candidate for the papal chair in the person of Cardinal Gizzi, an avowed if moderate sympathizer with their ideas. He was not elected, but the choice of the Sacred College fell upon a man who for a while seemed likely to realize the dreams of Gioberti. Cardinal Mastai Ferretti, who in 1846 took the name of Pius IX, was almost unknown at the moment of his election. His chief title to fame was his honourable conduct as governor of Imola during the Austrian occupation. Thus, as his character was matter for speculation, extraordinary hopes were formed as the result of his earliest acts. Signs of sympathy with reform were hailed with unbounded enthusiasm, and the Pope, perhaps affected by his popularity, travelled further along the same path. Cardinal Gizzi was appointed Secretary of State. Laymen were admitted to membership in the newly created municipality of Rome. A civic guard was formed, and these measures, mild enough in actual fact, acquired an exaggerated significance because they were taken by the Pope. Pius IX became the hero of Italian liberals. Demonstrations in his honour were organized throughout Italy, and even when advance was not so rapid as had been hoped, the halting progress of the Holy Father was attributed not to any lack of will on his part, but to the malign influence of evil advisers. So alarmed was the court of Vienna at the conduct of the Pope that Metternich was actually accused of plotting against his life, and the Austrian government seized the pretext which vague evidence of disorder afforded to occupy in 1847 Ferrara, in flagrant violation of all the principles of international law. But such violence served only to draw protest from Rome, and to encourage the English ambassador openly to support the liberal movement. Though the clear insight of Metternich led him cheerfully to declare that a liberal pope was unthinkable, this optimism or pessimism was not shared by less astute observers. Men forgot the eternal non possumus, with which the papacy had always met cries for radical reform, and as the illusory nature of the hopes formed of Pius was not realized, enthusiasm grew apace. And as it spread over Italy, it led to the outbreak of a veritable epidemic of constitutionalism. The example was set in Sicily in 1848, where a half-detected conspiracy proved successful and led to the proclamation of a constitution both at Palermo and Naples. Leopold of Tuscany, who had already freed the press, was terrified by an émeute at Leghorn into following suit, and finally a fundamental statute was issued to regulate the temporal government of the states of the Church. 2 chambers were established at Rome, and responsibility of ministers admitted. But the College of Cardinals retained a veto, and a most disappointing monopoly of all real power. Pius declaring that he could proceed no further along the liberal path. Then at last a constitution was granted to Piedmont in the form of a royal statute, embodying in the main those reforms which had been proposed by Count Cavour, a journalist, rising to fame owing to his articles in the Risorgimento. There was indeed a resurrection throughout Italy, and only in the Lombardo-Venetian kingdom did absolutism hold its own. End of section 13. Section 14 of From Metternich to Bismarck by Lionel Cecil, Jane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 5, The Year 1848, Part 2. There was perhaps less need for representative institutions, less need for liberalism at all in the Austrian provinces than in any other part of Italy. Good government in the sense of efficiency and honesty of administration, and care for the well-being of the people, was an integral part of the Metternich System. And if the emperor did draw a vast income from his Italian provinces, this was at least evidence that those provinces were prospering under his rule. It is true that gruesome tales were told of the horrors of the Spielberg, the dungeon in which exiles from Lombardy were confined. But those horrors were endured as punishment for the high-souled devotion to the task of overthrowing Austrian rule in Italy, a devotion which was not really appreciated by its prospective victims. Nor was it the wish of Metternich to use such drastic measures. He would gladly have employed softer agencies, having himself succumbed to the fascinations of an actress. He hoped that he might calm the political unrest of Lombardy in a like sweet embrace. The theatre of Milan would have been the scene of the triumphs of the attractive Fanny Elssler, had not the pleasure-loving Milanese remained at home, lest they should be constrained to applaud an importation from Vienna. Still Metternich congratulated himself that a well-fed population would remain contented with abundance of good things, and pay no heed to hungry patriots. But he had failed to make allowance for the influence of sentiment and for the activity of journalists. Viennese censorship failed wholly to stifle political writing. In season and out of season, the cause of abstract good was exalted at the expense of the present good which men enjoyed, and an ingenious race found no difficulty in proving that Austrian benefits were injuries. In the local assemblies which had been allowed to survive, a demand was heard for an increase of their powers, for a revision of taxation, for a lightening of the burdens of the poor, and as time went on, these demands became more insistent. The disaffected hoped that the death of the imperial jailer, under which euphemism they described the Emperor Francis, would result in a change of system, that the Habsburgs would deliberately prepare the disintegration of their dominions. But when these expectations were not realized, political unrest increased, and was enhanced by the return of exiled agitators who undertook its direction. Specific demands for reform were made, they remained unheard, and the patriotic party resolved to adopt heroic measures. Tobacco was a government monopoly. The Milanese bound themselves not to smoke. Soon they went further and attacked Austrian soldiers, who were less abstemious. Riots ensued in various towns. The shooting of a few rioters, the accidental death of some harmless spectators, the momentary violence of an irritated soldiery, were magnified into a wholesale and deliberate massacre, so that when the news of Metternich's fall arrived, Lombardy and Venetia burst into revolt. Radetzky, commanding the imperial forces, was compelled to retire behind the lines of the Quadrilateral, and when Charles Albert declared war,
when the armies of the other states hastened to the help of Sardinia, when the Austrians were actually beaten in the field at Goito, the overthrow of Habsburg power in Italy seemed to be imminent, if not complete. Nor could help be sent from Vienna, since upon the whole Austrian Empire burst the storm which had been brewing for nearly 100 years. Joseph II had pursued the ideal of centralization, not wisely, but too furiously. He had accentuated diversity in his search for uniformity, and his successors reaped the fruit of his unwisdom. Those differences in race, religion, and language, which have always been the bane of his dynasty, had been constantly deepened since his death, and now the removal of the personification of repose freed the pent-up stream of progress. No sooner had Metternich fallen than decorum gave place to license, and all trace of political sobriety vanished in a bacchanalian orgy of triumphant virtue. The whole machinery of government was paralyzed, and while the epileptic emperor wandered aimlessly in a maze of apology and rebuke, the dominant and subject races of his dominions competed for the prize of political ascendancy. While the Germans strove to retain their historical supremacy, the Magyars demanded exclusive privileges, and the Slavs equal rights. The contest producing an atmosphere of entire confusion, in which perhaps only one thing appears clearly: the complete selfishness of the exponents of patriotism and the profoundly reactionary character of the more ardent liberals. And this is especially evident in Hungary, a country dominated by a dull and boorish aristocracy, which usurped attractive epithets only rightly applied to a free and freedom-loving race. The Magyars formed a section of the population more clamorous and turbulent, more conservative and corrupt, more influential but less numerous than the subject races over which they tyrannized. They had a safety valve in a diet, and many cauldrons in which discontent might seethe in the shape of local assemblies. Rather unwisely, the imperial government had shut the safety valve by suspending the sittings of the central body, and so political agitation fermented more vigorously in the smaller gatherings. The result was to increase the power of the less responsible leaders, men like Széchenyi, who devised the famous suspension bridge of Budapest, and who would have been content with economic progress, were replaced by more advanced agitators, men of the type of Kossuth, Deák, and Eötvös, who had become filled with Western phrases and pseudo-Western ideas. Thus, when the Diet was revived, the opposition assumed a new character. In the upper house, the magnates, the dominant aristocracy, continued to press only for the maintenance of their exclusive privileges, as they had done under Maria Theresa and Joseph. But in the lower house, the delegates of the local bodies advocated equality of taxation, freedom of the press, removal of the peasants' burdens, and, most important of all, recognition of Magyar nationality. Strenuous opposition to the use of Latin in the Diet led the imperial government to permit debates to be conducted in the Hungarian tongue. This initial victory was followed by a strengthening of opposition as the result of an error on the part of Metternich. Resistance to the court of Vienna had been at first rather half-hearted, because its leaders could not agree as to whether the Diet or the county assemblies should be made the centre of political life. But when the latter bodies were dissolved and replaced by nominated administrators on the instructions of the Austrian chancellor, all sections united, and in the universal anger Kossuth found his opportunity. This ardent patriot had first figured as editor of a liberal paper, the Pesti Hírlap, and being fortunate enough to annoy the government, was for a time imprisoned. On his release he availed himself of so excellent an opportunity for entering upon a political career,
and in this new sphere his eloquence was invaluable, both as a means of rousing enthusiasm and as a convenient cloak for his inconsistency. Ostensibly, he was the champion of liberalism in general, joining with Deák in setting out a definite programme of reform which proposed taxation for all classes, yearly diets, triennial elections, more representation for towns, and the abolition of the disabilities of the peasants. Actually, he stood for Magyar predominance. There was nothing really sincere in the baptismal speech in which he urged all friends of progress to unite, and in which he insisted that their interests were identical. His inconsistency first appeared in his attitude toward the parallel agitation among the subject races of the Austrian Empire. The Slavs were divided into two main sections, the Czechs of Bohemia and the Serbs and Croats of the southwestern provinces. Prague was the capital of the former. The latter found a more dubious centre in Agram, the seat of their provincial diet. But Croatia and her allied provinces were attached to the Hungarian monarchy and were duly repressed by the dominant Magyars, repression being the more easy since, despite Napoleon, Illyrian nationality was something too elusive for the uneducated imagination of more backward races. Gradually, however, a sense of identity arose. Gaj published an Illyrian gazette for the provinces in an attempt to stimulate the new unitary sentiment. But at once the Magyars rose in defence of their sacred monopoly of nationality. They induced the imperial government to order that the title of the paper should be so changed as to emphasize differences rather than unity, and when Serbs and Croats claimed to share in the new freedom of Hungary, their demands were rejected. Kossuth pointed out that liberty could only mean the maintenance of Magyar supremacy, and as a matter of fact, the patriotic party placed the delegates from Agram in a hopeless position in the Diet of Pressburg. When Latin ceased to be the language of debate, the Croatian representatives were obliged either to learn a foreign and difficult tongue or to remain forever silent. It was this insistence by the Magyars on the supremacy of their own language which led to the development of the Slav agitation. Bohemia was at once a Slav country and unified. She had the advantage of a definite historical existence apart from either Austria or Hungary. In addition, she numbered among her population patriotic professors with a taste for forgery. She was soon supplied with an adequate Czech literature, and enough archaic poetry was produced to place Bohemia on a literary equality with Hungary. And finding to their surprise that their ancestors had been veritable heroes, the Slavs were roused to enthusiastic opposition to the exclusive tendencies of the Magyars. Pan-Slavism came into being, and the struggle of nationalities began to divide the opposition to the imperial government. Had that government possessed even a moderate degree of competence, it might have used the rivalry between Magyars and Slavs to establish its own supremacy. It had rarely had a better opportunity for putting into practice the Habsburg motto, Divide et impera. But the fall of Metternich gave political power, or rather political office, to a group of utter nonentities. The administration was not even consistent in submitting to the terrorism of the Vienna mob. It nullified the possible merit of concession by a half-hearted return to the principles of the fallen chancellor. Ferdinand, in one interval of sanity, contradicted the orders which he had given when last he had been capable of giving orders at all. In the more frequent periods during which he was a mental and physical wreck, the archdukes imitated his example. A constitution was promised. Windesgretz was appointed dictator. More concessions were proposed, and finally, when the offer of a constitution to all the Habsburg dominions except Hungary produced a riot, Ferdinand fled to Innsbruck, May 1848. From his safe retreat he issued more promises, but no attempt was made either to keep them or to make their observance unnecessary. Indeed, the government of Vienna showed a complete inability to adopt any course at all. Terrified by unexpected disorder, it would not realize the true strength of its position as potential arbiter between the two conflicting nationalities. It could not gather courage to play off Slav against Magyar. Thus, though it recognized Jelinek, an ardent Illyrian, as Ban of Croatia, without waiting for approval from the Hungarian Diet, it nullified its action by granting a responsible ministry to Hungary. This amounted to a practical acceptance of the disruption of the monarchy, and however impossible it may have been for the Emperor at this juncture to coerce his loyal subjects beyond the Theiss, it would have been better by far to have faced even civil war at once. As it was, the weakness of the government threw a shadow of legality over the revolutionary proceedings of the Magyars. But in the circumstances, nothing else could be expected. The Vienna mob really controlled the situation, and being itself infected with pan-Germanism, was eager to foster any movement likely to lead to the sacrifice of the non-Teutonic dominions of the Habsburgs. Thus the nationalist agitations grew daily more violent, and within 6 months of Metternich's fall, the Austrian Empire, which was to have been saved by his resignation, appeared to stand upon the brink of ruin. Ferdinand was powerless for good, and extremely powerful for evil. Sane enough to make appalling mistakes, he lacked the sanity necessary to enable him to realize either the mistakes which he made or the hollowness of those liberal triumphs which so alarmed him. Austria itself was thus allowed to fall under the control of an ignorant and unpatriotic mob, which received an excellent musical training as the result of the care of Metternich and the genius of Beethoven, but had never secured even a superficial acquaintance with the art of politics. In Hungary, an independent ministry laboured to put the finishing touches of its separatist work and to establish the complete domination of the Magyar race. In Croatia, Jelinek, abandoned by the Emperor in a moment of distrustful fear, ruled as a practical dictator and was ready to fight to the death against German or Hungarian aggression. And elsewhere, the star of fortunate Austria seemed to be waxing dim. Italy was in revolt, and the issue of the struggle yet doubtful. Germany appeared to have passed forever out of Habsburg tutelage. The Austrian government, indeed, had no time to concern itself with the affairs of the Germanic Confederation, especially as her influence over it had long been exercised with increasing difficulty. Metternich had found himself less and less able to check the growth of liberalism. He protested vainly against the pernicious tendencies of Frederick William IV, whose ill-balanced mind responded with little cordiality to the warnings of his would-be mentor. And though there shone in Germany a few bright particular stars of reaction, such as Ernest of Hanover, the destroyer of a constitution, the morality of most rulers was sadly to seek. Progress was the cry, was the atmosphere in the South. Representative institutions sprang up like mushrooms on the news of the latest French Revolution, even before the apostle of stability had fallen. And worst of all, nationalist sentiments and demands for the reform of the Confederation echoed loudly through the German states. And while Metternich hunted for his life, fled in disguise through the land which had once welcomed him as a new Messiah, the last bulwarks of reaction, Bavaria, Saxony, and Prussia, gave way before the waves of the Viennese storm. Frederick William IV, faced by the same alternatives that faced Ferdinand, was equally unwilling to enter upon a struggle. When a riot at Berlin had resulted in bloodshed, he promised a united diet of his dominions, and, wandering star as he was, he presently went further and gave signs of approving a movement directed to overthrow the Metternich system root and branch. For while the pressure of public opinion secured the repeal of the Carlsbad decrees, the more advanced progressives attempted to put into practice the theories which had been advocated in their many earlier gatherings. The Ante-Parliament, a species of committee of prominent liberals, containing most of those who had suffered persecution during the years of repression, was assembled, and its advocacy of a revision of the Constitution seemed to win the favour of Frederick William. The king decorated himself in the colours of the old Holy Roman Empire, took part in a theatrically absurd procession through the streets of his capital, and gave vent to some equally futile remarks. He even wrote to Nicholas expressing his delight at the glorious German Revolution which was in progress, and though his wild conduct was not matter for serious concern, it was perhaps only the divisions of the reformers which prevented some substantial reforms from being accomplished. But those divisions were acute, and appeared clearly in the debates of the Ante-Parliament, though the session of that body was confined to a few days. Its more ardent members sought salvation in the creation of a German republic, disregarding such trivial obstacles as armies and kings. They believed that their enthusiasm unaided would be able to overcome the hostility of mere governments. Other deputies, more cautious and possessed of greater glimmerings of political intelligence, saw that the decisions of a debating society, however representative of the intellect of Germany, would not bind Prussia or Bavaria, even if Austria were obliged to remain forever passive, and even if the minor states sincerely preferred some new order to the old. The arguments of these saner members were directed to conciliate inevitable opposition by the advocacy of monarchical institutions. They prevailed in debate, and the enthusiasts were driven to resort to more irregular courses. Following the most approved French models, they agitated eagerly for the conversion of the Ante-Parliament into a national convention, pending the meeting of the projected General Assembly. They hoped so to secure for themselves that control of the revolution which had been secured by the extremists in the Reign of Terror, and they fomented riots in order to gain their ends. But unlike their French prototypes, they failed to be successfully violent, and their failure ruined the cause of republicanism. The Ante-Parliament separated, leaving a committee of 50 to prepare a constitution for the regular German assembly to consider. It had accomplished little beyond illustrating the renunciation of those principles upon which the Metternich system was based. Nor was the renunciation of those principles confined to Germany. From Paris to Budapest, from Palermo to Berlin, political immorality was triumphant. And though that triumph was short-lived, though heavy retribution fell upon its authors, and though the laughter of liberals was speedily turned to bitterest weeping, the effect of the momentary victory remained. Europe had still to wait many years to see Italy become a Mazzinian heaven, to behold the dazzling vision of united Germany, to rejoice with the high-spirited Magyars in their freedom, and to congratulate the Czechs on the unfettered use of their language. Yet the Metternich system was none the less destroyed. Based on honesty, in so far as its author never permitted himself to play at liberalism or claim to represent the sacred sovereignty of a free and enlightened people, it could only rest upon one permanent foundation: the voluntary submission of the many to the direction of the few. And such submission could no longer be secured. Men had tasted of the tree of political knowledge, and had learned that they might eat of it, and not surely die. Henceforth they would debate, they would speculate, and from their debates and speculations would win conviction of their monopoly of political virtue, of their superior knowledge of the art of ruling. Such experts could not be expected tamely to submit to deprivation of all voice in their own government, and thus absolute power could no longer rest on consent. If it were to continue at all, it must be based either on force or fraud. But rule by terror is at best a temporary expedient. Force and fear can never be the permanent basis of a state. Thus the only alternative to genuine popular government, while the many so greatly desired to manage their own affairs, was found in that fraudulent system of which Napoleon III was the most gifted exponent. The people were to be flattered and deceived, given a semblance of omnipotent power, sedulously corrupted and skilfully debased. A plebiscite should justify all acts. The voice of the people should on all occasions be heard and obeyed, but the voice must be trained to speak words good in the ears of the ruler. The hands must learn to vote in the one right way. For Metternich's frank repression of all manifestations of popular feeling, his honest disregard for the wishes of his subjects, there was substituted a new system. The democracy, no longer ignored, should be led and used, and meanwhile the masses, sick and weary of the disappointments which they had endured, as hungry as ever and as cold, eagerly welcomed further deception, eagerly embraced the idealism preached to them, and toiled, fought, endured, and died for their betrayers. End of section 14. Section 15 of From Metternich to Bismarck by Lionel Cecil Jane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 6. The Restoration of Order, Part 1. It is hardly an exaggeration to say that the masses have rarely been so effectively betrayed as they were by the leaders of the movements of 1848. They had been induced to enter upon the hazardous paths of conspiracy and revolution by an appeal to their most deep-seated emotions, and they had found that these paths led not to the haven where they would be, but to a goal hardly to be distinguished from the starting point. They had been taught that if only they would remove Tweedledum and accept the rule of Tweedledee, then no utopia would be beyond realization. Any dreams might be translated into facts. But whether Lamartine or Mazzini or Kossuth preached the sermon, and whatever might be the chosen text, one final word was never left unspoken. Theories of politics and ideas of nationality were expounded freely and fully. The glories of representative institutions and the value of popular rights were set forth in glowing terms. But those who heard interpreted all such teaching in the light of the material idealism of a Louis Blanc, knowing only the good of a bountiful table. The many could not understand that on the lips of a poet or a journalist politician, the promise of all good things merely implied the blessing of the full rights of citizenship. The Parisian artisan, the Italian maker of macaroni, the Austrian and German producers of the beer mugs of the happy, alike embraced the cause of liberty, alike championed the rights of peoples, because they saw the sunken cheeks of their children prospectively shining with rudest health, because they believed implicitly in the close relationship between nationality and bread, between representative government and cheese. Nor were their leaders altogether reluctant that they should hold this most convenient belief. Whether sincerely or no, the approach of economic miracles was persistently foretold. There was little hesitation in prophesying the coming of a carnal millennium. More especially did Lamartine depict, in most brilliant colours, the glories of that paradise of which his poetic republicanism dreamed, and when Louis Blanc had mistranslated the poet into prose, the many could no longer be in doubt as to the essential features of that Elysium. A heaven of loaves and fishes would be open to them when the incubus of the Orleanist monarchy had been removed, when the people had been freed forever from the burden of aristocratic government, and as when Charles X had been driven forth, the masses had anticipated a series of gargantuan feasts, so when Louis Philippe had hailed his fatal cab, the Second Republic was acclaimed as the provider of an abundance of generous dinners. To secure that most desirable result was to be the task of the new administration, which was appropriately composed of elements so divergent that it was assuredly bound to accomplish all things or nothing. In it, cheek by jowl, sat Lamartine, whose food was ambrosia, and whose mind was filled with godlike dreams, and Louis Blanc, thinking in terms of butcher shops and artisan dwellings. The first believed that a republic would end all distress, for his distress was as ideal as his happiness. The second was firmly convinced that the revolution was social as well as political, since he could not conceive of value in mere constitutional terms. As both men were possessed of exemplary sincerity, to that sincerity they and their republic and the masses fell victims. For they strove to redeem the pledges given by the makers of the revolution to their agents, the many, and would not realize until too late that redemption was impossible, that poverty and unemployment will yield to no political magician, however sweet his accents, however brutally direct his methods. The poet upon whose lips all France for the moment hung could not deny the omnipotent virtue of his chosen panacea. He was therefore led to unite with Louis Blanc in one of the most ill-advised and disastrous of many futile strivings after the perfection of honesty in politics. For the rulers of the Second Republic were aware that the masses desired material blessings, and as honest men they could not refrain from attempting to gratify this desire. And Louis Blanc had his remedy ready to hand. The source of distress was unemployment. Citizens had the right to work. The state the duty of supplying work to be done. Thus the national workshops came into being, produced by a brain ignorant of economics and sanctioned by a genius dwelling ever in an atmosphere of unreality. To the Parisian artisans clamoring for bread, the government answered that it accepted the obligation of affording it, that it would employ all seeking employment. Forthwith, from east to west, from north and south, hungry crowds flocked to share in the cornucopia, which had been so miraculously discovered. Not the capital alone, but all France wished to eat and be filled. The result was as might have been foreseen, had the devisers of the scheme even condescended to examine the working of Gilbert's law in England, and the blessings of the abolition of the workhouse test. Not controlling all the agents of production, the government could not organize labor or put an end to the evils of competition. The first necessity for the success of such a socialistic project was lacking, even if some magic wand had been in the hand of Lamartine to enable him in an instant to produce complete fluidity of labor. Restraint of immigration to Paris, the completion of all half-completed public undertakings, the reduction of the hours of labor, and the payment merely of a half-day wage were insufficient to make the scheme workable. Soon the employees in the national workshops were numbered not in thousands but in hundreds of thousands. France was rapidly drifting into a state of bankrupt pauperization, and the government was faced with the alternatives of financial and economic ruin or of salvation by breach of faith and the abandonment of its most obvious title to existence. It chose the latter course, as it was bound to do. The national workshops were closed, and when disappointed Hungary rioted, They were crushed by Cavaignac, invested with dictatorial powers for the purpose. Order, economic and political, was re-established, and the country saved from the financial maelstrom into which it had plunged headlong. But none the less, the Second Republic did not escape shipwreck. It had been created to give bread to men, and it had not done so. To the masses, therefore, cheated of their hoped-for paradise, as they had been cheated by the umbrella of Louis Philippe, the existing order ceased to appeal, and it needed only a man to seize the opportunity for another coup d'etat. Cavaignac might have played the part, but he was obsessed by the conviction that he resembled the Roman dictator who so truly loved his plough. Like Cincinnatus, his work done, he laid down his office unmurmuringly, and left the field open for one who should have less zeal for political virtue and more care for his own welfare. And such a man was at hand, ready to profit by misplaced Puritan self-abnegation. Yet this man was not easily recognized as being destined to do that which Cavaignac would not do. There was little thought that the destruction of a regime, fortified by the eloquence of Lamartine, and dignified by an epithet well calculated to bring back to mind the politically luscious orgies of the Reign of Terror, would be completed by a prominent but unsuccessful low comedy actor. And Louis Napoleon, the man of destiny, was regarded at first as a very second-rate performer on the political stage. He had twice attempted to rouse France to a better appreciation of his capacity. On each occasion his only reward had been to bring a smile to the face of a nation critical of wit. But he had the quality of perseverance, and he had also a valuable asset in the growth of a most abiding legend. Under the Orleanist monarchy, it had ceased to be improper to mention the name of Napoleon. On the contrary, his ashes had been brought back to France and reinterred amid the jeers of Thackeray and the enthusiasm of Paris, and a tradition had rapidly arisen, partly as the result of some fictional works masquerading as histories, which converted the Corsican tyrant, personification of evil, into the little corporal, an amiable gentleman possessing considerable military skill and a collection of virtuous qualities which would probably have disgusted their supposed possessor. And Louis Napoleon was qualified to profit by the advantage thus conferred upon him. He certainly did not lack astuteness. He was fully aware that his own personality could hardly rouse the enthusiasm necessary to his success as an adventurer. Suspected of cowardice and guilty of a tendency to procrastinate, cunning rather than wise, and subtle rather than clever, his great merits were a certain capacity for the production of obscure but well-sounding phrases, and a keen sense of his own limitations. Having no false pride and much healthy ambition, having also a commendable lack of scruples, he was perfectly content to shroud his own valueless identity in that of his namesake, and to become merely the authorized exponent of a non-existent Napoleonic system, devised actually by enthusiastic writers of fiction, elaborated by the new adventurer, and fathered on the dead emperor. Louis Napoleon had all Diocletian's sense of the advantage of partial withdrawal from the public gaze. He had John Wilkes's understanding of the uses of popularity, however ridiculous and however ill-founded. From the very first, he set to work deliberately to deceive France, and indeed the continent of Europe. To his own country he became an enigma, most attractive by reason of the contrast which it offered to the boring obviousness of a Louis Philippe, guaranteed to afford at least excitement because full of contradictions. And his success was the direct result of his intentional obscurity. He focused the gaze of the world on himself, and as long as he could do this, he was able to carry out his policy of posing as a sincere champion of liberty and ruling with absolute power by means of a calculated veiling of his methods and objects. From the very first he submitted himself modestly to the will of the people, whom he never intended to serve, whom he did intend to induce to crown him. When the Orleanist monarchy had fallen, he hastened back to France, humbly asking to be allowed to help his beloved country, nor would he profit by the affection of Frenchmen until they had legalized his position by permitting the return of his family. Such calculated modesty was as effective as could have been wished. He was repatriated and elected a member of the legislature. To the government he seemed to be a harmless nonentity. To the people he rapidly became the embodiment of the virtue of the first Napoleon, without his one undeniable vice of ambition. And thus, while his candidature for the presidency of the Republic was a source of amusement to more superficial observers, to those who were to choose the president it was a source of admiration. For a Napoleon to solicit where he might have demanded was indeed most delightful flattery. The honest Cavaignac, the socialist Ledru Rollin, had no prospect of success against such subtle hypocrisy, such a forcible appeal to imagination. Louis Napoleon was elected president by an overwhelming majority, and France ceased to be a republic except in name. Nothing was more certain than that the formal restoration of the empire was only a question of time. The new ruler was perfectly content to wait, using the interval to reassure the bourgeoisie and Europe as to the meaning of the Bonapartism which he preached, and to reduce to order the factious elements in France. Thus, the election of Louis Napoleon was really a victory in the cause of reaction and good order. An idealistic republic had been tried and had failed. It culminated not in a popularly governed utopia, but in a return to the most despotic regime that had ever existed in France. Sentiment had failed as the basis of political society. And it was found equally unsatisfactory in Italy, where it proved inadequate to make up for the lack of more material strength. The struggle against Austria had begun with hopes rather than with resources. The prevalent despair produced that wild optimism which is its usual outcome. Charles Albert, in particular, having for a moment escaped his extreme depression, and having for once taken a definite resolve, permitted himself to ignore all difficulties and to forget the critical situation in which he had placed his country, his friends, and himself. Because loud-voiced liberalism had destroyed the oppressive political silence, because no one talked of any issue for the struggle except complete success, because the Austrians worked in silence, the king believed that all Italy was united in the sacred cause, and that unanimity of opposition to the Habsburgs reigned throughout the peninsula. Actually, the Italians, whatever else they might be, were not unanimous, and the example of making an agreement with Austria and with reaction was first set by the Vicar of Christ. Pius IX had that sincere horror of the clash of arms which befitted his sacred office. He aspired to play the role of peacemaker, nor would he sink the priest in the politician, and perhaps he feared also for the future of the Holy See if patriots of doubtful orthodoxy should gain a complete triumph. Thus, as soon as the hour for decisive action arrived, as soon as it was clear that not even the moral prestige of the papacy could induce men to moderate their righteous anger, the temporary hero of the liberals became the champion of reaction. Pius issued an allocution in which he announced in definite terms that he was unable to sanctify with his blessing the holy war against Austria, and the appearance of Rome on the side of the Legitimists strengthened the hands of that seemingly routed party. The cause of liberty and nationality were doomed unless its leader could show definite vigour and remarkable capacity for leadership. And Charles Albert, though certainly remarkable as a leader, was not distinguished by any exceptional energy or capacity. He failed entirely to understand that time was fighting for the Habsburgs, that the Austrian Empire was by no means dissolved. The loyalty of the imperial army was unshaken, its devotion to the emperor unabated, and in its ranks the rivalries of different nations were forgotten. Nor did the leaders of the nationalist movements wish to weaken the hand of the government of Vienna when it was dealing with mere Italian patriotism. Kossuth himself supported the retention of the Hungarian army in Italy, and this action, partly due to the constitutional pose which he had adopted, and partly to his wish to be free from the embarrassing presence of national but Croat regiments, was also due in some measure to a sense of respect for his king. And as the imperial forces were not weakened, the superior skill of their commander, Radetzky, had full play, and that skill was more valuable because unsuspected, because its possessor was regarded by his enemies as a ridiculous and half-witted buffoon. The Austrian marshal concentrated his strength and reorganized it, while the Italians quarrelled as to the form of government which they should establish, and while the Sardinian king marched up and down, for all the world like the historical Duke of York. End of section 15. Section 16 of From Metternich to Bismarck by Lionel Cecil, Jane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 6, The Restoration of Order, Part 2. Charles Albert, indeed, had entered on the war without a plan, without stores, without consideration. He might have made up for his inferiority in actual resources by falling at once on the Austrians while they were still disheartened by the success of the rising at Milan. But though he gained an initial success at Goito, he failed altogether to profit from this advantage. While he aimed at crushing the republican element in the revolted provinces and at inducing them to accept union with Piedmont, and while he strenuously refused to receive French aid or admit British mediation, he did nothing to justify the confidence which he demanded from his supporters. His utter lack of idea enabled the Austrians to consolidate their position in the Quadrilateral. The victory of Curtatone, May 1848, restored the prestige of the imperial arms, and the capitulation of the papal forces at Vicenza both gave back an important fortress to the Habsburgs and damped the somewhat faint enthusiasm of the other Italian states for their Sardinian leader. It was not revived by the proof which that leader gave of his original theories on the art of war, by laying siege to the almost impregnable fortress of Mantua without artillery. Indeed, the Italian cause rapidly drifted to destruction, and the useless marches of Charles Albert presently culminated in the utter overthrow of Custozza. His army was practically annihilated. He was compelled to beg for an armistice, to abandon Milan, and to evacuate Lombardy, and for all practical purposes the war was ended. But the king had become a confirmed optimist. He was not yet reconciled to the inevitable. He would not yet recognize that his strength and capacity were alike unequal to the task which he had undertaken. The open revolt of Hungary led him to hope that the embarrassments of the Habsburgs might be turned to his advantage. The visions of an enthusiastic nun offered, in his opinion, a heaven-sent plan of campaign. When the armistice expired, he hastened to put into the field an army composed of unwilling conscripts and untrained recruits, commanded by an unpopular alien, and without any adequate resources. Radetzky hardly troubled to plan the defeat of so contemptible an enemy, and had the Sardinian king's military capacity been even half as great as his optimism, the Austrians might have sustained a serious reverse. But the marshal was justified by results. In March 1849, at Novara, the Sardinians were defeated even more decisively than at Custozza. The king was once more driven to sue for peace, and now his hope had vanished, and he laid down his crown as the last sacrifice which he could make for the cause which he loved not wisely but quite well. While his son and successor, Victor Emanuele, inaugurated his reign by the conclusion of a humiliating peace, and while the last trace of opposition to Austria was removed by the surrender of Brescia, Charles Albert left Italy to die, the broken-hearted victim of indecision and hopeless optimism. Vain optimism, which believed that sentimental ardour could make up for the lack of material resources, was indeed fatal to the Italian cause throughout the peninsula, and most of all it was fatal at Venice and Rome. The former city had revolted simultaneously with Milan, but no real effort was made to unite the two movements, or by joint action to cut the communications between Radetzky and Vienna. On the contrary, the Venetian revolt fell under the direction of Manin, a most eloquent and patriotic lawyer, whose good sense was somewhat obscured by his idealism. To him, as to Mazzini, a republic was the one thing needful for any true progress, and he rejected at first all idea of compromising his utopia by admitting any sort of agreement with the Sardinian government, which was degraded because monarchical. And thus he was viewed with suspicion by Charles Albert, and not less so because he showed a marked inclination to lean upon the support of the sister republic of France. The progress of the Austrians, indeed, somewhat modified Manin's ideas. On the morrow of Custozza, when the steppe no longer possessed any value, and when the imperial forces were already beginning to close round the doomed city, Venice decided for union with Piedmont. But it was now too late to prevent the catastrophe. The defence, though signalized by some heroic deeds, and invested with interest by the presence of Garibaldi, was hopeless from the first. In August 1849 the city soon capitulated, and Manin, a refugee in Paris, was able to devote his remaining years to the task of discovering how misplaced was his pursuit of perfection. Failure to cooperate with Sardinia had destroyed any chance of success which the rebels might have had, since it secured the defeat of the only army which might have won a victory. And the shock of the Sardinian defeats was felt equally in central Italy. The Battle of Novara decided the fate of the rebellion in Tuscany, where Mazzini intensified Grand Ducal vengeance by the extravagance of his propaganda at Livorno, in Modena, and in Parma. The arms of Austria bore the expelled princes back to power, and since the governments, after their restoration, were on the whole rather more tyrannical than before, the situation was hardly changed for the better. Habsburg ascendancy was rather more complete, for the rulers, conscious of the lack of love in the hearts of their subjects, depended more than ever upon foreign support, and only the operation of international jealousy prevented Austrian control of the whole peninsula. As it was, not imperial but republican kindness gave back to the Pope his lost temporal authority. That authority had been destroyed when Pius IX ceased to be loved by all liberal adorers, and the very gem of progressive virtue. Despite his condemnation of the war, the Pope had for a while continued to attempt the impossible task of maintaining the existing control of his dominions by the cardinals, and avoiding any open breach with orthodox and reactionary governments, while making concessions to the reforming spirit. But he soon found that this policy was too illogical to be successful, and that he was bound either to follow in the train of possible atheistical revolutionaries, or to sacrifice his pleasant popularity by entering into a contest with his people. Any hesitation as to the course which he must adopt was removed by the murder of his minister Rossi. Such violence appalled the gentle bishop, and he fled from his blood-stained capital to the arms of the King of Naples at Gaeta. His flight was regarded by the Roman populace as tantamount to abdication of his temporal power. In February 1849, a republic was proclaimed. A somewhat disorderly mob assumed control of the city, and the inevitable Mazzini appeared to give his blessing and to clothe in high-sounding language the new revolutionary government. He was joined by another subject of Charles Albert, Garibaldi, whose services had been declined by his king because his opinions savoured of the irregular, and who became from that moment a freelance in the noble army of liberators. Committed in this way to the care of a hare-brained enthusiast and a guerrilla captain, the fate of the Roman Republic was sealed, and the seal was strengthened by the triumph of Austrian arms in the Lombard plain and the revival of French jealousy of Habsburg power. While the imperial troops occupied Ferrara and advanced upon Rome from the north, an expedition from France landed at Civitavecchia, and two powers, one absolutist, one republican, contended for the honour of restoring a pope. The French won in the contest, partly because the incident of Novara distracted Austrian attention, partly because they had a satisfactory handicap in the matter of distance, partly because the Roman people preferred to fall into the hands of a sister republic. Rome capitulated in July 1849 to Oudinot, the French general. The papal government received a fresh lease of life and was granted the protection of a republican power, and the Habsburgs were forced to accept this limitation upon their sphere of influence in Italy. Pius IX returned to his capital, having seen his Neapolitan friends return to absolute government, and cured for ever of all tendency to coquette with the fascinating siren of popularity. The reaction in Italy was complete, and Metternich could smile contentedly at the justification of his assertion that if emperors disappear, it is only when they have despaired of themselves. And the ex-chancellor must have viewed with peculiar satisfaction the collapse of the Italian Revolution, since that collapse completed the salvation of the Austrian Empire. The weakness of the imperial government had been due largely to lack of adequate military force, since the army was loyal and, if freed from Italian complications, quite capable of crushing all attempts at revolt. And that this was the one need of the government was well illustrated by the course of the Bohemian Revolution. Beginning as a more or less loyal demand for autonomy, it was first met by concessions on the part of the emperor, but these concessions were not enough for Czech patriots. Discontent was increased by the appointment of a new governor of Prague, Windischgrätz, who had already shown his lack of sympathy with revolution and his immunity from sentimental weakness during a brief dictatorship at Vienna. Riots followed, and for a few days the mob, assuming the title of a provisional government, controlled the Bohemian capital. But Windischgrätz had that determination of mind which most of the Austrian commanders lacked. He turned his artillery upon Prague and was able to report to Vienna that the Czechs had been converted once more into loyal and peaceful subjects of the imperial crown. The methods which he had employed might have been applied almost immediately to Vienna also, had it not been that the ministers lacked decision of character, and still more lacked leadership. Ferdinand was not yet reconciled to the idea of meeting violence by force. He had not yet learned that if concession be made to riot, riot becomes revolution. Thus the real control of the capital was allowed to fall into the hands of the mob. The cabinet openly admitted that it could not maintain order, and a committee of public safety, created with its consent, really governed Vienna. The emperor lay in his palace, the victim of fear and illness, not daring to fly from a situation which he could not face, a pitiable spectacle of incapacity and weakness, and the Austrian parliament was equally powerless to organize any systematic government. This state of practical anarchy culminated in another violent outbreak in October 1848. Hunger had been increasing among the poor of the city as the year advanced, and the ranks of the disaffected were swelled by soldiers unwilling to obey orders to march against the Hungarians. More rioting ensued. Latour, the Minister of War, was murdered by an infuriated crowd, and Ferdinand, trembling more than ever, fled or was hurried by his advisers to Olmütz. Though the assembly continued formally to sit, and though the presence of a solitary minister might seem to invest it with some semblance of legality, all government was really at an end. The cabinet had followed the emperor, and a large number of deputies had imitated this example. In such a situation, Windesgrätz found an opportunity after his own heart. Declaring that he was determined to restore the authority of Ferdinand, he advanced upon Vienna and received on his way belated imperial sanction for his action. The task which he had so boldly assumed was rendered more easy of accomplishment by the conduct of the assembly, which he had resolved to crush. In place of seeking the help of the Hungarians, who might have saved them, the deputies indulged in some mild play-acting. They could not believe that the rude hands of a soldier would touch their sacred persons. They were filled with an almost pathetic confidence in the efficacy of mere forms and words. Brought face to face with facts, when Windesgrätz approached the suburbs of the capital, they called upon Hungary to save them. Jelinek defeated the advancing Magyars at Svechat, October 1848, and a short bombardment placed Vienna at the mercy of the conqueror of Prague. A military dictatorship was established, and its character pointedly marked by the execution of Blum, November 1848, who, having come to Vienna as ambassador of the Frankfurt Parliament, had remained to bear his part in the defence of anarchy, and whose death was a dramatic warning to German nationalists. It was clear enough that as soon as the Habsburgs had set their own house in order, they would take the field as the champions of conservatism in Germany. The process of setting that house in order now proceeded rapidly, for the government, possessing once more the necessary military strength, found also a man capable of using that strength without hesitation. While the Parliament was requested to transfer its valuable deliberations to Kremsier, an obscure Moravian town, Prince Schwarzenberg assumed the office of chief minister. He was fully alive to the realities of the situation. He saw that under a trembling emperor, the empire would also tremble, always on the verge of dissolution, and therefore his first care was to find an efficient substitute for the incapable Ferdinand. The imperial invalid was induced to care for his many infirmities in a less prominent position than on the throne of the Habsburgs, December 1848. The next heir resigned his rights of succession, and the crown passed to Francis Joseph, who was young enough to make it reasonable to expect that he would reign under the guidance of his minister. Having thus removed the most trying obstacle in his path, Schwarzenberg dissolved the Kremsier Parliament and established the Unitary Edict, by which equal constitutional rights were nominally conferred upon all dominions of the House of Austria, March 1849. This concession, however, was hardly intended to disguise the military rule which was to be established, and even had it been meant as a serious measure of reform, its working would none the less have been impracticable, owing to the attitude adopted by Hungary. For the practical answer to the Unitary Edict was Kossuth's declaration of Hungarian independence, and the partial union of those elements upon the division of which the imperial government had relied, in so far as it pursued any consistent plan. But neither consistency nor firmness had characterized the policy of the court of Vienna towards the agitations in the non-Austrian provinces. Since the recognition of the responsible ministry in Hungary, it had vacillated perpetually between two conflicting courses. At one time Ferdinand seemed resolved to abide by his promises, and loyally to support the Magyar ministers, even when they left Pressburg for Pest, and so fell under the influence of disorderly, enthusiastic, half-educated students. At another time he appeared to place his trust in the services of the Ban of Croatia, and to be ready to use them to crush the growing independence of Hungary. The truth is, perhaps, that as long as the Italian war was continued, it was felt to be of paramount importance to retain in Lombardy every available regiment, and for this purpose to conciliate both Magyars and Croats. Thus Ferdinand constantly gave way to the pressure of those nearest to him. He granted all the prayers of Battiani, the Hungarian premier, when he complained that the ban was threatening Magyar domination over the non-Magyar provinces, and dignifying a mere Slav agitation by the sacred term national, and he turned a ready ear to the persuasive accents of Jelinek, when he pointed out what services he could render to the cause of the Habsburg supremacy. At one moment Hrabowski, commanding the Hungarian army, was ordered to reduce the Slavs. When he had been defeated by the revolted Serbs, the imperial government cautiously applauded successful resistance to its orders. End of section 16. Section 17 of From Metternich to Bismarck by Lionel Cecil Jane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 6. The Restoration of Order, Part 3. But a more determined attitude became possible as soon as the Battle of Custozza had definitely turned the tide against Charles Albert. While Kossuth at Pest was advocating the cause of repression across the Adriatic, and finding plausible excuses for destroying in other lands that national existence which he claimed so eloquently for his own country, Jelinek had succeeded in convincing the imperial ministers that he was their truest friend. Recognized as ruler of Croatia, he advanced into Hungary. The court of Vienna, far from disowning him, declared that the Magyar ministry had no legal standing, and sent Lamberg to Budapest, that by taking over the command of all the forces of the Hungarian monarchy, he might make resistance to the ban impossible. The murder of the new commander did not cause the imperial government to falter. On the contrary, it led Ferdinand to take one of the few decisive steps of his most indecisive life. While the Parliament of Hungary was abolished, the dictatorship of that country was conferred upon Jelinek, and the emperor definitely joined the side of the Slavs. But such vigour did not meet with its merited reward. The Croats were speedily expelled from Hungary. The October riots in Vienna prevented further action against the Hungarians, and that people now fell with the retirement of the moderate Battiani under the guidance of Kossuth and the extremists. Though a formal proclamation of independence was delayed, it was already frequently suggested, and the refusal of the Parliament of Budapest to recognize Francis Joseph amounted to a practical declaration of war against Austria. Forces, indeed, were organized by both parties. Windischgrätz and Jelinek prepared to attack Hungary on two sides. The Rumans of Transylvania made ready to revenge themselves on their hated tyrants. To meet so overwhelming an attack, the strength of Hungary at first proved insufficient. Not even the capacity of Görgey, who commanded the Magyar forces, could compensate for the divisions in the councils of the rebels. Windischgrätz repeated at Pest his exploits at Prague and Vienna. Kossuth, jealous of the independent attitude of Görgey, substituted an incompetent Pole, Dembinski, in the command. The Austrians gained success after success and flattered themselves that the reduction of the country was complete. It was at this moment that the Unitary Edict was issued, and forthwith the Magyar cause began to revive. Hitherto the subject races in the Hungarian kingdom had looked to the Habsburgs to save them from tyranny. Now it became evident that whatever might be the ultimate intentions of Schwarzenberg, he was at least not the devoted champion of Slav nationality. It was true that representative institutions had been promised in the edict, but the dissolution of the Kremsier parliament was a definite act far more convincing than any words. Nor could the nationalist agitators for a moment accept the establishment of equality between the different races. They desired not liberty for all, but supremacy for one people, and Croats and Magyars were agreed in wishing to tyrannize over someone. The Slavs began to desert the cause of the emperor and to support that of their late enemies. In these circumstances, if Kossuth had possessed more political foresight, it is possible that Hungary might yet have secured the recognition of her semi-independent position. Since the subject races were now alienated from Francis Joseph, the rebel generals had little difficulty in recovering the ground lost. Bem reconquered Transylvania, in which the Rumans had for a moment secured supremacy. Gorgei, once more in command, defeated Windesgrätz and drove the Austrians across the frontier. The cause of the Habsburgs, which seemed a few months before to have triumphed completely, seemed now to be as utterly lost. But it was saved by the ambitious unwisdom of a journalist politician and the intervention of a champion of legitimacy. Kossuth seized such an apparently favourable opportunity for accomplishing his long-planned scheme. He had always aspired to be the founder of an independent state, always aimed at the practical destruction of the ties which bound Hungary to Austria. It is possible that he was alive to the fact that such a benefactor as he would thus be might expect to receive his merited reward. When the unitary edict had been issued, his influence secured the proclamation of Hungarian independence, and thus was ultimately responsible for the failure of the cause which he had so dearly at heart. The army was in general loyal to the person of the emperor and to the tradition of imperial rule. It was far from desiring to see the government of the country transferred to a mere newspaper editor with a gift for writing and speaking, and a lamentable ignorance of the art of war. Thus the revolutionary forces were reduced in strength by desertion, and to make matters worse, the Slavs were hopelessly alienated. For a moment the subject races had believed that their late tyrants had been miraculously changed into gentle friends. Now it was made clear to them that if they continued to resist the Austrians, they would experience the questionable blessing of being handed over to the uncovenanted mercies of the Magyars. Any fate was preferable to this, and the Croats and Serbs were resolved not to endure it. At the very moment when Hungary was assailed by a power which she could not resist, her own internal dissensions were made more fatal by the dissolution of the short-lived alliance between the various peoples who inhabited her borders. It is indeed probable that Austria would sooner or later have subdued the revolt, even if she had relied entirely upon her own resources. But the success of Gorgei alarmed the imperial government. The task of reducing Hungary seemed to be beyond its power, and thus Francis Joseph was led to accept an offer of help, which had been made to Ferdinand before him, and then for a while politely declined. Nicholas I was far too devoted a champion of the cause of divine right patiently to watch the general overthrow of legitimate rule. He was more than ready to unsheath his sword in defence of any royal house afflicted by the insubordination of its subjects, and he was especially ready to do so on behalf of the Habsburgs, the traditional allies of Russia. He hastened to answer the appeal of Francis Joseph, while an Austrian army entered Hungary from the west. The Russians poured across the frontier of Transylvania. The struggle was not prolonged. Pest was occupied, and the incompetent Dembinski was defeated at Choreg. Bem was crushed at Temesvar, and finally Gorgei, with the last Hungarian army, capitulated to the foreign invaders at Vilagos. The cause of Magyar predominance was lost. Kossuth had already fled from the country upon which he had brought disaster, and the vengeance of the Habsburgs fell upon less prominent leaders. Throughout the Austrian dominions, imperial authority was restored. The reaction had gained a most signal triumph, and Metternich, returning to his beloved Vienna, had the satisfaction of feeling that he had been proved a true prophet. Freed from the anxiety which had oppressed him during the final days of office, he could spend his last years in adorning the salons of a society freed from all suspicion of liberalism, all tendency to think that peoples had a right to share in their own government. And the effect of the triumph of conservatism in the Austrian Empire was at once observed in the collapse of the nationalist movement in Germany. Here, as in Italy and Hungary, the divisions in the ranks of the devotees of progress were fatal to the success of the revolution. While all parties not corrupted by conservative poison were agreed in desiring representative institutions and some type of national existence, there was an extreme divergence of opinion as to the character of the Germany which was to be called into existence. On the one hand, the great Germans would have embodied the whole Austrian Empire in the new state, regardless of the fact that many provinces of that empire were entirely non-German. On the other hand, the little Germans wished to confine the blessings of unity to their own people. Austria proper might be included. Hungary and other alien districts must certainly be excluded. And when the German National Assembly met at Frankfurt, this division of opinion served to paralyze its action. If it had availed itself of the prevailing enthusiasm in Germany and immediately produced a definitive constitution, it is possible that moral strength might have secured its success. But the details of the new constitution were matter of angry debate, and in no case has the genius of the German people for delay appeared more clearly. Interminable discussions on the first principles of political science wasted the time and exhausted the energy of the deputies, while the forces of reaction gathered strength. Such practical measures as the election of an administrator of the empire in the person of the Habsburg Archduke John, and the formation of a ministry under Schmerling, were rendered nugatory by the constant ignoring of the lack of all compelling force, other than sentiment, behind the assembly. The result was that it was led to destroy its own credit, as well as to waste the precious months in which something really effective might have been done. Its reputation was first impaired by its attempt to extend the blessings of German unity to the widest possible area. Schleswig-Holstein, a district under the Danish crown, had declared in favour of union with the new Germanic body. Its adhesion had been accepted, and its deputies welcomed by the national parliament at Frankfurt. But the King of Denmark declined to submit tamely to such a partition of his dominions, and proceeded to employ force to prevent it. Forthwith, Frederick William appeared as the champion of the German cause. A Prussian army entered the duchies to support their freedom. But just as the Frankfurt Parliament seemed to be about to win a triumph through the loyal support of Prussia, it became apparent that the king's action was not dictated by real sympathy with unitary ideas. Already tending towards reaction himself, and alarmed at the prospect of international complications, he concluded the Truce of Malmö with Denmark, by which Schleswig-Holstein was to be administered provisionally by the Danish government with Prussian assistance. The Frankfurt Parliament indignantly rejected such a sacrifice of popular aspirations. It refused to sanction the truce and decreed intervention. But its decree was so much waste paper. It had no army, and its fleet was still in process of construction. And it consequently found itself in the humiliating position of having to confess its impotence by accepting the arrangement which it had repudiated. Nor was this the worst. It was not even master in its own house. As its philosophical debates dragged on through weary months, the citizens of Frankfurt began to murmur at its failure to accomplish anything. They rose in revolt, and the very lives of the chosen representatives of the German people were in danger. It was evident that so far from being able to control all Germany, the Parliament could not even keep order in a single city. It was equally evident that unless something were done towards the practical solution of the problems which it had met to solve, its existence would be ended from mere annoyance at its inactivity. In these circumstances, the discussion of political theory was abandoned. A constitution was at last produced. By its second article, the debate as to the extent of the new state was decided in favor of the Little Germans. It was provided that if a ruler governed both German and non-German provinces, only the former should be included in the new Germanic body. And the equally critical question as to the headship of the federation, upon which point violent debates had occurred, was tentatively solved by a decision in favor of a single man bearing the title of emperor. Had this decision been reached some months before, it might have possessed practical utility. Now, however, it was too late. Prussia had already ceased to champion the German cause. Her king had begun to realize that of his many enthusiasms, that for legitimacy was probably the strongest. From the very moment of the meeting of the Prussian Assembly, disorder had been rampant in Berlin, where the mob terrorized the representatives of the people. And while Frederick William was at heart opposed to all revolution, and only momentarily carried away by thoughts of leading a popular movement, the army was resolved to save the king even from himself. This last factor proved to be the death blow to liberalism in Prussia. An attempt by the Assembly to interfere in military matters angered the king, who placed himself in the hands of Count Brandenburg, the Prussian counterpart of Schwarzenberg. The new minister acted on the same principles as the Austrian. The Parliament was ordered to remove from Berlin to Brandenburg, and when it resisted, was forcibly expelled by the soldiers. A dissolution followed, and as public opinion was conciliated by the grant of a constitution by edict, no great hostility was aroused by the return of Prussia to mildly reactionary courses. But that return was fatal to the cause of German nationalism, since it coincided with the revival of vigour in the councils of the court of Vienna. Schwarzenberg protested against the attempt of the Frankfurt Parliament to dictate the relations which should exist between the imperial government and its subjects. He announced that Austria would never agree to any system by which she was deprived of her legitimate predominance in Germany, and he won the support of several states. When this announcement was followed by the issue of the Unitary Edict, it became clear that the Habsburgs would never support the unification of the German race, and the Frankfurt Parliament retorted by decreeing the exclusion of Austria from Germany and offering the imperial crown to the King of Prussia. The rejection of this offer was a foregone conclusion. Frederick William would not so far depart from monarchical principles as to accept a crown at the hands of a mere representative assembly. He dared not face the hostility of Austria. He feared to incur the anger of Nicholas, and he was becoming more and more disgusted with the Frankfurt Parliament, which seemed determined to flout legitimate government. And his refusal of the crown, coupled as it was with the declaration that no union could be valid unless sanctioned by existing states, was followed by the abandonment of the National Assembly by all the states except a few minor principalities. Lack of military force and the violence of its partisans at Dresden and Baden proved the final blow to the Frankfurt Parliament. The deputies of Prussia, Saxony, and Hanover withdrew. The rump of the assembly in vain removed to Stuttgart, and when it was finally dispersed by the troops of Württemberg, not even a dog lamented the downfall of a body which had been intended to inaugurate the millennium in Germany. That downfall was welcomed by Frederick William, who still hoped that he might become the monarch of a new empire. He requested the governments of the Confederation to send representatives to Berlin for the discussion of a scheme of union, and secured the apparent adhesion of Saxony and Hanover. A league between Prussia and these two states was formed. A draft constitution was issued. Several members of the dissolved Frankfurt Parliament expressed their approval of the scheme, and the minor states joined in supporting it. But Austria was now free to act, and this made the success of any project of union an impossibility. Prince Schwarzenberg proclaimed the restoration of the old Diet. Bavaria and other states gave him their support. Frederick William in vain appealed to the good offices of Russia to save him from the alternatives of war or humiliation. While Nicholas declared his approval of Austrian policy, an émeute in Hesse-Kassel afforded the necessary opportunity to the court of Vienna for forcing the situation. Bavarian troops hastened to the support of the Elector, whose people relied on Prussia to support their adhesion to the new confederation. Schwarzenberg presented an ultimatum at Berlin, demanding under threat of war the immediate abandonment of Frederick William's scheme. Manteuffel, the Prussian minister, having humbly begged for an interview, hastened to Olmütz in the hope of securing some consideration from the Austrian minister for the susceptibilities of his master. But Schwarzenberg would accept nothing but the most unconditional submission. Manteuffel gave way, and the old Germanic confederation was restored. Thus, at the bidding of one determined champion of reaction, the dream of a united Germany seemed to have faded away. The old order appeared to have triumphed from the Baltic to the Straits of Messina, sentimental enthusiasm to have failed before gross material force, and the unrest of progress to have been stilled for ever by the calming influence of stability. The calm, however, was as deceptive as the sentiment which had produced the unrest. For a moment, the union of Austria and Russia, the craven fear of Frederick William IV, and the caution of Louis Napoleon sufficed to maintain a semblance of peace. But absolute government no longer rested on any basis of assent. It had been deprived of all secure foundation, and therefore the revival of nationalist movements was as certain as the dawning of a new day. Nor was the subtle intriguer, now feeling his way to power in France, long in realizing that he might exploit the heartfelt longings of peoples in the interests of his own ambition. Louis Napoleon stands forth as the champion of the nationalist cause. Forthwith there is an end of quietude in Europe. For the peoples of the continent, desiring happiness, fall an easy prey to those who conjure up fair visions of delight as the necessary outcome of political change. End of section 17. Section 18 of From Metternich to Bismarck by Lionel Cecil Jane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 7, The Union of Italy, Part 1. Among those who secured advancement by the gentle arts of deception, who beguiled trustful nations with glorious visions of the happiness which might be their lot, by far the most subtle and convincing was Prince Louis Napoleon. He professed ardent enthusiasm for republican institutions, altruistic devotion to the interests of the masses, but from the very hour of his election to the presidency, he labored to subvert the Second Republic, and to raise upon its ruins the edifice of his own absolute power. And for a while his success was proportionate to his insincerity, and of insincerity he was a past master. Posing as the testamentary legatee of his uncle's alleged political ideals, and possibly believing that he was in truth the man of destiny, he used the legend of the first to obscure the ambition of the third Napoleon. The Constitution was violated, the Republic overthrown, the Second Empire established, with the expressed approval of a people trained to worship at the altar of a non-existent deity, the giver of all political good. In the supple hands of this master workman, Bonapartism was moulded to be that which the artificer desired. It was exalted into a religion whose blind devotees hardly realized that they were dancing to a tune which they had not called. Deception has won few more striking victories than that which it gained on the day when Napoleon III, hailed as champion of the people, was acclaimed as Emperor of the French, when the self-seeking ally of every reactionary force was greeted as the incarnation of the spirit of progress. The victory, moreover, was gained in the teeth of serious, if rather ill-organized opposition. It had been no small achievement to overcome the ridicule excited by earlier and most futile exploits, to persuade France that the reputed low comedian was actually a genius in whom democracy might with profit find embodiment, was a far more remarkable exploit. And even when he had gained sufficient hold on the imagination of the French people to secure election to the presidency, Louis Napoleon had still to face the fact that a real republican and a real monarchical party existed, while the Napoleonic party was yet to be created. But he faced these facts with determination, however obscured that determination might be, by patient cunning and steadfast deceit, rather than by heroic daring. He led a nation to unite to produce a result which it did not desire. By slow stages he accomplished the division and destruction of his enemies. He transferred to them the odium of the political crimes of which he was the guilty author, and so formed public opinion that clericals and liberals, republicans and monarchists, the peaceful and the warlike, agreed to find in him the only hope of realizing their cherished dreams. And of the stages by which this peculiar result was reached, the expedition to Rome was the first and most significant. The Republican party was the greatest obstacle in the path to empire, since it appealed to sentiment and to enthusiasm, and had promised specifically that utopia for which the many hungered. And though the closing of the national workshops had been an object lesson on the failure of idealists as practical politicians, yet the people were still more than inclined to consider a true republic an experiment worthy of trial. Before all things, it was necessary that this tentative preference for honesty should be checked. But to check it, Louis Napoleon needed allies, and therefore turned to the Catholic Church, never a friend to that anarchy of opinion towards which republicanism always tends. For this reason, the expedition to Rome was undertaken. The Constitution was professedly broken in the interests of French prestige and as an incident in the secular contest with the Habsburgs, but in reality in the interests of Bonapartism. The significance of the event was obvious enough. It meant the alliance of Louis Napoleon with the Church. It meant that the head of the state had little care for the Constitution of which he was the guardian. It was a declaration of war between the President and the Republic. But the Republicans as a party hardly realized this fact, and Louis Napoleon found it easy to quell the disorder fomented by his more extreme opponents. Representing the rioting of his enemies as demagogic conspiracies against all government, he secured the help of everyone who feared the Red Republic, and as had been the case 20 years before, so now, revolution was followed by the vigorous exertion of the executive power in the interests of law and order. The leading Republicans, including Ledru-Rollin, went into exile. The Republican press was muzzled, political meetings forbidden, and the many obediently applauded such acts as precautions necessary to save France from anarchy. Open force had thus crushed one section of the opposition. The monarchists were next overthrown by fraud. In their alarm at the universal rioting, they had lent a willing ear to the tempting suggestions of Louis Napoleon. They used their parliamentary majority to pass restrictive measures, limiting the franchise and preventing the free expression of opinion. These measures served a double purpose. They were certainly used, as the monarchists wished, to crush republicanism. But the president used them also in a more ingenious manner. He publicly regretted the non-democratic tendencies of the legislature, more than hinting that if only he could have his way, the people would not find themselves so betrayed by their chosen representatives. Such duplicity was too subtle for the opposition, divided as it was into adherents of the elder line of the Bourbons, Orleanists and Fusionists, and containing many inclined to prefer the rule even of a Napoleon to that of the people. No effective answer could be made to the president when he appeared as the champion of popular rights against legislative tyranny. A dispute as to the prolongation of his term of office embittered the conflict, and in it Louis Napoleon, possessed of a magic name, the advocate of good order and of free institutions, found the French nation on his side. He was thus emboldened to end the struggle by a coup d'état on December 2nd, 1851. Having prepared the ground by giving office to men like Saint-Arnaud, Minister of War, and Morny, Minister of Police, whose devotion to himself was greater than their scrupulousness, and having won over even more honest men, such as Magnan, commander of the garrison of Paris, he was able to act with decision when the appointed day came. One night the chief leaders of the opposition were quietly arrested. The printing presses were seized, the mob overawed by a display of armed force, and when a few harmless individuals had been accidentally killed, the coup d'état had been accomplished. France, invited to decide by a popular vote, willingly accepted the embodiment of democracy. A plébiscite approved the revised constitution which Louis Napoleon produced, and a year later another vote definitely converted the Republic into the Second Empire. This result had been secured by fraudulent misrepresentation, and fraudulent misrepresentation was the basis upon which the new system reposed. The forms of popular government were carefully maintained. The constitution, though modelled on that of the consulate, admitted the existence of a chamber directly elected by the people and established universal suffrage. But every care was taken to prevent the people from embarrassing the central authority by any expression of their own opinion. The debates in the chamber were not published. Absolute secrecy was frequently secured. Government candidates, supported by the whole weight of officialdom, appeared in all constituencies. The electoral map was carefully devised to destroy the political influence of the artisans, and the mayors, who had control of the ballot boxes, could be relied on to prevent any such unfortunate accident as a true expression of public opinion. Nor did Napoleon III rely merely on such careful manipulation of the electoral machine. The press, freed from censorship, was hampered by the regulation that nothing might be published until authorized, and its offences were placed under the control of courts of summary jurisdiction. At the same time, dangerous individuals were carefully supervised by the secret police. A garrulous old woman who expressed her belief that the vines might again suffer from blight was warned to keep her ill-omened tongue under better control. In such circumstances, all liberty of political thought was destroyed. Selfish devotion to material interests was directly encouraged, and the emperor relied upon his great public works to satisfy his subjects. But such internal autocracy needed some external support, and that support had to be found in a vigorous foreign policy. Bearing a name which involved certain ideas, the ruler of France had to show that the glory of his country was more than merely safe in his hands. It must be increased, and Napoleon III proved that he was indeed the heir of the little corporal. Nor was he unwilling to be so. On the contrary, he was anxious to offer a brilliant contrast to the dull respectability of Louis Philippe, and he saw that the French nation might in this way be more easily deceived. Not only would their attention be distracted from internal affairs, but the emperor, appearing as the champion of struggling peoples abroad, would more easily convince his subjects of his sincere devotion to liberalism. In short, a brilliant and active foreign policy was to be used to subserve the internal aims of Louis Napoleon, and as long as he did maintain his reputation abroad, his position at home benefited. France delighted to have once more a ruler whose every act was watched with anxious concern by the continent, was for a while content to forget broken promises and to allow their eyes to be blinded. But as the government of Louis Philippe had found to its cost, the power of France was limited, and there was a danger that extreme prominence might lead to a disastrous humiliation. Napoleon III was as fully alive to the limitations of his country's might as he had been to the limitations of his own genius. He advanced as cautiously towards his ultimate goal in foreign politics as he had towards the acquisition of supreme power. He took his first steps with the friendly hand of England to guide them, for he had at once determined to restore that entente cordiale which had been shattered by the affair of the Spanish marriages, and here fortune stood his friend by raising the Eastern question in a form which enabled him to act with startling vigour and with the alliance of Great Britain. The overthrow of Mehemet Ali had not solved the perennial problem of the sick man's inheritance. While Rashid Pasha vainly attempted to cure the illness of the Ottoman Empire by introducing reforms unsuited to the genius of a Mohammedan people, Nicholas, having humiliated the middle-class usurper of Paris, sighed for the Treaty of Unkiar-Skelessi, and wondered whether he had not bought his triumph at too dear a price. He reverted once more to his idea of solving the whole problem by means of cooperation with England. In conversations with the British ambassador at Petersburg, he set forth frankly his ideas for joint action, and though these overtures were disregarded, he failed to understand how obsessed were the English people by the twin ideas of resisting Russian aggression and maintaining the integrity of the moribund Ottoman Empire. He was therefore led to take vigorous action at Constantinople in response to the Emperor of the French. Napoleon III had gained a mild diplomatic triumph by terrorizing the wretched Abdul Mejid into conceding to the Latin Christians the guardianship of the holy places, a concession which conflicted with the rights of the Orthodox Church. Nicholas determined to humiliate the Second Empire, as he had humiliated the Orleanist monarchy. Menshikov was sent to Constantinople as special envoy to assert the rights of Russia in general, to recover the control of the sepulchre for the Greeks, and to secure the definite recognition of the Tsar's protectorate over the Christian subjects of the Porte. But it so happened that Lord Stratford de Redcliffe, the British ambassador, was a convinced opponent of Russia. He assumed the practical direction of Turkish foreign policy, secured the granting of the moderate and the rejection of the immoderate demands of the Tsar, and the refusal of the ultimatum which Menshikov rashly presented. From this moment, war between England and Russia was in sight. If the peace-loving cabinet of London would attempt the avoidance of war, Napoleon III was determined that Nicholas should either be driven to fight or so humbled that his prestige would never recover from the blow. While Russian troops occupied the principalities of Wallachia and Moldavia, the English and French fleets moved to Besika Bay in order to protect the Turkish capital. July 1853. In such circumstances, a conflict could only be avoided by decided action on the part of Austria and Prussia, which might make the question one for decision by all the powers. But no such decided action was taken. A conference of ambassadors at Vienna did indeed produce a joint note to Russia and Turkey, proposing a vague settlement of the points at issue. But when the Porte refused the note, the logical step of compelling its acceptance was not taken. Instead, modifications were introduced which convinced the Tsar that the powers were acting in bad faith, and when Omar Pasha, commanding the Ottoman forces on the Danube, had demanded the immediate evacuation of the principalities, the Russians retorted by destroying the Turkish fleet at Sinope. This action, justified by the fact that the Sultan had already in effect declared war, was hailed in England as a massacre. Napoleon III, protesting his pacific views in a letter to Nicholas, maintained his bellicose attitude. The Russian fleet was ordered to return to Sebastopol at the bidding of the Western powers, and the inevitable refusal was followed by the departure of the English and French ambassadors from Petersburg. Even now the seriousness and duration of the war might have been reduced if the courts of Paris and London had been content to secure merely their professed objects. Austria mobilized an army and announced her intention of insisting upon the evacuation of the principalities. The Turks successfully defended Silistria against the invaders, and Nicholas, making a virtue of necessity, withdrew his troops across the Pruth. All immediate menace to the Ottoman Empire was thus removed, and the settlement of the dispute might well have been left in the hands of diplomatists. But the massacre of Sinope had struck the imagination of the British public, rousing all its latent fear of Russian aggression, and Napoleon would not be content with a triumph shared with Francis Joseph and Frederick William. He had convinced himself that without serious exertion a real increase of prestige might be gained. He hoped that if England and France held on their course, the other powers would follow suit and Russia give way, and he succeeded in persuading the British ministry to join with him in an attempt to remove all prospect of danger from Russia in the future. It was determined to destroy Sebastopol, the base of the Russian Black Sea fleet, it being plausibly argued that Constantinople could never be safe as long as the Tsar possessed a stronghold within such reasonable striking distance. Upon these grounds the Allied armies, which had been landed at Varna to protect the Turkish capital, were ordered to invade the Crimea. The invasion was undertaken without adequate preparation, in ignorance of the country, and at an unfavourable season of the year. Nor was the incompetence which signalized its beginning removed as time went on. Landing unopposed at Eupatoria, the Allies advanced upon Sebastopol from the north, defeated the Russians at the Alma, and might possibly have taken the town by an immediate assault. But Saint-Arnaud, the French general, prevailed in his advocacy of an attack from the south. A lengthy march was executed round Sebastopol, and positions taken up for the new plan of attack. Meanwhile, however, the town had been converted into a fortress by the energy and genius of Todleben, and when the bombardment was begun, it was found that the defenders could more than hold their own. Nothing remained but to undertake a regular siege, and to this the Allies now devoted themselves. Menshikov, commanding the Russian army outside the fortress, twice attempted to relieve it. At Balaclava, an attack on the English base was repulsed, the battle being rendered memorable by the brilliantly futile charge of the Light Brigade. At Inkerman, the heavy Russian columns hurled themselves in vain against the British lines. But the latter battle, owing to the heavy losses suffered by the victors, made it vain to hope that the town would fall immediately, and it became necessary for the Allies to prepare to winter in the Crimea. And now the rashness with which the expedition had been undertaken became doubly apparent. Having no proper protection from the cold, and being ill supplied with food, the Allied army fell an easy prey to the ravages of disease. Perhaps the only redeeming feature was the opportunity afforded to Miss Florence Nightingale to show the devotion of which woman is capable. But the same winter which decimated the English and French forces also prepared the way for peace. The iron constitution of Tsar Nicholas broke down under the severity of the winter and the bitterness of defeat, and his death in March 1855 made peace a possibility. Its immediate result was seen in the meeting of the Conference of Vienna, at which the Allies formulated the 4 points which they regarded as the necessary basis of peace. They required the abolition of the Russian protectorate over the principalities and over the Christian subjects of the Porte, the freeing of the navigation of the Danube, and the destruction of Russian predominance in the Black Sea. Upon the last point, negotiations broke down, the Russian minister declaring that he could never assent to any interference with his country's control of that sea. The failure of these negotiations had been due very largely to the fact that Russia was by no means crushed. While Sebastopol still held out, the Turks had suffered reverses in Asia Minor, and 2 combined Anglo-French fleets had failed to effect anything worthy of note in the Baltic. If the Tsar were to be humbled, it was therefore necessary to inflict upon him some more serious damage, and thus in the spring the Allied army, strengthened by the arrival of a Sardinian contingent, resumed the campaign with vigour. Progress, however, was at first rather slow. Canrobert, the French general, was more distinguished for personal courage than for the qualities of command, and more than one effort of the Allies failed owing to distracted counsels. But at last, when a final attempt at relief had been frustrated at the Battle of Tchernaya, and when Pélissier had replaced Canrobert, the Malakoff fort, the key to the Russian position, was stormed, and 3 days later the long siege ended, August 1855. Sebastopol, reduced by its defenders to a mass of smoking ruins, was evacuated, and the object of the expedition apparently achieved. But the success was singularly barren of practical result. The season of the year was too late for it to be followed up with decisive effect, and if Russia had sustained heavy losses, and if her strength were well nigh exhausted, Napoleon III was equally anxious for peace. He had entered upon the war to secure reputation and popularity for the Second Empire. It had hardly brought him either in great measure, and the French people inclined to murmur at the long duration of an apparently objectless contest. Knowledge of this fact was decisive with the Emperor, who was well aware that discontent breeds criticism, and that the fraudulent character of his government might easily be exposed under any critical examination. He was determined not to risk any such testing of his system, and therefore readily agreed to the suggestions of Austria and Prussia for the conclusion of the war, conveniently forgetting that he had entered that war with an ally. End of section 18. Section 19 of From Metternich to Bismarck by Lionel Cecil, Jane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 7, The Union of Italy, Part 2. For it was without the consent of England that Napoleon accepted the basis of peace embodied in the ultimatum which the court of Vienna now presented at Petersburg. The Tsar was required to concede the 4 points under threat of an Austrian attack, and Alexander II, who had none of his father's obstinate determination to resist to the bitter end, was perhaps not unwilling to bow to such a display of superior force. And as soon as the basis of peace had been accepted by Russia, the conclusion of a definitive treaty was not long delayed. Napoleon III gained one more advantage, such as it was, by securing that Paris should be the scene of negotiations. For the rest, he might well rejoice at deliverance from the complications in which he had become involved. For after some 3 years of conflict, the Crimean War ended in a peace, March 1856, which left the Eastern question as far from solution as ever. The Treaty of Paris restored the territorial status quo as between Russia and the Ottoman Empire. The integrity of the latter was guaranteed, and it was laid down that the powers would not take action in future on behalf of the Christian subjects of the Porte. The principalities and Serbia were granted self-government under the suzerainty of the Sultan and the protection of Europe. Russia was excluded from the Danube by a slight alteration of her frontier, and the Black Sea was neutralized. In the course of the next 20 years, the futility of this peace was amply illustrated. It was found to be utterly impossible to maintain the integrity of the Sultan's dominions, or to ignore the complaints of his Christian subjects, or to prevent Russia from using Sebastopol as a naval base. Indeed, the importance of the Crimean War does not lie in its effect upon the Eastern question, or even in its effect upon the actual belligerents. It did serve to illustrate the essential insincerity of the French Emperor, who, following the example of England at Utrecht, acted throughout the negotiations as the friend of his enemy. But such illustration was hardly needed, and the interest of the war lies rather in its influence upon the position of Austria. The Court of Vienna had been guilty of the fatal error of indecision. It had effectually alienated Russia by its occupation of the principalities and by its final ultimatum. It had failed to win the affection of the Western powers, since it had taken no active part in the struggle. As a result, Austria remained isolated in Europe, and the effect of her isolation at once appeared. Sardinia secured the right to be represented at the Congress of Paris in the teeth of protests from Vienna. Cavour shared in the debates as the equal of the minister of the Habsburgs. And it was this knowledge of Austrian isolation which paved the way for the events which followed in Italy and in Germany. A state has seldom committed a more fatal blunder than that committed by the ministers of Francis Joseph when they sacrificed the invaluable friendship of Russia to their fear of that power's aggression in the Near East. But the blunders of Austria would have been far less serious had there not been ready at hand 2 men capable of turning them to account against the Habsburgs and in the interests of the enemies of that house. Few kings have ascended a throne in more unfortunate circumstances than did Victor Emmanuel II of Sardinia. His father, crushed at Novara, had abandoned his crown and country. The new sovereign was compelled to begin his reign by concluding a hasty peace with a victorious foe, and was left to face difficulties stupendous enough to have broken a less steadfast heart. But Victor Emmanuel possessed the very qualities needed in his position. Somewhat cold and unenthusiastic, clear-sighted rather than far-sighted, alive to facts rather than wedded to ideals, he had all that firmness of will which had been so fatally lacking in Charles Albert. And this firmness enabled him, with a bankrupt treasury and a discredited army, to adopt a definite policy and to hold to it through all perils and in the face of all evil report. Setting the achievement of Italian unity and the securing of revenge on Austria before him as his ultimate goal, he prepared the way by maintaining constitutionalism in his kingdom, despite the blandishments of the Court of Vienna, and by pursuing a liberal course in the affairs of Church and State, despite the complaints and threats of Pius IX and the pessimism of such conservatives as d'Azeglio. And he was fortunate in finding a minister equally capable of realizing necessities and of sacrificing unattainable ideals in order to secure practical good. Mazzini may excite admiration for his lofty enthusiasm, Garibaldi by his heroic daring, and both did something, perhaps did much, to promote the union of Italy. But that union would certainly have been very slowly accomplished if it had depended for completion on the efforts of the journalist and the freelance. It was the cold-blooded statesmanship of Cavour which brought a dream within the range of practical politics. The minister was indeed the necessary counterpart to the king. Rather more idealistic, somewhat more inspiring than Victor Emmanuel, he had also that calm good sense which enabled him to see the limitations of Sardinia. He knew well enough that the reputation of his country in Italy could only be preserved by a consistently liberal policy, that any concession to reaction would revive those memories of the Prince of Carignano which the devotion of Charles Albert had but recently obliterated. And he was equally aware that Sardinia, unaided, could never drive the Austrians from Lombardy, that an ally must be secured, and that to secure an ally a price must be paid. Thus the policy which he adopted centred round two main points: the pursuit of liberal ideals at home and the gaining of the necessary alliance abroad. It was in order to secure the latter point that Cavour entered the Crimean War. Some obscure disputes with Russia, or even an altruistic solicitude for the welfare of the Ottoman Empire, could not afford a reasonable casus belli. But the opportunity of raising the reputation of his country was too favourable to be lost. If Sardinia were to make friends, it was necessary that she should show that this friendship and enmity were alike worthy of regard, and this she did show. Cernaia, to some extent, wiped out the stain of Custozza and Novara. The soldiers trained by La Marmora bore well comparison with those of Victoria and Napoleon III. Nor did the advantage of the intervention end there. Sardinia attracted the attention of Europe, and more especially of England and France, the only powers which could be expected to sympathize with her aims. She gained a diplomatic triumph over Austria by the admission of her representative to the Congress of Paris, and most of all, she was able to raise the whole question of the state of Italy. In no uncertain language, Cavour pointed out that Austrian rule was as unpopular as it was severe, and that the abuse of government throughout the peninsula was mainly to be attributed to the sinister influence of Vienna. And while his tactful conduct won him the respect of the assembled diplomatists, the Sardinian minister succeeded in arousing the sympathetic interest of both the Western powers. In the case of England, to whom Cavour first turned, that interest was merely sentimental. The cabinet of London gave Sardinia good wishes, but confessed itself unable to offer more material aid. Napoleon III, however, was greatly impressed by the sad tale of Italian wrongs. The sentimental side of his nature was moved. The practical side saw a new chance of advancing the interest of the Emperor of the French. To go to the help of Sardinia, to wage a successful war with Austria, might well gratify French liberals, prove his own devotion to the cause of the oppressed, and display him as pursuing the historical foreign policy of France. At the Congress of Paris, he asked Cavour what might be done for Italy, and from that moment he drifted toward alliance with Sardinia. But hesitating and cautious as always, he drifted slowly, until an event which caused Cavour to despair hastened the imperial progress. Orsini, an Italian, attempted the life of the French Emperor, January 1858, and angry remonstrances were addressed to Turin from Paris. But if the would-be murderer had indeed intended, as he declared, To punish Napoleon for his failure to deliver the enslaved peninsula, he was successful beyond all expectation. The Emperor was thoroughly alarmed. He feared a repetition of the attempt, and his faltering resolution was confirmed. In an interview with Cavour at Plombières, he came to a vague agreement with the Sardinian minister, and though at this time no treaty was concluded, it was understood that France would protect Sardinia from attack, and it is possible that the secret undertakings of Napoleon committed him more definitely to the Italian cause. In any case, Cavour hastened to prepare for war and to secure the necessary definite alliance with France. In a few months success crowned his efforts. Napoleon undertook to come to the aid of Sardinia against Austria, provided that the latter were the aggressor, and in return for the cession of Savoy and Nice, to free Italy from the Alps to the Adriatic. The cabinet of Vienna now realized the imminence of war and proceeded to arm, at the same time demanding an explanation from Turin. Cavour replied by offering the solution of mutual disarmament. Austria made the mistake of dispatching an ultimatum requiring the immediate suspension of the Sardinian preparations, and of following up the ultimatum by declaring war. The necessary condition was now fulfilled. France ranged herself on the side of Sardinia, and Napoleon III marched in person to the deliverance of Italy. By a fatal lack of military insight, the Austrians failed to act with decision or to attempt the overthrow of Sardinia before the arrival of the French. And as a result, the victory of Napoleon was rapidly secured and was comparatively decisive. The Battle of Magenta, June 1859, gave Milan to the Allies, and that of Solferino freed Lombardy from the Austrians, and though both battles were hard fought, it seemed inevitable that the pledges of the French Emperor would be redeemed by the conquest of Venetia. But at the critical moment, the instability of Napoleon's character was revealed. He had shuddered in the hour of triumph at the sight of the blood shed to gain it, and he had more tangible reasons for hesitating to complete a work which had approached completion far more rapidly and nearly than he had expected. Not only had his army sustained heavy losses, but French opinion was turning against the war. The clericals viewed with alarm a movement which appeared to threaten the papacy. The rebellions in central Italy, which promised the creation of a powerful state in the southeastern frontier of France, roused fear in the hearts of statesmen. And Napoleon himself, who had aimed only at a moderate extension of Sardinian territory, was unwilling to become the creator of a really united Italy. He was determined not to face a general European war for the sake of the Italians, and the mobilization of the Prussian army seemed to suggest the possibility of such a war. Thus, on the morrow of Solferino, the Emperor of the French betrayed the cause which he had adopted. Characteristically, he allowed his ally to remain in ignorance of his intentions, and to expect further military operations. He had interviewed Francis Joseph at Villafranca and concluded an armistice before Victor Emmanuel was aware that a cessation of hostilities was even contemplated. By the terms of the truce, July 1859, later converted into a definitive peace, Lombardy, with the exception of Mantua and Peschiera, was ceded to France, on the tacit understanding that it should be transferred to Sardinia. Venetia was left to Austria. The rulers of Tuscany and Modena were to be restored, and the two powers were to favour the Confederation of Italy under the Pope. In other words, Napoleon had broken faith with his ally and had deliberately failed to free Italy from the Alps to the Adriatic. And throughout the peninsula his name was execrated as that of a traitor. Cavour, disgusted at the apparent falsifying of his hopes, resigned, and it was only the stern resolution of Victor Emmanuel which secured the acceptance of the truce by Sardinia. But the king's temperament was sane. He realized both the difficulties of his ally and the value of a fait accompli. He knew that whatever might be the terms of peace between Austria and France, nothing would undo the work once done, and he realized that the revolt of the Central Italian states involved their absorption in his projected Italian kingdom. And his confidence, shown by his acceptance of the truce of Villafranca, was justified by results. Though by the Peace of Zurich, November 1859, the expelled rulers were to be restored, and a confederation under the Pope to be established, no means were taken to enforce either decision. Napoleon III dare not go so far as to coerce the rebellious provinces. He pronounced in favour of a plebiscite, an expedient which had served him so well in France, and this pronouncement was equivalent to assent to the union of Central Italy with Sardinia. Tuscany and Modena voted for annexation by overwhelming majorities, and Cavour was able to return to office, feeling that after all his work had not been in vain. Though Savoy and Nice, the stipulated price for the freeing of Italy, had to be ceded in return for Lombardy, Victor Emmanuel was none the less able to open an almost Italian parliament at Turin. And meanwhile the rest of Italy was delivered in a more dramatic and more irregular manner. Garibaldi had raised his famous 1,000, a corps of ardent enthusiasts for the Italian cause, obeying no leader but the hero who enlisted them. On the news of a rising in Sicily, he hastened thither, and having mastered the island in a few weeks, crossed to Naples and easily overthrew the Bourbon monarchy. A provisional government was organized with Garibaldi at its head. Francis II was forced to take refuge in the stronghold of Gaeta under the guns of a French squadron, and the conqueror of the south prepared to complete the deliverance of his country by seizing Rome. He announced that he would proclaim Victor Emmanuel in the Eternal City. But here he came into conflict with the Sardinian government. The Pope was protected by France, and it appeared to Cavour that an attack on Rome would lead certainly to war with Napoleon III, who was already anxious to conciliate the clericals whom he had alienated. To prevent Garibaldi from compromising the new form of government, the Italian army invaded the Romagna. A victory at Castelfidardo and the surrender of the French mercenaries at Ancona gave Victor Emmanuel control of the States of the Church, and the adventurer, always loyal to his king, consented to his proclamation in Naples and Sicily. With the exception of Rome and Venetia, all Italy was united under one ruler, as it had not been since the days of Theodoric the Ostrogoth. But without Rome, the union of Italy was no real thing, nor were the difficulties of Victor Emmanuel by any means ended. He was faced by the problem of the relationship between the Pope and the new kingdom. He was troubled by the unwisdom of enthusiasts, and at the critical juncture lost the services of Cavour. The statesman's death, June 1861, removed the one minister who might have guided Italy safely along the path of constitutional development. No one could replace him, and the government, deprived of adequate leadership, was unable to cope with its many embarrassments. Of those embarrassments, the earnest republicanism of Mazzini was not the least, for that ardent patriot divided opinion at the very moment when unity of opinion was essential to political unity. But Garibaldi was an even more serious trial. Believing that vigorous daring was alone needed to secure the real completion of the work begun, he invaded the Romagna with his volunteers and compelled the Italian government to intervene, and by forcing him to surrender at Aspromonte, to sacrifice much of its popularity. Yet the real weakness of the new government was neither its lack of completion nor the insubordination of the enthusiasts. It was due to the fact that united Italy was the outcome of sentiment. A burst of enthusiasm had swept away the governments among which the peninsula had been partitioned, but it had not produced true union. Sardinia, strong enough to take the lead, was too weak to compel obedience. She had been forced to call in French aid, and for this she suffered. the ardent patriots mourned the cession of Savoy and Nice. They would not understand the stern necessities of practical politics. They regretted bitterly the acceptance of the Truce of Villafranca. And in these circumstances the government could not overcome the latent antipathy of the South for an alien dynasty. Being less able to do so because it was obliged to burden the people with heavy taxation for the maintenance of the armaments required in order to keep Italy free from the too pressing attention of her friend, the Emperor of the French. As a matter of fact, though without French aid the accomplishment of Italian unity would certainly have been postponed, it may be questioned whether such postponement would not have been ultimately beneficial to the Italian cause. It would in any case have saved the new kingdom from beginning its political life as the debtor of Napoleon III. For Napoleon III regarded Italy as his own creation, and was regarded in Europe as the liberator of that peninsula, so that the end of the Austrian war marks the zenith of his power. To all seeming, he was supreme in France, the effectual champion of the oppressed, and the most potent factor in continental politics. His every motion was watched with eager expectancy. The chancelleries of the powers yet thrilled at his lightest word. Triumphant over republicanism at home and over Russia and Austria abroad, the saviour of the Porte and the guardian of the Pope, the generous protector of nascent Italian liberty, he had indeed risen far above the lowly plane of comic adventurer upon which he had stood some 10 years before. But in reality his downfall was already approaching. Men were beginning to appreciate him at his true worth, and anything in the nature of truth was most detrimental to the Emperor of the French. At home the clerical party, formerly his firmest supporters, were offended by his Italian policy and by a disregard for the interests of the Vicar of Christ impossible in a sincere Catholic. Nor had Napoleon found compensation in the affection of liberals. He had recalled the exiles only to discover that they remembered past injuries rather than present benefits, that they paid more regard to the General Security Act by which their friends had been imprisoned without trial than to imperial professions, that they refused to be deceived by the reiteration of their pet catchwords, and that they were by no means reconciled to the disguised autocracy. And abroad his position was almost more unsatisfactory. The Crimean War had not afforded that convenient and glorious military parade which it had been intended to provide. The Austrian War had produced a situation from which the Emperor was only able partially to escape by sacrificing his reputation for common honesty. He had cooled the ardour of England by his conduct at the Congress of Paris. He had lost his chance of winning the undying devotion of the Italian people. But he had gained suspicion and distrust. He had exposed his infirmity of purpose and raised doubts as to the substantiality of the golden image which he had so laboriously erected. In fact, it only needed a man not obsessed by the magic of that name, which the Emperor bore, to tear away the garb of fraudulent greatness in which Napoleon III had clothed himself, and to expose in all its puny nakedness the figure of the fictitious man of destiny. End of section 19.